Chapter 156. The Spirit Fiend Macaque's attack was off the charts. It was over 2,000 in one go. Lucien could not take it. Damn, I actually feel a bit of pain. Lucien did not have time to think, and quickly killed the first Spirit Fiend Macaque that broke free from the ice. Killed Spirit Fiend Macaque, 3 *** elite. Captured 50,000 spiritual energy. Obtained rank 4 talent fragment 10. Obtained 4-star quality 10. Extracted pure spiritual energy 10. Ding. Obtained macaque leather X15. Obtained macaque tail X10. Obtained Yao Beast Core X1. After killing it, it was another 50,000 experience and a pile of materials. Strange, what is a beast core? Why did it only drop one? Lucien felt that it was a bit strange. Unfortunately, he did not have time to care about this. It was better to kill these monkeys as soon as possible. Lucien quickly switched to Headless Flying Corpse form. The Headless Flying Corpse's ejection was still strong. The remaining 3 Spirit Fiend Macaques' HP quickly decreased. When they broke free from the ice, they only had half of their HP left. After a while, Lucien finally killed this wave of macaques. At this time, Lucien only had around 10,000 HP left. The monkey's attack might have increased. Their physical attack is too terrifying. Lucien drank a bottle of potion. While waiting for his HP to recover, he checked his equipment. The 5 Spirit Fiend Macaques just now pulled out a large pile of equipment. There were dozens of materials and 15 pieces of equipment. They were all level 30 blue grade Monkey King belt. Monkey King belt, level 30 blue. Defense, physical defense 32, spiritual defense 4, strength 43, agility 62, physique 48, special effect. After leaving battle, HP recovery speed increases by 70 points. The Monkey King belt's attributes were quite good. The special effect was especially disappointing. The HP recovery effect was not very useful. That's it. What blue grade equipment? It's just that the basic attributes are a bit higher. The items dropped by these monkeys are not good. But no matter what, level 30 blue grade equipment was definitely better than the level 24 Monkey King belt. Lucien did not say anything and directly equipped it. My HP has increased by almost 1,000. I can barely use it. Lucien had a lot of HP and needed some time to recover. Since he was bored, he checked the Monkey King belt one by one. 15 pieces. How about we get a small piece? After looking through 7 or 8 pieces of equipment, the Monkey King's belt's attributes were all the same. The only difference was that there was a slight difference in its HP recovery speed, which hovered between 65 to 80 HP. However, because it only recovered HP after leaving combat, it didn't have much meaning. Lucien was too lazy to change it. Looks like the Monkey King's belt doesn't have any good quality items. Lucien shook his head and casually displayed the last Monkey King's belt. Upon seeing the attributes of the belt, Lucien was stunned. Monkey King belt +1, level 30 blue. Defense, physical defense 40, spiritual defense 5, strength 45, agility 65, physique 50, special effect. Increase HP regeneration by 95 points after leaving combat. Special effect. Increase HP regeneration by 21 points. This time, Lucien was a little uneasy. Damn, this is an enhanced Monkey King's belt. Lucien was momentarily stunned. Up until now, he had never obtained any enhanced equipment. No one even knew that Jiutian equipment could be strengthened. Could it be that only level 30 equipment can be strengthened? After strengthening by 1 level, the belt's physical defense increased by 8 and spiritual defense increased by 1. There was a small increase in 3D, but the most important thing was that the special effect was clearly strengthened. 95 HP regeneration after leaving combat. The previous highest was around 80 HP. It has increased by a lot. Moreover, there is an additional effect, battle HP regeneration. Although the battle HP regeneration of 21 HP was like a drop in the bucket to Lu Chen, it was still better than nothing. Equipment can actually be strengthened. Then what is the strengthening material? Lu Chen looked at the materials in his bag. Leather, teeth, monkey tail, etc. They were all common materials. However, when he looked at the demon beast core, it actually said strengthening material. Oh, it's you. Damn, I was wondering why the others dropped 10 by 10. Only you dropped 1 by 1. Not only did the cores drop 1 by 1, but not every monster dropped them. In this wave of 5 monsters, only 1 core dropped. Lu Chen took out the core and took off the +1 Monkey King's belt. He tried to put the core on the belt. Demon Beast Core's spiritual energy is insufficient. Please pour in pure spiritual energy. Lu Chen picked up the core alone and immediately received the option to focus on pure spiritual energy. Pour in. A level 30 Demon Beast core consumed 300 points of pure spiritual energy. This time, Lu Chen tried to put the core on the belt again, missing 2 similar pieces of equipment. Fortunately, there were enough Monkey King's belts in his bag. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and took out 2. This should be enough. A level 30 Demon Beast core, 2 Monkey King's belts, and 1 Monkey King's belt to be strengthened floated in front of Lu Chen. Strengthen? A blue light flashed, and the 4 items suddenly merged into one. Lu Chen hurriedly looked at the new belt's attributes. Monkey King's belt +2, level 30 blue. Defense, physical defense 48, spiritual defense 6, strength 48, agility 69, physique 53, special effect. After leaving combat, HP regeneration increased by 135 points. Special effect. HP regeneration increased by 41 points. The basic attributes didn't increase by much, but the special effects increase is quite obvious. Lu Chen frowned. If there are other battle HP regeneration equipment here, I'll strengthen it. Maybe I can pass the moon worshipping blood pool. Thinking of this, Lu Chen put on the belt and put away his bag. Okay, since that's the case, let's farm. About half an hour later, after farming 12 waves of spirit fiend macaques. There weren't many monsters here, and the killing speed wasn't fast, but the rewards were very considerable. 5 waves. That was 250,000 experience. 12 waves of spirit fiend macaques would be 3 million experience. His experience of level 30 had increased by almost a third. In addition, Lu Chen had accumulated hundreds of materials in his bag. There were actually 180 Monkey King's belts. From afar, his bag was full of blue Monkey King's belts. Damn, I've never farmed so many blue equipment in my life. Is this free? Lu Chen went to the front to take a look. In the ruins not far away, there was an open area with a big boss standing there. The boss finally appeared. Let's recover to full health first. Taking advantage of the recovery time, Lu Chen checked the equipment in his bag. He locked onto the belt that had better HP regeneration after leaving battle. These could be used as the main body for strengthening in the future. Let's upgrade the belt again. 2 to 3 required 1 beast core and 3 pieces of equipment of the same type. Lu Chen casually found 3 ordinary belts as materials. After injecting pure spiritual energy, he began to strengthen them. Strengthening successful. Obtained Monkey King's belt +3. Check the equipment. Monkey King's belt +3. Unable to be strengthened. Defense. Physical defense 54. Spiritual defense 7. Strength 54. Agility 73. Physique 62. Special effect. After leaving battle, HP regeneration increased by 178, Special effect. HP regeneration increased by 64. It can't be strengthened? I wonder if level 30 equipment can only strengthen 3 or blue equipment can only strengthen 3. It's okay. After all, it's blue equipment dropped by small monsters. The attributes can't be compared to the boss. This HP regeneration is already good. I hope the boss can drop some HP regeneration equipment to help me cross the moon worshipping blood pool. Putting away the equipment, Lu Chen got up and entered the boss territory. The boss in front of him was 7 to 8 meters tall. Its 2 long arms could almost touch the ground. Its whole body was covered in golden hair. Its portrait showed golden-haired blood fiend macaque, level 35. Brother Monkey, don't disappoint me. Xiao Min, go invisible. Let's go. Chapter 157. Lu Chen quickly approached the golden-haired macaque like an assassin. Just as Lu Chen was quietly approaching the boss, someone suddenly knocked on his gaming helmet. Brother, I'm back. Oh, be quiet. There's cola in the fridge. Wait for me. I'm fighting the boss. Fighting the boss. Brother, can I watch it? Watch it. Turn on your helmet's Bluetooth. I'm having a face-to-face video call. Lu Yi hurriedly threw her bag on Lu Chen's bed, put on her helmet, and sat beside Lu Chen. After Lu Chen turned on the corresponding function, Lu Yi could watch Lu Chen's battle. F***CK. Brother, what kind of boss is this? It's so big, and you're fighting it alone? What else can I do? Lu Chen was not in a hurry. After all, he still had a long time to be invisible. Moreover, there was another benefit to Lu Yi's return. Xiao Min's active stealth cooldown had been reduced by half. Players who played the stealth style all knew that having a stealth cooldown was absolutely beneficial to the stealth style. I'm going to start fighting the boss. Okay. Lu Yi obediently sat at the side and watched the battle. Tiger descends the mountain. Lu Chen roared and immediately activated his strongest single-target special effect. Before the golden-haired macaque could discover Lu Chen suddenly appeared and attacked fiercely. Minus 648, minus 653, poisoned. Minus 653, poisoned. Minus 2,340, double critical hit. Minus 653, poisoned. Minus 653, poisoned. A large number of numbers appeared on top of the golden-haired macaque's head. The golden-haired macaque's health instantly dropped by a large chunk. In addition, the Zombie King's mask's meridian blockage was also triggered. Above the boss's head floated a symbol of silence and slow. Only 90,000 health. I can deal 15,000 plus damage. With a single tiger descends the mountain. 6 times is enough. The boss seemed to be abnormally angry at being ambushed. It roared and attacked with its claw. 7223. The macaque's attack was fast. After the first attack, before Lu Chen could dodge, the second claw was about to hit him. Oh my God! This attack is too inhumane. Lu Chen's eyes widened. This damage was over 7,000. It wasn't much different from the 72 pillars of heaven's flames. The second attack was about to arrive. Icebound roar. An ice ring exploded just in time. The boss's hand, which was about to reach Lu Chen's face, was frozen solid. Motherf asterisk cur. This attack has points, and he's still so fast. Damn, I can actually feel pain all over my body. Lu Chen wasn't greedy for the few attacks that came after the freeze, and he quickly pulled away. This boss had obviously been strengthened. Now, Lu Chen was regretting that he had tested the strength of 1,000 plus. Otherwise, he would not have encountered such a strong boss. This is what it means to have high returns and high risks. The boss quickly broke free from the frozen state and chased after Lu Chen on all fours. Although the boss had broken free from the frozen state, the blocked meridians lasted for 10 seconds. With a 40% speed reduction, Monkey was very anxious, but he could not catch up to Lu Chun. This guy is so fast. He can still run so fast even with a 40% speed reduction. When he recovers, I definitely won't be able to outrun him. Xiao Min, turn invisible, quick. Boss, there are still 17 seconds. Lu Chun really hoped that Lu Yi would have said a few more words to him just now so that he could survive the 17 seconds. Unfortunately, the invisibility was not done yet. Lu Chun could only run as fast as he could. Wind Blast. Lu Chun quickly increased his movement speed and pulled away as much as possible. Not long after, the boss's speed reduction and silence disappeared, and his speed suddenly increased. Bang! 4 words appeared above the boss's head. Rapid movement. Lu Chun widened his eyes and stared at the boss. If the boss closed in on him, he definitely wouldn't be able to last 3 seconds. He also had rapid movement, and the distance was not short. This was his only life-saving skill now. However, the definition of rapid movement was not a simple movement, but a sudden increase in speed. During this period, he could change directions, use skills, and attack. If Lu Chun used rapid movement at the same time as the boss, he might still be caught. Now, Lu Chun had to survive the last 17 seconds. Lu Chen's breathing obviously became faster. This was the first time he had been so close to death. At this time, Lu Chun suddenly thought of what it would feel like to die when the 10% pain system was turned on. To a certain extent, the golden-haired spiritual macaque was harder to deal with than Cenobus. Cenobus's attack was high, but it was not agile. This guy's agility was higher than Lu Chen's. Lu Chen had come too early. When a normal player's strength reached 1,000, they would be around level 40. At that time, not only would their equipment add a lot of physical defense, but their skills and equipment's special effects would also be incomparable to Lu Chen's. F***CK. So, the plan was to let me experience death? Lu Chen snorted. You're too naive. Seeing the boss pounce at Lu Chen at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye, Lu Yi was dumbfounded. This was the boss that her brother usually fought. 7,000 plus HP. With one slap, other players' physical attacks could not even break through her brother's defense. Moreover, with that attack speed, if it wasn't for her brother's excellent control, he could have at least slapped twice more. By then, he would have lost more than half of his HP. And this rapid movement, as long as it collided with her brother, he might have been killed instantly. How was her brother going to resolve it? Or rather, could he resolve it? The boss instantly appeared in front of Lu Chun. At this time, its thick arm was already in a descending state. It seemed that while it was moving, it had already made an attack move. This slap would only take a few tenths of a second to land. Just as the boss giant claw was about to land, Lu Chun roared, "Rapid movement!" When the boss saw that Lu Chun was about to run, it grabbed at him with its arm. In Jiuqian, to avoid normal attacks, the only way was to escape the attack's range. Otherwise, it would definitely hit. However, just as the giant claw was about to land, the shadow slipped away from its fingertips. Lu Yi covered her mouth in shock. Oh my God! It seemed like a close call, but her brother had already thought of the only possible countermeasure in his mind. The boss' rapid movement, speed, and distance were likely to be greater than Lu Chen's. Therefore, Lu Chen did not use rapid movement at the beginning because he might be caught if he used it. When the boss flashed in front of Lu Chen, he could already confirm that the boss' rapid movement had been used up. At this time, Lu Chen had to use rapid movement to have a chance of escaping. The boss only raised its hand for a moment to attack, and only in this moment, he had to escape the boss attack range. This required an accurate estimation of the boss attack range, and Lu Chen only relied on the experience of being attacked once before to control the boss attack range to a millimeter. If he did not do everything to the extreme, Lu Chen would definitely not be able to escape the boss attack. "Brother, you're too strong." "Strong my ass, I almost died." After putting some distance between them, Lu Chen also heaved a sigh of relief. He still had the mood to talk to Lu Yi. "Xiao Min, are you done?" "Boss, I'm done." "Okay, it's our turn this time. Go invisible." Chapter 158. He didn't have any experience before, but now Lu Chen already knew the boss routine. High physical attack, high attack speed, high movement speed. Patience was a must when facing this kind of boss. Lu Chen waited until Xiao Min's invisibility was on cooldown before launching the second wave of attacks. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. This time, it was a triple critical hit, dealing 18,000 plus damage. In addition, Fierce Tiger descends the mountain, and the Tiger Demon bloodline allowed Lu Chen to deal 6 damage in one attack. This greatly increased the chances of triggering meridian blockage. The boss was silenced and slowed again. Without waiting for the boss to react, Lu Chen immediately used Frozen Roar to seal the boss, then quickly retreated. The duration of Frozen Roar was 2 to 7 seconds. The specific duration depended on the strength of the summoner. With the boss's strength, it could only freeze for 2 seconds. However, in these 2 seconds, Lu Chen had pulled enough distance. After another 3 or 4 seconds, Lu Chen rushed in and entered invisibility. The boss's head was still bleeding, and this part of the damage was not to be underestimated. After 2 waves of attacks, the boss's HP was reduced by half. Throughout the whole process, Lu Yi was shocked and didn't dare to make a sound. At this moment, she suddenly heard Lu Chen talking to her. "Hey, is your friend Xiao Mei okay?" There were quite a lot of things happening recently. Li Muhua said that he would deal with Xiao Mei and Ning Jun, which made Lu Chen think of some Hong Kong, Taiwan, and American dramas. There's often a saying, only the dead are useful in keeping secrets. However, this was just his imagination. Li Muhua and the others wouldn't do this, right? What can happen to her? She's fine. Lu Chen shook his head. He was thinking too much. While talking, the cooldown of invisibility was almost over. Lu Chen quietly approached and waved his 2 swords, dealing another 15,000 plus damage. The boss was quite depressed now. It had a lot of skills, but couldn't hit anyone. With this back and forth, the boss HP was almost empty by the 4th attack. However, Lu Chen was still waiting for stealth to cool down. After ensuring that nothing went wrong, he finished off the boss with his 5th attack. Killed golden-haired demonic macaque, level 30 strength enhanced boss. Obtained 300,000 auras. Obtained 10 6th rank talent fragments. Obtained 10 6th rank evolution points. Damn, this tier 6 material drops F** King, 2 million reputation points. Lu Chen exclaimed excitedly. Ding! Obtained Monkey King strength boots, level 30 purple, *5. Golden Spear strength ring, level 30 blue, *5. Level 30 monster core, green, *5. There seemed to be a pile of materials behind him, but Lu Chen was too lazy to look at them. Speaking of which, the purple equipment dropped in 5 pieces. Was this the world of the nouveau riche? Brother, did something good drop? Purple boots, blue ring, beast cores, and a bunch of materials. Oh my god, purple boots. This is the first item in the entire server? I think so. Lu Chen took out the boots to check. It'll be great if there's an enhancement. Monkey King strength boots, level 30 purple. Defense, physical defense 89, spiritual defense 14. Defense is still okay. Strength 300, agility 50, vitality 50. Damn, this property, no wonder it's called strength boots. It's too biased. It was Lu Chen's first time getting a piece of equipment with this kind of property in the Zhouqian. Special Effect 1. Quick movement. Explodes out the potential of the monkey spirit's agility. Move a maximum of 15, 10 plus 5 meters in 5 seconds. While moving, it will not affect other skills. Cool down. 60, 120 to 60 seconds. Special Effect 2. Increase quick movement by 50%. Reduce cooldown by 50%. Lu Chen blinked his eyes. First, Lu Chen understood why Special Effect 1 increased the distance and cooldown. It was because of Special Effect 2. Naturally, this special effect had been weakened. When the boss used it, the distance it moved exceeded 25 meters. But this was not the main point. The main point was that the special effect of the boots was the same as the monkey spirit's bloodline talent. The developers of Heavenly Travel were crazy, but he had to admit that their standards were high. They would not repeat such a low-level effect. Is there a possibility? Lu Chen frowned. The equipment's special effect and talent are separate, and their cooldowns are independent. That means when I wear these boots, I have 2 quick movements. Also, does the enhancement of Special Effect 2 increase my talent? Thinking of this, Lu Chen put on the strength boots first, then opened the character panel. Monkey Spirit Bloodline. Level 4, move a maximum of 30, 20 plus 10 meters in 5 seconds. Cooldown, 60, 120 to 60 seconds. Damn, it's really an enhancement. This is awesome. The enhancement effect had been confirmed. Now, it was time to see if the 2 quick movements had independent cooldowns. Lu Chen used the boot's special effect once, then immediately looked at his talent. The skill was ready. He used it again. This time, Lu Chen rushed out 30 meters. This time, Lu Chen could not remain calm. Ha 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 ha, awesome. The skill's cooldown is independent. I can use quick movements twice every 60 seconds. No, I have to try again. I have to use the 2 skills together. When the 2 quick movements were off cooldown, Lu Chen rushed out 45 meters in 1 second. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed from one end of the boss room to the other. Ha 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 ha, awesome. Normally, when players obtained the Monkey King's War Boots, a 15-meter rapid movement every 60 seconds was already very powerful. However, Lu Chen had an even better Monkey Spirit Bloodline innate skill. With this innate skill, the Monkey Spirit Bloodline innate skill was more than twice as powerful. The Zhouqian game experience was very realistic. Lu Chen was instantly immersed in the joy of transforming into the Flash. For a moment, he could only see a figure flying in and out of the boss room. A man like the wind. Ahaha, this is so fun. Suddenly, a faint voice sounded. Brother, what's wrong with you? What kind of skill is this? Hee, isn't it cool? Cool, my ass. I can't even see it clearly. How is your skill stronger than the boss? In the blink of an eye, he was gone. Don't worry. I'll leave you one. Oh, right. Let's see if there are any enhanced boots. Lu Chen finally settled down and began to check the other boots. It's not enhanced. It's not there either. He almost broke down. Brother, didn't you say there were only 2 pieces of equipment? Did you copy and paste these? Yes, there were only 2 pieces. Oh, I didn't make it clear. The boss can drop 5 pieces of equipment at once. Pooh, he vomited blood. 5 pieces of purple equipment at once? Yes, this is a level 5 reward dungeon. At the beginning, you have to test your strength. I'll explain it to you later when we eat. Let me see if there are any enhanced boots. Enhanced? What the hell is that? At +3. Damn, I'm rich. Luchan opened his eyes wide and looked at the boots in front of him. Chapter 159. Monkey King Strength War Boots +3. Defense. 119 physical defense, 24 spiritual defense, strength, 390, agility, 65 constitution, 65, special effect 1, rapid movement. Explodes out the potential of the Monkey King's agility. Maximum movement distance of 25, 16 plus 9 meters in 0. 5 seconds. Movement does not affect the release of other skills. Cooldown, 50, 120 to 70 seconds. Special effect 2. Increase maximum rapid movement distance by 59%. Reduce cooldown by 59%. The base attributes of the enhanced war boots did not increase by much, but the special effect was greatly improved. Reduce the cooldown by 59%. Damn, I can use quick movement twice in 50 seconds. Oh, right, the equipment did not say that it has been enhanced to the upper limit. This means that it can still be enhanced. Luchan immediately used the +3 war boots as the base and began to enhance. Requires level 30 beast core, green. Purple enhancement requires a green beast core. Luckily, I have 5. Luchan took out the green beast core without hesitation. The green beast core required 500 points of pure aura. Luckily, he had obtained a few hundred points of pure aura from this dungeon. It was barely enough. Other than the beast core, the enhancement also required 3 other similar equipment. Damn, the enhancement is so expensive. I don't care, upgrade it to 4. Enhance. The Monkey King War Boots was enhanced to 4. The base attributes did not increase by much. The highest increase was in strength, which increased by 420 points. The key was still the special effect. The maximum rapid movement distance became 20 plus 13, 33 meters. The cooldown became 120 to 78, which only required a short 42 seconds. Level 30 purple can only be enhanced to +4, but this attribute is already very powerful. Luchan nodded with satisfaction. 420 points of strength. The increase in strength is too fierce. Since the strength war boots increased a lot of strength, Luchan was also interested in the blue equipment, Monkey King Ring of Strength. Monkey King Ring of Strength. Attack. Physical attack 40 to 52, spiritual attack 10, strength 120, agility 20, constitution 20 special effect. Increase attack speed by 10%. The Ring of Strength had exceeded Lu Chen's expectations. My strength has increased by a lot. Although the equipment's special effect is only passive, the attack speed increase is not bad. Let's see if I can enhance to 3. Monkey King Ring of Strength +3. Attack. Physical attack 55 to 67. Attack 13. Strength 180. Agility 35. Constitution 35. Special effect. Increase attack speed by 20% after strengthening. His strength immediately soared to 180, and his attack speed increased by 20%. His attributes even surpassed that of a purple equipment. After equipping the 2 new pieces of equipment, Luchan looked at his physical attack again. It had already exceeded 2,000. As expected of a level 5 reward dungeon, Luchan exclaimed, "My only regret is that even though I've increased my strength by a lot, it's still a little difficult to cross the moon-worshipping blood pool. I only have 1 piece of battle HP recovery equipment, so it's still not enough." Luchan wondered if he could use haste to force his way through, but after some thought, he gave up on the idea. He had no idea just how large the moon-worshipping blood pool was. If he tried to force his way through, what if he still couldn't escape after dodging several waves of monsters? At that time, he might not be able to come out even if he wanted to. We can't rush the moon-worshipping blood pool. Let's see if there are any other methods. The instance dungeon had been cleared, so Luchan temporarily quit the game. taking off his helmet. Lu Chen knocked on his sister's helmet and said, "Hey, time to go offline." A moment later, Lu Yi took off her helmet and looked at Lu Chen in surprise. "Brother, you're too strong." Lu Chen did not hold back at all. "Why else would I be your brother? Stop daydreaming. I'll take you out for dinner first, then we'll come back and pack up. We'll be home for the next 2 days. And okay, that night, the siblings packed up the things in the house. They packed up what needed to be packed and threw away what needed to be thrown away. "Brother, you're throwing away that rice cooker too? It can still be used." Lu Chen laughed. "These appliances have been used for so many years that they're rusty. Just throw them away. Have you forgotten that I just earned 8 million? I know, but I'm still a little reluctant. Maybe I'm used to it." Seeing his sister unwilling to let go of the old rice cooker, Lu Chen felt a little sad. All these years, his younger sister was still very young. Other children had countless toys and endless snacks, but this little girl beside him didn't even have enough to eat. She had suffered with him at a young age, but she had never complained. Girls of Lu Yi's age liked to be pretty. Other people's wardrobes were filled with clothes, but Lu Yi only had a few cheap clothes. She did not even have any cosmetics. The silly girl always said, "Mom and Dad told me to take good care of you. Silly girl, we're different now. Even if we can't earn money in the game, we don't have to worry about living anymore." In the past, the siblings did not have a fixed place to stay. It was only when Lu Chen's income stabilized that the two settled down. Therefore, the two did not have much to pack. Lu Chen had already packed some things before, so it only took him 2 hours to finish packing. It's finally done. A car will be able to take it away tomorrow. "Brother, should I make an appointment with the moving company?" "No need, I'll think of something," Lu Chen said. "You stay at home. I'll go find Luo Xiaohei and tell him." "Okay, then I'll go play games. I need to hurry up and level up." Lu Chen smiled. "Go ahead." He called Luo Yu and made an appointment to meet downstairs. At night, there were not many people in the equipment area. After going downstairs, Lu Chen saw someone sitting on a bench and smoking. Lu Chen didn't know if it was the environment or if it was just his imagination, but Luo Yu's back seemed a little lonely. "Hey Z." Lu Chen walked over. "Chen Ge." Luo Yu looked up at Lu Chen. The first thing he did was pass a cigarette to Lu Chen. "What a coincidence, I'm home today. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to find me." Lu Chen took the cigarette. "Xiaohei, I'm here to say goodbye. I'll be moving out tomorrow. I already told the landlord." "Huh, you're moving out." Luo Yu was surprised. Lu Chen knew Luo Yu would be surprised, but in order not to trouble Luo Yu, Lu Chen didn't plan on telling him where he was moving to. "Don't ask too much about Hey Z moving out. You've been taking care of me and E all these years. I never had the chance to thank you." "Chen Ge, what are you saying? If you thank me, then you're treating me like an outsider. Besides, you've taught me a lot over the years. No, you're just moving out. It's not like we'll never see each other again. Why are you so sad?" "Chen Ge, since you told me not to ask too much, then I won't ask. I just want to ask, do you still see me as a brother?" "Duh, of course." Lu Chen replied with certainty. Luo Yu nodded. "I've been in society for a long time now. Now I understand that in life you can have as many fair weather friends as you want, but it's good enough to have one true friend. Chen Ge, I'll say it again. If you need anything from me, Luo Yu, feel free to call me." Lu Chen nodded, stood up, and raised his hand. "I'll remember. We'll always be brothers." Luo Yu gripped Lu Chen's hand tightly. "Yes, we'll always be brothers." Chapter 160. Early the next morning, the moving company's car arrived at Lu Chen's house. The siblings looked back at Happiness Neighborhood and got into the car. When they got into the car, Lu Yi realized that the people who came to help them move were none other than Li Muhua and the others. Ah, it's you guys. Lu Yi was surprised. Li Muhua adjusted his hat and said helplessly, "Your brother asked us to come. How could we not come?" Lu Chen smiled. "I was afraid that you guys were going to talk to the moving company again, so I called you guys directly. Seeing how fast you guys moved, I'm sure you guys are in Jiangcheng." Li Muhua couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha. All right, we have to thank you for helping you move. Nameless Bro is really good at scheming." "You're welcome," Lu Chen said casually. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the villa area in Sunshine neighborhood. "Bro, did we go to the wrong place?" Lu Yi looked around at the exquisite and luxurious villas and seemed a little unnatural. "Lu Yi, your brother didn't tell you that he bought a villa?" Li Muhua looked at Lu Yi in amusement. "A villa? Bro, didn't we see a high-rise villa last time?" Lu Yi was shocked. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. Lu Yi really didn't pay attention to the outside world. It seemed like she didn't know about the auction at Wild Waves. Just that auction alone had a turnover of more than 14 million. "Lu Yi, you don't know how valuable your brother's equipment is. Moreover, it's not something you can buy just because you want to. So many people are fighting to buy it, right, Bro Chen? Right your head, you can't drive properly." Lu Chen rolled his eyes at Li Muhua. Li Muhua quickly stuck out his tongue and didn't dare to say more. Lu Chen bought Villa A16. This villa had the best location. It was far from the other villas and was quiet. There was a man-made stream behind the house, and the surrounding greenery was done well. Even the courtyard in front of the house was slightly bigger than the other villas. The house that Su Xiaowei had chosen for Lu Chen was absolutely flawless. The car stopped in front of the garage next to the main body of the villa. When the car stopped, 3 strong young men got out of the car and helped Lu Chen and his sister move. "Lu Yi, Chengge, let them move. My people have plenty of strength. Let's rest for a while." Li Muhua wasn't polite at all to his own people. "Hey, Lu Chen, why are you buying a car? It's such a waste to leave such a big garage empty." Lu Chen thought for a moment. "Although we don't go out much, we still need to use a car sometimes. Let's buy one later. If you have time, go and learn how to drive first. After you learn how to drive, go and buy one." "I'm too lazy to drive." Lu Chen turned back and said. Lu Yi blinked. "Brother, can you be any lazier?" Li Muhua suddenly said. "Since you haven't bought it, then don't buy it." "I heard that on the 50th day of Zhou Qian's launch, Tianqing is planning to organize an event. The reward is a limited edition sports car from Tianqing. They even released the concept art. There's only one car in each server. You can't buy it even if you want to." "Huh, there's such a thing?" Lu Chen hadn't paid attention to the official website for a while. Lu Yi, on the other hand, spent all her time leveling up. Of course, she wouldn't care either. "Why are you siblings the same? You don't even look at the official website." Li Muhua was very anxious. He took out his tablet and opened the official website. There were a few banners floating on the official website. A warm celebration for 9 Heavens domain breaking to 5 billion online players. A global celebration for Zhou Qian's 50th day of launch. Temporary closure of all servers. 2. 5 billion players competing for the limited edition of 200 Chameleon Supercar. Li Muhua swiped his finger, and the image of the supercar was projected on the tablet. The official website showed a silver supercar, but it was said that there were a few colors to choose from. Tianqing's supercar was streamlined and had a pleasing metallic feel to it. The body structure was powerful and technologically advanced. The car was equipped with ergonomic leather seats, Tianqing's self-developed virtual projection front window, and a driverless operating system. Damn, this car. Let me tell you, I'm drooling just by looking at it. Li Muhua looked at the projection of the car and couldn't help but exclaim, others are still developing it as a concept car, but Tianqing has already made it. Oh, let me tell you, the exterior of this car can be coated with illusions. What do you mean? Lu Chen asked, puzzled. I mean, you don't need me to explain Tianqing's technology, right? By changing the exterior coating, it can mimic other cars of the same size. Damn, that's awesome. Of course, why else would it be called a chameleon? Brother Chen, there are 200 of these cars in the world, one for each server. They'll never be produced again. You have to get your hands on one. I won't ask you to lend it to me, just let me sit in it. The chameleon was indeed very cool. Lu Chen was a little moved. What's the event about? Tianqing didn't announce it. They said that after the servers merge, the players will be notified through the system. Lu Chen nodded. Then we'll talk about it when the time comes. The furniture was quickly moved. Lu Chen and his sister came to the villa. Their furniture was not enough to fit in such a big villa. Brother Chen, I'll come over tonight to set up a surveillance and anti-theft system. If anything happens, you can contact us directly through the anti-theft system. Li Muhua smiled. Since you already know, I won't hide it from you. We're staying nearby, so call us if anything happens. Lu Chen nodded. Okay. After Li Muhua and the others left, Lu Yi finally let loose. She looked around the kitchen, the balcony, and then upstairs. Brother, which room is mine? There are so many rooms here. Up to you. Haha, I want to stay next to you. Which room are you staying in? Come up quickly. Seeing his sister so happy, Lu Chen felt more satisfied than when he got a purple equipment for the first time. He smiled as he walked upstairs. You're already so old, yet you insist on staying next to me. What if I bring my girlfriend back next time? I don't care. I've been with you since I was young anyway. Lu Chen stroked Lu Yi's hair and brought her to choose a room. After a busy day, the siblings finished building their new house and went shopping for daily necessities. The home appliances would be delivered in a few days, so they had to make do for the time being. Lu Yi had already logged into the game. Wild Waves had an event today. They were going to raid the first floor of the underground mine, so Lu Yi rushed to participate. Lu Chen also put on his helmet. If we have time, we can buy 2 gaming cabins, Lu Chen said as he entered the game. As soon as he entered the game, he stood in front of the smooth stone wall of the Fiend City ruins. Let's do a dungeon first. Lu Chen touched the stone wall, and 2 lines of words appeared on the stone wall. Dungeons with different rewards will be opened according to the test results of the physical test. Physical test? That's not right. Wasn't it strength last time? Lu Chen frowned, but on second thought, he suddenly realized a problem. During the strength test, the boss dropped strength equipment, and the equipment's effects were all offensive. Then, during the physique test, would the boss drop physique equipment, health buffs, or even health recovery equipment? Chapter 161. Physique Test. As soon as Lu Chen's voice fell, his HP quickly decreased. During the strength test, Lu Chen used his strength to attack the stone door. But now he was testing his physique. After Lu Chen prepared for the test, Lu Chen suddenly felt a slight pain in his chest. Lu Chen didn't feel this small pain. At the same time, the stone wall displayed the results of Lu Chen's physique test. Physique test result: 1,233. Status: 93%. Physique test completed. Level 5 reward instance dungeon unlocked. It's already 1,200 points, and it's still a level 5 reward instance dungeon. Lu Chen was a bit confused about the instance dungeon standards. Forget it, I'll retest it the next time it becomes a strength instance dungeon. The instance dungeon's door was already open. Luchin didn't care about the future and entered the instance dungeon first. The instance dungeon's map had also changed. The monsters changed from spirit macaques to stone macaques, and their HP had greatly increased. However, although their HP was high, their attack was low. Luchin had changed 2 pieces of equipment, and his strength had greatly increased. His defense was already over 700. These macaques only dealt 200 to 300 damage to him. The physique instance dungeon is much easier than the strength instance dungeon. After Luchin tested a wave of monsters and saw that there was no danger, he pulled several waves of monsters until he arrived in front of the boss room. 20 minutes later, Luchin cleared the monsters, killed Stone Macaque 3 * Elite, captured 50,000 World Aura, obtained rank 4 Talent Fragment, obtained 4-star quality points, extracted pure Aura 10, killed Stone Macaque 3 * Elite, captured 50,000 World Aura, obtained rank 4 Talent Fragment, obtained 4-star quality points. Ding! Obtained Macaque Leather X10, obtained Macaque Teeth X10, obtained Demonic Beast Core X1. Obtained Monkey King's Shoulder Pads, level 30 blue, X5. Obtained Monkey King's Cape, level 30 blue, X5. It dropped equipment. It's shoulder pads and cape. It dropped a lot. Let's look at the attributes of the 2 equipment. The shoulder pads added physical defense and spiritual defense. They were average in 3D around 50. However, Luchin was rather excited when he saw the special effects of the shoulder pads. It's HP regeneration. There are both HP regeneration and HP regeneration. What I want is HP regeneration. Looking at the Monkey King's Cape, it also provided a small amount of HP recovery effect. A +3 Monkey King's belt could only provide 178 HP recovery and 61 HP recovery. It was like trying to put out a burning cart with a cup of water. However, Luchin already had 3 pieces of HP recovery equipment. After the enhancement, the shoulder pads provided 204 HP recovery and 70 HP recovery, while the cloak provided 215 HP recovery and 72 HP recovery. With the 3 pieces of equipment, I can recover 600 HP when I leave combat and 203 HP when I'm in combat. My own vitality can also provide about 50 HP when I'm in combat. Now, I can maintain 250 plus HP when I'm in combat. The moon worshipping blood pools 0. 5% HP loss effect. Every second was around 100 HP. It could be completely replenished. No, that's not right. The blood poison curse of the moon worshipping disciples can stack the blood poison effect, and each stack adds up to over 200 HP. It should be about the same as my current battle recovery. However, I don't know how big the moon worshipping blood pool is. Luchin had played until now. Although there were a few dangerous situations, he had never really died. In fact, Luchin always had a guess. He was different from ordinary players. Even if he was wearing human skin, he was still a wild monster. If a human player died, they could revive in the Immortal Mountains reincarnation realm. However, if he died, where would he revive? Or whether he could revive? Based on this consideration, Luchin wanted to play it safe if the conditions allowed. The boss was called Golden-Haired Stone Skin Ape. It looked similar to the golden-haired spirit fiend, but it was much less of a threat to Luchin. Each attack could only deal 2,000 plus HP to Luchin. However, it had a lot of HP. With 240,000 HP, Luchin would have to stand for half a day to heal. Originally, Luchin thought that since there was no threat to his life, it was only a matter of time before he killed the boss. However, when the boss HP fell below 10%, it roared and stomped on the ground, stunning Lu Chen. Then, it stood there alone and recovered HP crazily. Damn, it still has this trick up its sleeve. Lu Chen was dizzy, but he could still see the boss HP skyrocketing. After a while, the boss HP recovered to 90%. Damn, it recovered 200,000 HP. Lu Chen really wanted to vomit blood. I only have 10,000 HP left. I could have easily defeated it. I was lazy before and didn't fight properly. Now it's like fighting again. When the boss finished recovering its HP, Lu Chen also regained his ability to move. However, he did not dare to underestimate this boss now. Although the golden-furred stone-skinned macaque's attack was not high, its HP was too high. With this recovery skill, it was equivalent to 400,000 HP. It would definitely kill the opponent. Lu Chen hurriedly focused. He used Frozen Roar, Rapid Movement, Vein Blockade, and Stealth. He used everything he could. He used the energy he used to fight the golden-furred demonic macaque to deal with this guy. It can't be that when its HP drops to 10%, it will recover a lot of HP. Lu Chen was still worried about this. After such a long time, the skill should have enough time to cool down. He had to kill the boss when its HP reached 24,000 or more. Lu Chen stared at the boss HP, 50,000. Lu Chen had already started to hold back on using his skills. 40,000, 30,000, 28,000. At this time, if he used 2 critical hits or a triple damage combo, the boss would recover a lot of HP. He could not be greedy anymore. Frozen Roar. Lu Chen saw the opportunity and froze the boss. At this moment, Lu Chen burst out with all his damage. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. Wind Blast. After 1 round, Lu Chen burst out with 22,000 plus damage. The boss' huge body twisted crazily in the fridge. It looked like it was about to break out of the ice seal. 4,000 HP left. Hurry up and use Vein Blockade. Whether or not he could kill the boss would depend on the Vein Blockade. With a bang, the fridge exploded. Roar. The boss roared angrily. It lifted its huge foot and was about to stomp down. It looked like the boss was about to recover a lot of HP. The 4 words that came late finally appeared. Vein Blockade. The boss had already lifted its foot, but it was forcefully held back. With the last attack, Lu Chen finally killed the golden-furred demonic macaque. Damn, that was too close. If I let it recover a lot more HP, my stamina won't be able to keep up. Lu Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Damn, I'd rather fight the golden-furred demonic macaque than the golden-furred demonic macaque. No matter what was said, Lu Chen had finally killed the boss. Killed golden-furred demonic macaque, level 30 enhanced physique boss. Obtained 300,000 world aura. Obtained 10 rank 6 talent fragments. Obtained 10 rank 6 evolution points. Another 2 million reputation points. Awesome, Lu Chen excitedly said. Ding. Obtained Monkey King's Vitality Jacket, level 30 purple, *5. Obtained Monkey King's Vitality Pants, level 30 blue, *5. Obtained level 30 Monster Core, green, *5. Lu Chen directly checked the equipment's stats. This time, his luck was not off the charts. Out of the 5 Monkey King's outfits, the best one was a +1 enhancement. Monkey King's Vitality Jacket +1, level 30 blue. Defense, physical defense 94, spiritual defense 30. Just by looking at the defense, the Monkey King's outfits were worthy of being a level 30 purple equipment. His spiritual defense actually increased by 30. It already surpassed the +3 Monkey King's boots. Strength, 55. Agility, 55. Vitality, 330. Special effect. When the Monkey King's HP is lower than 10%, activate the Monkey King's blood reversal. Increase control immunity by 35%. Step on the ground, causing enemies within 15 meters to be stunned for 3 seconds. Obtain the Monkey King's blood reversal effect and recover 80% of your HP within 3 seconds. Cooldown, 600 seconds. Damn, this skill is too awesome. No wonder it was so hard to get blocked meridians. Increase control immunity by 35%. Moreover, stun for 3 seconds and recover 80% of your HP in 3 seconds. Isn't this equal to having 2 lives? With this special effect, maybe I can try the moon-worshipping blood pool. Chapter 162. The level 30 Monkey King Physique Pants attributes were still heavily skewed. It added 120 points to Constitution, but only 20 points to Strength and Agility. However, the special effect added health recovery after leaving combat and battle recovery. Lu Chun did not hesitate to upgrade it to 3 points and equipped it. My battle recovery is already at 320 points. I should be able to challenge the moon-worshipping blood pool. After a busy day, Lu Chun was also tired. He did not want to challenge the difficult moon-worshipping blood pool in an exhausted state. Early the next morning, Lu Chun bought breakfast and came back. He stretched his muscles and bones in his courtyard. Lu Yi also woke up very early and helped to tidy up the new house. After the siblings were done with their work, they ate breakfast together. As they ate, Louis suddenly said, "Brother, Sister Nguyen seems to like you." Lu Chun almost spat out the soy milk in his mouth. "Don't talk nonsense." "I'm not talking nonsense." Lu Yi looked indifferent. "They don't even know that I'm your sister. Other than Brother Ingjun and Little May, the others only know that I know you. I can feel that Sister Nguyen is especially concerned about you. When it comes to Nameless, she pays special attention." Lu Chun shook his head. "I'm the leader, okay? Of course, I pay attention. Don't talk nonsense. How did you feel when you went to Mad Waves yesterday?" "Very good. I think Sister Nguyen is really a good person. She treats the members equally, and the officials don't put on airs at all. Unlike some guilds, a small official instantly becomes a dog." Lu Yi seemed to have a lot of feelings. "Moreover, the guild's potential is greater than I imagined. There are many hidden experts. For example, Brother Ingjun, Brother Sheik, and a few fixed team leaders. They are all very skilled. It's just that they didn't have any organization in the beginning, so their development was slower than professional guilds." Lu Chun nodded. Back then, they were able to pass through the poison fog forest as a small team. Their skills are definitely not bad. "Oh, right. Brother, there's something I want to tell you. You've learned to be polite with me. It's not about me, but I want to help Sister Nguyen pass on a message." Lu Yi said, "I heard from Sherbu that 3 management companies have contacted Sister Nuo and said that they want our guild to help their artists." Lu Chun frowned slightly. He had heard Lung Nuo and the others mention this business before. However, he did not expect that an economic company would actually find them. Sister Nuo said that she can't make the decision. "Everything has to wait until you go back." Lu Chun chuckled. "Let Nuo decide for herself. I don't care even if I'm in Quang Lang." "Okay, got it." Back in the game, Lu Chun stood in front of the Fiend City Ruins instance dungeon, staring at the words on the ruins. This time, he was going to test his agility, although agility was still not as good as strength and physique. It was still better than agility at the moment. After Lu Chun reached 1,000 plus, his attack speed, movement speed, and skill release speed did not increase significantly. However, Lu Chun still planned to grind the dungeon once more. He wanted to get some HP recovery equipment and level up to level 31. The agility test required one to continuously attack the stone door at high speed without using any skills or equipment effects. Agility test result, 12/12. Level 5 reward dungeon activated. Level 5 reward, not bad. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he prepared to step into the dungeon. Suddenly, he received a telepathic message from 10 miles away. It was a telepathic message from the Red High Heels. Guild Master, Yi told me that you've agreed to let us take on some business. Lu Chen immediately replied, you guys can take it as usual. Red High Heels, Guild Master, then can I take 91% of the income? You take 90%, and the guild takes 10%. Because if our members are assigned to lead the team, we need to give them some compensation for their hard work. Also, the guild needs some funds to buy equipment and materials. Lu Chen, I'm 9%? Then you guys won't be making money. Red High Heels, they're only looking for our guild because of Brother Nameless. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to get the job. Lu Chen, how much are they offering? Red High Heels, there are 3 companies that we're talking to now. The price is around 500,000. Lu Chen was a little surprised. The other party offered such a low price. Lu Chen, it's too cheap. Tell them that the lowest price is 3 million. Red High Heels, 3 million? We're actually not a professional team. Isn't this price a little too high? Lu Chen, the lowest price is 3 million. Tell them that this is the price for the first batch. In the future, Wild Wave's price will only be higher and not lower. Red High Heels, Brother Nameless, if you're willing to lead the team personally, people will definitely fight for this price. But if Wild Waves is the one leading the team, I'm a little afraid that the negotiations will fall through. Lu Chen smiled and said, I don't have time to lead the team. If it falls through, then so be it. What's there to be afraid of? There will be a lot of people looking for Wild Waves in the future. Also, change the ratio to 55%. The other guilds have a lot of funds now. If you want to compete with them, you can't do without funds. Red High Heels, oh, got it. Turning off the telepathic message, Lu Chen directly entered the Fiend City ruins. Celestial Mountain Main City, Wild Waves Guild Hall. The core members of the guild were receiving guests. What, 3 million? A middle-aged man looked at Lung Nua in shock. He was an artist manager under Huawei Film. This price is equivalent to the price of a first-tier professional guild. Are you sure this is the right price? Lung Nua said indifferently, yes, this is the price of Wild Waves. After joining the guild, we will have someone in charge of leading the team. However, your artists can only join the third group and must listen to our arrangements. The representative of Dawn Global Film and Television snorted. Lung Nua, are you crazy about money? 3 million? If Nameless leads the team personally, this price is not a problem at all. But you already said that Nameless won't lead the team. So why does Wild Waves, a ragtag team, want 3 million? Lung Nua said seriously, we are indeed not a professional guild, but you know very well in your heart. Why don't you look for a professional team instead of Wild Waves? Because we have the strongest team leader in the entire server. 10 Steps also said, we are a ragtag team. Nameless doesn't care about anything, but you can ask which professional team dares to provoke Wild Waves. Blossoming Jixiang said, our guild has a divine beast. Do other guilds have one? Besides, Nameless will occasionally show up. Lung Nua said, this is the first time we are opening this business. That's why we have such a good price. In the future, our price will only be higher, not lower. In fact, Lung Nua was also a little nervous. Her own small company had never negotiated with such a loud voice. However, on the negotiation table, she could not lose her momentum. At least so far, her performance was not bad. You can decide for yourselves. The representatives of the three management companies, Huawei and Dawn, left immediately. A group of casual players, relying on nameless name. Want 3 million? Only fools would fall for it. With this money, we might as well go to the top guilds like Thunderclap and TT. We can even enjoy the treatment of entering the first group. Wild Waves, what right do you have? Sorry, we don't want to be spendthrifts. Goodbye. Lung Nua was a little disappointed when she saw that 2 deals had fallen through. Guilds were growing bigger and bigger, but they relied on nameless reputation. They did not have a source of funds. Now that there was hope to start a new business, it seemed that negotiations had fallen through. During the banquet, the only one that did not make a move was Shangfei Film. Shangfei Film's representative was a female manager called Lu Wen. Lung Nua also knew this manager. She was one of the more well-known and experienced managers in the industry. She had always been known for her shrewdness and decisiveness. Before this, she had not spoken. Until the end, she asked, Nua, is the price not negotiable? Lung Nua shook her head. Sister Lu, I'm sorry. This price cannot be changed. Lu Wen stood up and shook her head helplessly. Seeing Lu Wen's action, Lung Nua no longer had any hope. She turned around and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Lu Wen's voice came from behind. Nua, leave 2 seats for me. Chapter 163. Sister Lu, you said you want 2 spots. Lung Nua could not believe her ears. The astute Sister Lu actually accepted such a price. Sister Lu smiled and said, Yes, of course, I'm just taking a gamble. Maybe my people's leveling speed in Violent Waves is not as fast as others, but I can see a trend from you. Trend? Sister Lu, what trend are you talking about? Lu Wen said, As long as Nameless is your leader, then Violent Waves will be the core of the whirlpool. My people need to be at the most eye-catching place. Lu Wen was worthy of being called a golden manager. Her words hit the nail on the head. Violent Waves, this motley crew that had not yet stepped on the right track, would definitely become the core of Jiuqian. Lu Chun was fighting monsters when he received a message from High-Heeled Shoes. The deal was done. The other party paid 6 million. 3 million had already been transferred to the guild's first account, which was Lu Chen's account. The other 3 million was transferred to the guild's second account. This was Lung Nua's account, so she would make the expenditure public. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. When he first created Violent Waves, he did not think that he would be able to earn money. The guild had 3 million in funds. Although it was not much, it was a good start. In the future, Violent Waves could truly take off. He raised his head and looked at the golden-haired swift macaque in the boss room. This time, Lu Chen did not dare to be careless and approached it with invisibility. A level 5 dungeon boss would not be easy to deal with. The swift macaque's attack speed was simply abnormal. If it did not count the combo, Lu Chen could attack the boss twice. Damn, this effect can be used to level up. Its movement speed is also so fast. If I don't use crowd control, it's simply invincible. Luckily, this guy's attack and health were not outstanding. Lu Chun had changed a few pieces of equipment, and his strength had greatly increased. In addition, he was very careful this time, so he defeated the boss in half an hour. Killed golden-haired raptor macaque, level 34 enhanced physique boss. Obtained 300,000 auras. Obtained 10 6th rank talent fragments. Obtained 10 6th rank evolution points. Ding! Obtained item Wishful Staff, level 30 purple, *1, golden macaque, level 30 blue, *1, level 30 monster core, green, *5, F, CK. What the hell? Why is there only one piece of equipment from the level 5 reward? Lu Chun was furious. Was the system playing with him? Check the Wishful Staff. Wishful Staff, level 30 purple. It is said that this long staff was once used by that monkey when he was cultivating. That monkey? Which one? Lu Chen's face was gloomy. Even so, was this the reason why you only dropped one? Physical attack 134 to 208, strength 174, agility 280, physique 104, critical rate plus 18%, critical damage plus 20%, special effect 1, earth-shattering chasm. Attack the ground in a specific direction. The huge explosive force will cause the ground to collapse, creating a chasm that is 100 meters long and 15 meters wide. Physical attack X3, 6,411 points. Damage will be dealt, and the target will be stunned for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Special effect 2, clone. Create an illusion. The illusion inherits 30% of the body's attributes and receives 300% damage. Duration, 120 seconds. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Special effect 3, tree climb. Jump on a tree and jump between trees. The jump distance is 30 meters. You can carry at most 1 friendly unit while jumping. Lu Chun was shocked. CK. What kind of special effect is this? Is tree climb serious? Why do I have this skill? Tree climb was the first to be ridiculed by Lu Chun. In addition to this special effect, the other 2 special effects of the Wishful Staff were godly. Needless to say, the earth-splitting chasm was a 100-meter long and 15-meter wide chasm. It also had 6,000 plus damage and 3 seconds of stun. It was simply explosive. What excited Lu Chun the most was the second special effect, clone. In many games, clone was always a first-line skill. There were too many uses for clone. It could disrupt the enemy's judgment, transfer aggro, provide damage, and so on. It was very useful, although the clone's attack power was only 30%, and it had to suffer more damage. Under the support of Lu Chen's super high attributes, this clone could still fight very well. CK. What should I do? Which one should I use, Tiger Sob or the staff? Tiger Sob's special effect was also very strong. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain provided a combo attack, while Tiger's roar converted the physical attack into a spiritual attack. This was the core special effect of the Titanic Slash. Lu Chun wanted all of these special effects. By the way, the equipment can be strengthened. Can it be fused? Lu Chun frowned. Players can't fuse directly. It seems that I have to go to Lingxiao City first. After making up his mind, Lu Chun temporarily ignored the Wishful Staff and casually glanced at the remaining loot. There was also a level 30 blue golden macaque. Only one was dropped. Looking at the name, he did not know where it came from. Golden macaque, take a look. Golden macaque, level 30 blue. Summon the Mount Golden Macaque after use. Poof! Lu Chun almost vomited blood. It's a mount. In front of him, a 3D image of a huge monkey appeared. It looked very similar to the 3 bosses in the Fiend City ruins. Increase movement speed by 70% after riding. Lu Chun immediately used the item. Suddenly, a huge golden macaque appeared in front of him. It was more than 8 meters tall. Standing in front of Lu Chun, it looked like a giant monster. This guy looked fierce. The wings of its nose were angry, its hands were on the ground, and its body was covered with golden hair. It looked majestic. Damn, the Jiuqian mount is so big. This is a blue mount. It looks like a boss. The golden macaque stood there, looking around as if waiting for something. Lu Chun frowned and said, "Golden macaque, what are you looking at? Your master is here." After the golden macaque saw Lu Chun, It opened its palm in front of Lu Chun. Lu Chun immediately understood and walked up. The golden macaque lifted Lu Chun and put him on its shoulder. Lu Chun only felt that he was standing on the edge of a 10-story building. Unfortunately, he was still in the dungeon and could not see anything. He immediately said, "Exit the dungeon." After leaving the dungeon, Lu Chun felt the feeling of looking down at the mountains. Damn, the experience is so real. This mount is too domineering. Lu Chun stood on the shoulder of the golden macaque and looked at the surrounding forest. His vision was much wider than before. Right, I should equip the wishful staff first. I'll climb the tree to see. After changing his equipment, Lu Chun jumped up and landed directly on a tree. Then he jumped again and jumped to another tree. He had a lot of fun. Ha ha, interesting. Golden macaque, I'll try to jump on you. Lu Chun jumped up and landed firmly on the shoulder of the golden macaque. Ha ha ha, cool. I suddenly realized that climbing trees is the essence of Zhoutian. In the world of Xianxia, shouldn't one be able to leap over roofs and vault over walls? Golden macaque, go to Firmament City first. If I can equip it, I'll use this staff. Chapter 164. With a mount, Lu Chen's movement speed had almost doubled. He arrived at Firmament City in 7 or 8 minutes. Firmament City was much bigger than Celestial Mountain. The city was built directly on top of a mountain peak. The city walls were more than 10 meters tall, taller than Golden Retriever. It occupied a large area and looked majestic. So this is a level 30 main city. Currently, there were only 3 main cities in Zhoutian. The level 10 Celestial Mountain main city was a combination of 3 novice regions. During this period of time, it was a place for players to develop. Unless there were a lot of players in the Huaxia server, the competition would not be too intense. Level 30 Firmament City was different. 10 Celestial Mountain main city players would share 1 Firmament City. The number of players in Huaxia had exceeded 400 million. 400 million players and only 30 Firmament main cities. One could imagine how intense the competition would be in Firmament City in the future. After Firmament City, there would be level 50 main cities. At that time, all the servers in each country would be combined into 1 main city. It would truly become 1 main city per server. The official statement from Skyline was that after level 50, the 5 continents would be combined into 1 server. At that time, Zhoutian would only have 5 servers. At the same time, it was rumored that Skyline would open up the second heaven after the mortal domain. Of course, this was just a rumor. The actual situation would depend on the official announcement. In front of Firmament City, a group of level 70 elite soldiers were patrolling. When they saw a player approaching, the soldiers quickly surrounded Lu Chun. Riding is prohibited in Firmament Immortal Land. Lu Chun was shocked at first. He thought that they were going to attack him. Level 70 elite. It seemed that they were not to be trifled with. Lu Chun immediately jumped down from Golden Retriever and kept it in the stable. Seeing that the player had dismounted, the soldiers dispersed and continued patrolling. Lu Chun then entered the main city. There were many NPCs in the city. There were shops, job centers, pedestrians, and residents. They were all dressed in ancient clothing and were busy with their own things. Compared to Firmament City, the Celestial Mountain main city was like a countryside. Heavenly Travels Planner is really a genius. It's a freak, but the setting is really good. Even Lu Chun couldn't help but praise. In this city, Lu Chun was the only player. Lu Chun did not feel lonely at all. He felt as if he was in a city of 10,000 people. Where is the weapon refiner? Lu Chun wandered around the city and finally found a shirtless blacksmith forging in a corner of the market. Lu Chun walked over and asked, Can you fuse the special effect of one piece of equipment with another? The blacksmith stopped the hammer in his hand and sized up the person in front of him. You can, but you're not a member of the Craftsmen's Association. We don't help outsiders fuse weapons. Lu Chun heaved a long sigh of relief. At least it was possible. Finally, he did not have to do multiple choice questions. Then I want to know what materials are needed to transfer the special effect of Tiger Sob to the wishful long staff. The blacksmith waved his arm, and a menu appeared in front of Lu Chun. Fusion requirements. Transfer the special effect of Tiger Sob, level 15 purple, to the wishful long staff, level 30 purple. Fusion special effect. Tiger descends the mountain, Tiger roar. Upgradable special effect. Critical hit, explosive damage. Requires a 5-star weapon refiner. Materials required for each fusion or upgrade of a special effect. Requires +4 wishful long staff X1. Consumes Tiger Sob X5. Disappears after fusion. Level 30 Beast Core, green. X5, any monkey essence material. White. X500. Gold coins X100. Damn, it's so expensive. Lu Chun realized that he had to pay such a high price to retain a special effect. Even if Tiger Sob was cheap now and could be bought with a few thousand coins, the other materials were all expensive. If converted into RMB, the required funds would be at least 1 million. It was estimated that most people would rather change their equipment than fuse it. However, these materials were nothing to Lu Chun. He just needed to clear the Fiend City ruins a few more times. The key was that it required a 5-star weapon refiner, which was more troublesome. Can you apply to join the Craftsmen's Association? Yes, you need to pay 100 copper coins to join the Craftsmen's Association. Then I'll apply to join. After paying the entrance fee, Lu Chen's ability menu had an additional weapon refining. His current weapon refining level was 0. After carefully studying this auxiliary profession, Lu Chun had a clear understanding of it. After becoming a weapon refiner, he could consume pure spiritual energy to improve his profession proficiency through dismantling, forging, strengthening, fusing, and other operations. To upgrade to a 5-star weapon refiner, can I dismantle the blue equipment in my backpack? Your weapon refining level is 0, no profession level bonus. It's fine if there is no bonus. I have to practice anyway. Lu Chun thought about it and decided not to dismantle the equipment. Instead, he decided to strengthen the equipment. After dismantling the equipment, there would only be a pile of materials left. He did not have a weapon refining blueprint, so it was useless to put them in his backpack. He had enough equipment and beast cores to strengthen many times. The strengthened equipment could be sold for money, just enough to clear his backpack. Right, I might not have enough pure spiritual energy to strengthen so many equipment. Let's go to the elixir room and see if there are spirit gathering pills for sale. The elixir room was not far away. After browsing the goods, Lu Chun found that the elixir room of a level 30 main city was indeed much more advanced than the elixir sold in the Immortal Mountain main city. The healing potions here were in large quantities and could restore 2,000 HP. There were also similar spirit gathering pills for sale, but the spirit gathering pill was called Miscellaneous Spirit Gathering Pill. It could replenish 2,000 points of miscellaneous spirit and cost 50 silver coins. The concentration of pure spiritual energy in the miscellaneous spirit gathering pill was relatively low. It could only be used to replenish the pure spiritual energy in the elixir. When used in battle, the effect was only half of the pure spiritual energy. Moreover, if he wanted to break through the elixir, not only could he not use the miscellaneous spirit gathering pill, but if he used it before, he would also have to expel all the miscellaneous spirit and cultivate pure spiritual energy again. This thing is quite useful. When fighting, if I don't have enough pure spiritual energy, I can use it to replenish it. Moreover, I'm using it for strengthening now. It doesn't matter if there is any miscellaneous spirit, but 50 silver coins is a bit expensive. Let's start with 1,000 sets. Lu Chen spent 250 gold coins and bought a large amount of miscellaneous spirit gathering pills. After spending 250 gold coins, Lu Chen still had 2,400 gold coins on him. These were all earned from his personal dungeon, but even so, Lu Chen could feel the effect of gold coins. It was starting to show. It would be best if he had time to expand the dungeon scale and earn more gold coins. After finding a quiet place, Lu Chen began to strengthen his equipment. Monkey King Belt +1 strengthening successful. Obtained 20 refiner proficiency. Monkey King Belt +2 strengthening successful. Obtained 50 refiner proficiency. +3 strengthening successful. Obtained 100 refiner proficiency. Consumed miscellaneous spirit gathering pill. Increased by 2,000 points of miscellaneous spirit. Your refiner level has risen to level 1. You can now purchase new refiner blueprints. Lu Chen continuously increased his proficiency until his stamina was exhausted. But after a short rest, he continued to strengthen. The large amount of blue equipment in his backpack slowly decreased. All that was left were all +3 equipment, and Lu Chen's Monkey King equipment had all reached the upper limit. Chapter 165. Your blacksmith level has been upgraded to 5 stars. You can now purchase equipment from the blacksmith star. Damn, it's finally done. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It took him 3 to 4 hours just to upgrade his blacksmith level. Today is the Agility Termination City dungeon. Let's quickly upgrade the Jingu staff to level 4. The drop rate of the wishful staff was not high. It only dropped one at a time. Since Lu Chen had the golden macaque mount, the golden macaque did not drop a single piece. Lu Chen farmed 10 times before he upgraded the wishful staff to level 4. After the upgrade, the wishful staff's critical hit was higher than Tiger Sob, but its damage was lower. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment and chose to ensure the damage. The effect he wanted was that once a critical hit, the damage would be off the charts. It's not easy. Let's fuse. Not long after, a new wishful staff was freshly produced. Wishful staff, strengthening +4, fusion +3. Wishful staff, level 30 purple. It is said that this staff was used by the monkey when he was training. Attack, physical attack 204 to 308, strength 254, agility 440, physique 184, critical hit +22%, critical hit +180%. Fusion, special effect 1, earth-splitting chasm. Creates a chasm 150 meters long and 20 meters wide. Physical attack X4, 10,932 points. Damage will be dealt, and the target will be stunned for 3 seconds. Cooldown time is 300 seconds. Special effect 2, clone, creates a fantasy. The fantasy inherits 50% of the original body's attributes and receives 200% damage. Duration, 180 seconds. Cooldown time, 300 seconds. Special effect 3. Tree climb, can jump on a tree and jump between trees. The jump distance is 45 meters. The jump can carry up to 2 friendly units. Special effect 4. Fusion Tiger descends the mountain. Special effect 5. Fusion Tiger roar. The description of the wishful staff was pulled out in a long row at once. Humph! It feels like a god's equipment. Now Lu Chen was level 3 ***. In addition to a large number of equipment, the Monkey King's 5 blue equipment were all +3, and the Monkey King's 3 purple equipment were all +4. He opened and looked at his final attributes. Quality 5-star, stage 2. Level 3 ***, level 148900/14, 000000. Body strength, 2285, basic 884 plus equipment, 1225 plus title 176. Agility, 1908, basic 884 plus equipment, 1024. Constitution, 2163, basic 884 plus equipment, 1190 plus title 89. Spiritual power intensity, spiritual power, 121, spiritual pill 121, 115/12100, pure spiritual energy, attack, physical attack, 2733 to 2837, poison attack, 10, defense, physical defense 1789, basic 442 plus equipment, 1158 plus title 88, magic defense, 92, HP, 52796, basic 22680 plus equipment, 23800 plus title 6316. Damn, the Fiend City Ruins is indeed the true foundation of a level 30 map. Now that I've maxed out this set of equipment and leveled up, all my attributes have doubled. Lu Chun twirled the new weapon in his hand. He was indescribably fond of it. My equipment really makes me feel like a great sage. Almost all of the Monkey King's equipment were gold equipment. There was a red cloak and a long staff. The only thing missing was the Monkey King's crown. I wonder if there's a Monkey King's crown. If there is, I'll change my Zombie King mask. Then I'll basically have everything. By the way, I wonder if my tree climbing can help me cross the moon, worshipping Blood Pool. On this day, Lu Chun leveled up again and cleared the dungeon 10 times in a row. He was tired enough. Even if he could go to the moon, worshipping Blood Pool, he did not want to go. Rest, rest. Lu Chun thought of the 50-day opening event on the official website and planned to check it out again. As soon as he entered the official website, Lu Chun found a piece of news published on the official website. The news was in the form of an interview. A reporter was interviewing the person in charge of a film company. Mr. Xia, has Huawei Film arranged for their artists to join the professional team? Of course. Everyone has noticed that Jiutian is actually the best film and television base. A large number of difficult filming tasks can be achieved in the game, providing a large amount of real scenes. This is more realistic than adding special effects in the later stage. It also saves more money. I believe that in the future, more film and television companies will transfer their business to Jiutian. Then, Mr. Xia, can you reveal the budget of Huawei's artist training program and the specific teams we've worked with? Mr. Xia smiled slightly and appeared to be particularly confident. Our budget has no upper limit. The reason is simple. It's because we need to constantly train new people. This is a long-term plan. As for the teams we work with, Huawei will naturally find the top professional teams in the country, such as ESD, TT, and John Long. Just the current cooperation amount alone has reached 38 million. 38 million. Yes, the investment in this area cannot be reduced. Of course, the allocation of the top players and the newcomers is different. Good steel should be used on the blade's edge. As Mr. Xia spoke, he suddenly laughed. Speaking of which, I heard something very interesting today. Oh, what interesting thing did Mr. Xia come across? Can you share it with the audience? Director Xia smiled mysteriously. I think that since this market has just started, it's not very regulated. That's understandable. However, I think that the Heavenly Line officials should take care of the actions of some teams. They're asking for sky-high prices. The reporter didn't know how to respond and could only listen to Mr. Xia continue. Take Wild Waves, for example. Everyone knows that the guild leader of Wild Waves is Nameless. I admit that Nameless is very strong, but everyone also knows that Nameless basically doesn't care about Wild Waves. Thus, Wild Waves is actually a guild that even a third-rate guild would have a hard time squeezing into. For such a new guild, Huawei is also in the spirit of mutual support and mutual benefit. We found them and hope to work with them to train our newcomers. Guess what happened in the end? Our offer was $500,000 for an 18th-rate guild. That's already considered high. In the end, they asked for $3 million. $3 million? I'd look for a guild like you for $3 million? What a joke. The reporter immediately expressed his attitude. Tianxing wasn't willing to accept the price set by any guild. Chairman Xia did not dare to offend Tianxing, so he said, I understand, but the main reason I'm bringing this up here is to tell other interested organizations and individuals to think rationally before cooperating. Do you think the other party is worth the price? Luchin narrowed his eyes slightly. What was the meaning of this? The collaboration didn't go through, and they went to the official website to promote it. Look at the comments below. The video. Wild Waves is a third-rate guild without nameless. You're overestimating them. $3 million? They must be crazy for money. Nameless doesn't care about Wild Waves at all. Only a fool would sign it. Trash guild. Everyone, look carefully. Don't work with them. Huawei wanted to create pressure from public opinion. Lu Qin snorted coldly. After thinking about it, he logged back into the game. Nuanyuan, you said we signed 2 deals? Yes, guild leader. Guild leader. I was just about to look for you. I talked to 3 parties today. After one of them fell through during the interview, I know about this. Tell the 2 newcomers to wait for me at the Celestial Mountain in 20 minutes. Tell them that I'll train them for an hour. Lu Chen's tone was obviously unhappy. Ask Little Ming to do a live broadcast. This guild leader. Okay, I'll arrange it. Chapter 166. In the territory of mad waves, the level 19 Shang Fei Wenwen was standing in the guild hall with 2 newcomers, a boy and a girl, waiting anxiously. These 2 people were Shang Fei's 2 artists. They were very good-looking. The boy had a noble temperament, while the girl was fresh and elegant without losing her beauty. They were young, around 20 years old, full of youthful energy. Both of them had great potential, but from their innocent eyes, it was obvious that they were newcomers. Sister Lu, are we going to join this guild? The boy's ID was Son of the Wind. He was around 8 meters tall, and was very handsome. I heard that God of War never cares about this place. It really feels ordinary. The girl also looked lazy and said impatiently, they actually want us to wait here? It feels like they're so arrogant. Sister Lu, did you really agree to let them broadcast? Although God of War will personally guide us, it will only be for an hour. I think they're just using us to promote themselves. That's right, Sister Lu. You shouldn't have agreed to it. An hour is too perfunctory. Even if God of War guides us, how much can we level in an hour? You still want us to wait here for so long. Luwen shook her head and looked at the 2. Don't talk so much nonsense. You're still newcomers. You're not as famous as Nameless yet. This time, they're doing a broadcast to let you get familiar with them. Remember, when you're fighting monsters, show some magnanimity. No matter what happens, even if you die, you must leave a good impression on the audience. After spending $6 million, Luwen naturally paid more attention to the collaboration with Mad Waves. This time, she personally accompanied them, bringing Son of the Wind and Xian Xian to Mad Waves. Oh, got it, Sister Lu. Not long after, Lang Nua, 10 Steps, Ing Jun, and the others arrived. Sister Lu, you're here. Lang Nua welcomed them. Sorry to keep you waiting. We just went to organize a broadcast outside. Currently, The number of viewers in the broadcast room has exceeded 23 million. Many people are waiting to watch this broadcast. Lewin nodded. It's okay. We only waited for a few minutes. All right, how are the fans' reactions? Jun shook his head. The interview video on the official website was too big. Many people seem to have misunderstood Mad Waves. Now, many fans in Little Ming's broadcast room are waiting to see a joke. Lewin frowned. Did her prophecy come true so quickly? As soon as he entered the Wild Waves, he immediately became the focus of attention. This time, it did not seem to be very effective against them. Of course, the focus of the vortex might not necessarily be effective. Lewin had already mentally prepared herself for this. New annual, I'm going to take a look at the live stream. Well, okay. Lewin went offline and entered Xiao Ming's live streaming room. 24 million people. All of this was just to watch that person level up. Lewin shook her head. What top celebrity? None of the current top celebrities could be compared to Captain. This is the charm of Zhouqian. The fans were obviously not here to see the newcomer. Little Ming was also waiting for that person at the entrance of Wild Waves at the request of the fans. While waiting, the bullet screen did not stay idle. Have you guys noticed that Wild Waves is a little arrogant now? 3 million. That's the price of a first-rate team. They really dared to ask for it. Little Ming, have you joined Wild Waves? Speaking of which, 3 million is really expensive. Even if Nameless comes to carry him once in a while, how much can he level up? It's only for an hour each time. It's as if it's a gift. Shang Fei is also a fool with a lot of money. They signed the contract for the level not to chase after celebrities. They are celebrities themselves. 3 million is really too much. Lewin looked at the bullet screen and realized that the direction of the situation was worse than she imagined. She returned to the game and frowned as she said to Lung Nuanuo, I went to take a look. Many people are criticizing them. Could it be the Internet Water Army? Why don't you guys find some too? I have a long-term team here. Controlling the comments had always been a common method used by management companies. A big boss like Lu would naturally had the resources. Lung Nuanuo thought for a while and finally shook her head. Sister Lu, we can't always control the comments. At this time, we have to believe in Captain. Besides, you guys have signed us. We have to make sure that you guys are satisfied. There's no reason for you to control the comments. Lewin took the initiative to help control the comments, not because she was worried about Wild Waves, but because she was worried that these people would affect the comments of her artists. Lung Nuanuo's words made her feel a little relieved. All right, then let's go to the entrance and wait. Everyone arrived outside Wild Waves territory and looked into the distance anxiously. Not long after, they saw a huge figure in the distance. It was moving quickly toward them. F***CK, what is that? 10 Steps stared with his eyes wide open. His face was full of shock. In a moment, the huge beast had already arrived at the entrance of the Celestial Mountain. It then stopped there. The huge figure of 8 meters tall made everyone in the main city of the Celestial Mountain look over in horror. Golden hair, a ferocious face, and a thick body. It was majestic and terrifying. Boss. F***CK. The boss is attacking the city? Come quickly. There's a boss attacking the city. F***CK. What kind of boss is this? Little Ming was trying his best to get close to the boss. F***CK. Why is there a boss in the Celestial Mountain? This is too magical. The live stream was also in an uproar. Is it the 50th day celebration? Impossible. The officials said that they want to combine the regions first before holding the celebration. There's no such thing in the other regions. Is this boss lost? At this moment, a player who ran to the city wall suddenly shouted, "There's someone on the boss' shoulder." Everyone's gaze instantly shifted to the boss' shoulder. There was a person sitting there. He was dressed in golden armor, and his back was leaning against the boss' neck. The boss' golden hair covered most of his body, so no one noticed him at first. But now, when everyone saw this person, they were all in an uproar. How can someone stand on the boss' shoulder? That's too cool. Is this guy a player or an NPC? Lu Chun was really tired. It would take 10 to 20 minutes to run from Firmament City to the Celestial Mountain. He might as well take a short rest on the golden hare's back. Roar. The golden hare roared, scaring the group of people. Oh no, the boss is about to attack. Where are the city guards? Everyone, prepare to fight. This roar woke Lu Chun up. He opened his eyes slightly and looked around. We're here. Got it. Why are you shouting so loudly? Lu Chun shook his head. This alarm sound was a little exaggerated. He stood up and realized that at least 1,000 people on the Celestial Mountain were looking at him in horror. These people had nothing to do with him. He looked into the distance again. With his eyesight, he naturally saw Lung Nuo and the others. Lu Chun stood up and said calmly, "Golden hair, let's go over there." The golden armor was particularly eye-catching. The red cloak behind him fluttered violently in the wind. Lu Chun stood alone on the giant monkey's shoulder, looking down at everyone. Roar. With a shocking roar, the golden hare turned around and ran towards the territory of violent waves. Lu Wen had been in the business and entertainment circles for many years. She had always been a capable and strong woman. But now, her whole body was trembling. Lu Wen trembled and pulled Lung Nuo. Nuo, that person, Lung Nuo's gaze was mixed with an indescribable feeling. Admiration, pride, but she could tell Lu Wen with certainty. That's right, it's him. Chapter 167. Xian looked up at the golden-haired giant monkey in front of her, and her heart was pounding. The man standing on top of it was really like a saint. He was really too handsome. "This is too cool," Son of the Wind said excitedly. All the arrogance and impatience from before disappeared the moment they saw the god of war. At this moment, even if it was their first time seeing the god of war, it still made the two newcomers tremble. The next moment, an even more shocking scene happened. Nameless jumped directly and fell from the 8-meter-tall giant monkey. This was also thanks to the tree-climbing special effect of the wishful pole. With this special effect, Lu Chun had the ability to jump from high places. Otherwise, he would have to wait for the golden retriever to take him down. A golden-red figure landed gracefully. Lu Chun walked towards the crowd. Leader! Lu Chun nodded. "Who are the two I'm bringing?" Lung Nuo hurriedly pulled Zaheo and Xian. "Leader, this is Shang Fei's signed artist." "Oh, and Sister Lu." Lung Nuo turned back and pulled Lu Wen. "Leader, this is Sister Lu." "Sister Lu, this is our leader." When Lu Wen saw Nameless, she did not know why her heart was beating so fast, even though she was already in her 30s. Lu Chun spoke first. "Hello, Sister Lu. Thank you for choosing Wild Wave." The god of war called her Sister Lu. Lu Wen's mood, which had just calmed down a little, suddenly became excited again. "That, you flatter me. Nameless leader, I've heard a lot about you." Nameless smiled and nodded. He then looked at Son of the Wind and Xian, who were now staring at Lu Chun with infatuation. The legendary god of war was standing in front of them. Previously, he was wearing the Tiger King set, but in the blink of an eye, he had changed to the Great Saint set. They had never seen such a set of equipment before. Wasn't it a little too cool? from the faint fog emitted by the equipment. It felt like Nameless was already wearing a set of purple equipment. In fact, Nameless only had 3 pieces of purple equipment on him: the Monkey King coat, the Monkey King boots, and the wishful staff. He did not even wear the Zombie King mask. After all, he said that he would personally lead the team. However, the purple aura emitted by these 3 pieces of equipment was more conspicuous than the other blue equipment on his body. Moreover, it covered his entire body, making him look like a full set of purple equipment. Son of Wind, Xian, hello, Lu Chen said with a smile. War God Nameless. The Son of Wind widened his eyes. War God was greeting him so cordially. Legend has it that the god of war was a decisive and merciless killer. Brother Nameless, is that boss your mount? Xian could not control her curiosity and asked carefully, Boss? Oh, you mean Golden Retriever? It's my mount. I have 3 on me right now, Lu Chen said indifferently. In Xiao Ming's live streaming room, the fans were in an uproar. Damn, a mount! The first mount in the entire server. F***CK. So this is the Jiuqian's mount? Are they using a boss as their mount? This is 2F***King awesome. This is crazy. It's actually a mount. I'm craving for it. Isn't this too cool? Help, I really want one. Jealousy has made me ugly. Is there any justice in this world? Brother, Nameless didn't even have a mount the last time. Why did he suddenly get such a big one? I'd rather it be a boss attacking a city. I want to sit on it. It must be super cool. I want to sit on it too. What kind of feeling is that? I really want to experience it. The Golden Retriever was not a boss. It was Nameless' mount. Xian took a deep breath. Nameless was too strong. The Son of Wind realized that his team leader was not as fierce as the rumors said. He also asked, Team leader, how many pieces of purple equipment do you have on you right now? Lu Chen did not hide anything and said, I have 3 pieces on me. There's also a mask that I don't want to wear anymore. The group of people vomited blood. Nothing to live for, and you don't want to wear another mask? Was that even something a human would say? You have purple equipment, but you don't want to wear it? Oh my God, Nameless already has 4 pieces of purple equipment. The clothes should be purple. There are also shoes. What else is there? Are you stupid? It must be a weapon. That weapon emits purple energy too. F***CK. I only have 3 pieces of blue equipment. Nameless already has a set of godly equipment. Where did you get this set of clothes? It's too cool. I want it so much. Xiao Ming, hurry up and run. Let us take a closer look. Xiao Ming was also helpless. He went to look at the boss and was instantly left behind by Nameless. Now he had to run back. It was getting late. Lu Chen wanted to go to bed early. He said to the Son of Wind and Xian, are you ready? Let's hurry up. I'm a little tired. I can only carry you for an hour. The 2 of them nodded excitedly. At this moment, Xiao Ming also rushed over, panting. Team leader, Lu Chen smiled. You've worked hard. I didn't see you just now. Otherwise, I would have brought you here. How about this, Nuanyuan? Xiao Ming, I'll bring you along. Lu Chen sent out a team invitation. Lung Nuanyuan was a little hesitant. Team leader, let's not split the EXP. Otherwise, I'm afraid that some people will say. Lu Chen shook his head. I didn't say that I would only bring 2 people. It's fine. You don't need much EXP to level up. If others want to say something, let them say it. You 2 can accept it. Since their team leader had spoken, Xiao Ming and Lung Nuanyuan couldn't say anything else. The team of 5 was already full. Xia City, the manager of a large farming team, immediately received a call. Hello, Director Xia. Xiao Zhang, Nameless can only carry for an hour. Now that we have 2 more people, we can split the EXP with Shang Fei's newbies. Take advantage of this and scold them as much as you can to bring up the tempo. All right, Director Xia, I'll arrange it immediately. Not long after, Xiao Ming's live broadcast room was flooded with comments. Wild Waves is indeed a trash guild. Nameless finally came out to carry people. And now we have to split the EXP with 2 more people. That's right. How much EXP will Shang Fei's newbies get? Shang Fei's 3 million is wasted. Only a fool will work with Wild Waves in the future. Xiao Ming took a look at the situation in the live broadcast and shared it with Lung Nuanyuan. Lung Nuanyuan whispered to Lu Chun, "Team leader, there are already people scolding in the live broadcast. Why don't we leave the team? Xiao Ming can just follow and film." Lu Chun didn't care. "Don't worry about it." Lu Chun reached out and grabbed Son of the Wind and Xian Xian's arms. "Are you ready?" The 2 of them looked at Nameless strangely. "Team leader, this is..." Lu Chun smiled. With 1 foot on the ground, he leaped up with the 2 of them and jumped directly onto Golden Retriever's shoulder. Coincidentally, the Golden Retriever suddenly roared angrily. Sister Lu had previously reminded them to pay attention to their image. In the end, who cared about that now? The 2 of them were so scared that they hurriedly grabbed onto Golden Retriever's fur. "Golden Retriever, be quiet." Golden Retriever pouted unhappily and felt wronged. He was just bored. Lu Chun patted Golden Retriever. "They'll be scared by you. Don't mess around." Jumping down from Golden Retriever, Lu Chun grabbed Lung Nuanyuan and Xiao Ming's arms. "Should we go up? I'm scared." Lung Nuanyuan couldn't care less about her identity as the vice team leader. She was so scared that she hugged Lu Chen's arm tightly. Lu Chen smiled and jumped up, placing the 2 of them on Golden Retriever's shoulder. Lung Nuanyuan grabbed Golden Retriever's fur tightly and shrunk to the side. "I'm a little afraid of heights." "Me too. It's so scary standing up there." Lu Chen shook his head. If they were scared, what would happen if Golden Retriever ran away? "Forget it. It's better not to say so. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to sit." "Xiao Ming, start the timer. I only have 1 hour. Okay, team leader. It's 10:13 now." Lu Chen nodded and patted Golden Retriever. "Let's go. To Stone Gate World." Chapter 168. The Stone Gate world was located in the depths of mass graves. There were many nightmare spirits here, but their levels were too low. Lu Chen had not been here for a long time. Wow, so many headless flying corpses. Their levels are so high. Son of the Wind curiously looked at the monsters that kept emerging from the ground. He was only level 18. He had never even been to mass graves, let alone go so deep. The golden-haired macaque moved very quickly. Soon, everyone saw the towering stone gate. On the bullet screen, the players asked curiously, what is that place? Is it a high-level dungeon? Lu Chen let the golden-haired macaque lead everyone through the stone gate. After everyone entered the world of the stone gate, they finally saw the wandering nightmare spirits. No way, they're all level 22 elites. Lu Chen said, "You guys go down first and wait at the door. They're all pure spiritual attacks. Don't attract any monsters. I'll be back in a while." The 4 of them were a little nervous. They had never been here before. The golden-haired macaque stretched out its hand in front of its chest. The 4 of them jumped onto the macaque's palm and landed on the ground. After arranging the 4 of them, Lu Chen patted the golden-haired macaque. Its huge body rushed towards the nightmare spirits. Seeing Nameless leave, Son of the Wind was a little surprised. "Sister Nua, didn't the leader want to bring us to level?" Why did he put us here? Red, High Heels said. He probably went to pull the monsters. The leader's AoE is very strong. It's worth it to pull more monsters at once. Xian looked at the wandering, glowing figures strangely. Are these things attack high? The leader said that they're pure spiritual attacks. Level 22 elites shouldn't have much spiritual attacks, so their damage shouldn't be too high. In Little Ming's live broadcast, there were still many Ghost Riders. Spiritual attack monsters? They're such a good place. No wonder Nameless leveled up so quickly. Is this place good? Nameless probably just found a random place. Look, there aren't many monsters here. They're all 2s and 2s. How much can they level up in an hour? Wild Waves is a scammer. He took the money and did it casually. Wild Waves really doesn't have any integrity. When Xiao Ming saw the feedback in the live broadcast room, he shook his head and said to Lung Nua, Sister Nua, it seems like someone is really leading the way. Should we ban them? Lung Nua thought for a moment. Since Captain said not to interfere, then let's not interfere. At this moment, Son of the Wind, who was also watching the live broadcast, suddenly said, Guild leader, Zhan Long has started the live broadcast of leading people. Zhan Long? That's right. It's the guild that Hua Rui is working with. Lung Nua then entered the live streaming platform. The popularity of Hua Rui's live stream was not lower than Xiao Ming's. Now, it had 30 million viewers, and the bullet screen was unusually lively. Wow, this is what a professional team should be like. The leader and the 2 vice leaders are personally leading the team. They're going straight into the underground mine dungeon. Did you see the experience bars of those 2 newbies? It's rising so fast. That's awesome. I heard that the contract between Zhan Long and Hua Rui is only worth 4 million. This is the treatment of spending money. Isn't Mad Waves streaming next door as well? They started the live stream first. Until now, those 2 newbies haven't gained any experience at all. They're just standing there like idiots. I don't know what they're doing. Shangfei is so funny. 2 newbies with a 6 million contract. Nameless is only occasionally leading people. In the end, he's still dragging 4 people. Lung Nua couldn't watch anymore and closed the live stream. She thought about it and sent a message to Lu Chun. Leader, Hua Rui, and the others are also leading people on the live stream. They seem to have found a lot of Ghost Riders. Now, they've already started the momentum. If we don't find people, it might be more troublesome. Not long after, Lu Chun replied, The most effective thing for Ghost Riders is not another Ghost Rider. Don't worry and wait for me. I'll be back in about 15 minutes. After receiving the leader's message, Lung Nua took a deep breath and said to Son of the Wind and Xian, leader will be back in 15 minutes. We'll wait here. 15 minutes? But the leader only led us for an hour. Until now, we haven't gained any levels. Son of the Wind said anxiously. Even though Nameless had the only mount in the entire server and had a full set of godly equipment, after seeing so many rumors, Son of the Wind was a little anxious. Lung Nua said with certainty, Wait. Son of the Wind was about to say something, but Xian pulled him back. Zihao, since we've signed the contract, we should believe in Wild Waves. Xian was no longer as panicked as she was when she mounted her mount. Instead, she said firmly, Now that we are members of Mad Waves, we must believe in our leader. Son of the Wind finally swallowed the words he wanted to say. He nodded. Okay. Lu Chun had refreshed this map countless times. He knew the way even with his eyes closed. In the past, he relied on running. It would take him 30 to 40 minutes to pull all the monsters in the map to one side. Now, Lu Chen's movement speed was much faster. With Golden Retriever, 10 minutes was enough for him to run a lap. Lu Chen calculated the time. After he pulled the monsters away, new monsters would respawn at the original spot. He could pull another wave. One wave of 2,000 monsters. 2 waves of 4,000 monsters. However, even with Xiao Niu as bait, the limit was probably 2 waves. If there were more, some of the monsters would definitely lose track of them. Golden Retriever, slow down. There are a lot of monsters behind us. Lu Chen patted Golden Retriever. Golden Retriever understood and slowed down. It was different with a mount. It was much easier to pull the monsters. Golden Retriever was responsible for pulling the monsters. Lu Chen roughly calculated the experience gained from the team members. Lu Chen didn't get any experience from killing level 22 elites. However, this was good. The remaining experience could be distributed to the team members. Under normal circumstances, a nightmare spirit gave 1570 experience. Lu Chen's level was too high. After forming a team, he didn't get any experience. Moreover, the team couldn't get his bonus experience. The team's experience bonus was 20%. Divided among 4 people, it was 475 experience per person. It's a little less, but the key is that there are a lot of monsters. 20 minutes later, Zhan Long's dungeon progress had reached 70%. In a short 20 minutes, the newbie's experience had increased by a lot. It was about 60,000 experience. Ha ha ha, let me tell you, the 2 idiots next door haven't gained any experience at all. Nameless, they're going to lose their integrity this time. It's okay. Shang Fei has a lot of money. Hua Rui's Chief Xia just received a call from the person in charge of the leaderboards. Chief Xia, why do I feel like we don't need to lead the way? Wild Waves is just shooting himself in the foot. Chief Xia was in a good mood. This time, not only did they teach Wild Waves a lesson, but more importantly, they made their competitor, Shang Fei, a joke. This move was definitely killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ha ha, little Zhang, no need to be humble. You guys have done a great job. However, we can't let our guard down. Continue to lead the way and let everyone know how stupid Shang Fei is. Those 2 newbies are basically useless. After hanging up, Chief Xia's eyes were hazy. He coldly snorted, Nameless? You want to scam me? You're too inexperienced. So what if you're good at gaming? In the business world, I can play you to death. Luwen, you really made a mistake this time. 600 for nothing, and you're being scolded like a dog. Ha ha ha. Your path as a gold manager has come to an end. Lung Nuo and the others anxiously looked forward. It was too dark here, and they couldn't see clearly. Leader, it's almost 20 minutes. Lung Nuo was also very anxious. Could it be that Wild Wave's first show was really going to be ruined? At this moment, a ball of light gradually appeared in the distance. That ball of light seemed to be getting closer. As it got closer, people realized that it wasn't a ball of light at all. It was formed by the nightmare spirit's weak light. Chapter 169. In front of the ball of light, a black shadow was running towards them. That's Xian's eyes widened. Leader? To be precise, it was the black shadow left behind by Golden Retriever in the ball of light. Xiao Ming's live broadcast room gradually began to stir. Nameless is back. The light emitted by the Bailing is very weak. How can it be so bright? Interestingly, as the ball of light gradually approached, people's mouths slowly opened up like the ball of light. The light emitted by the Bailing was indeed very weak. However, when countless Bailing gathered together, the weak light could also shine brightly behind the giant golden monkey. A terrifying army of Bailing finally appeared in people's sight. A large number of Bailing were simply uncountable. They were completely integrated into the collective light, mighty and mighty. This. Xiao Ming, who was good at talking, was stunned speechless for a long time. Xian said in horror, "How many are there? It's too scary. My hair is standing on end." The Son of Wind gasped. Even if they knew that Nameless was very strong facing this army of Bailing, they could still feel the incomparable sense of oppression. In the live broadcast room, the ghostwriters instantly fell silent. Previously, they said that Nameless was a waste of time. Now it seemed that it was completely nonsense. Even if they were given 200 minutes, they would not be able to pull so many monsters. Without the ghostwriters splashing dirty water, Xiao Ming's live broadcast room suddenly became quiet. This was because the players who were watching the live broadcast were already frightened by this battle. In a moment, the army of Bailing was close at hand. At this distance, the team members could already enjoy the experience sharing. On the giant golden monkey's shoulder, Lu Chen patted Golden Retriever. "Xiaoniao, Golden Retriever, go back and rest." Golden Retriever instantly returned to Lu Chen's beast pen. At the same time, Lu Chen, who was still high in the sky, jumped up. At this moment, people seemed to see the figure of the great sage. In the air, Lu Chen pulled out the wishful long staff. Although this long staff was not the real wishful staff, the item description specifically said that the monkey had used it when he was training. The long staff used by the great sage. Well, let's have some fun. In the air, Lu Chen roared, "Earth-splitting chasm." The wishful long staff swung down and instantly transformed into a 150-meter long shadow. It was like a heavenly soldier descending and slamming into the ground. Boom! With a loud explosion, the ground in front of him was instantly torn apart by the staff. A 150-meter long and 20-meter wide trench appeared on the ground. In front of the staff, Lu Chen was as small as an ant. It was hard to imagine that such a small golden red that could wield such a terrifying staff. Director Xia was smoking a cigar while watching the live broadcast of Wild Waves. When he saw this scene, he was petrified. The cigar in his mouth burned on its own, and Chairman Xiao's eyes were wide open. What skill is this? Xiao Ming's live broadcast room had already exploded. Oh my God, is that the great sage's Jingu Bang? This is too strong. This is heaven-defying. What the F***CK? Does Nameless even have points? Is he going to destroy the map? As the earth-splitting chasm was a physical attack, the Bailing could avoid being attacked by the plague, so it did not cause any damage. However, Lu Chen did not want to cause damage. First, Lu Chen wanted to consolidate the aggro and not let the monsters behind him run away. Second, it could stun a large number of Bailing, which would help him find the right angle to release the Great Ravager sweep. At this time, Lu Chen had just landed. Great Ravager's sweep. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As long as they were hit by the sword energy twice, the Bailing instantly fell to the ground. In just a few seconds, 4,000 Bailing had been killed. The entire live broadcast room was silent. Lu Chen shook his head and sighed. After 20 minutes, it's gone so quickly. Sigh, it's not good at all. No one else dared to continue the next sentence. After a while, the live broadcast room exploded with lag. What the F***CK? Is this the mood of an expert? This is not good. Who can tell me, in the eyes of Nameless Bro, what is good? It's too awesome. This is the first time I've seen someone leveling up like this. Where are all the people who were scolding Nameless Bro and Wild Wave? Why is no one saying anything now? It's probably the Internet Water Army. At this time, someone suddenly said, "Don't think that it's the Internet Water Army. Look at Little Ming. His experience has only gone up by 10%. Everyone looked, and it was true. D**MN. He was as ferocious as a tiger, and his experience increased by 5%. No way. How could he only get so little experience? That's impossible. These monsters are most likely special monsters. They don't have much attack, and their experience is especially low. No wonder Nameless Bro pulled so much. Little Ming was also very confused when he saw the comments. There are so many monsters. How could they only give so little experience? I'm level 18, and my experience to level up is 550,000. How could I only get 50,000 experience? If that was the case, their efficiency was much worse than Jean Long. Sister Nua, how much experience did you guys get? I got about 1.5 bars, around 70,000 to 80,000. Son of the Wind said, I'm about the same as Zihao. Lung Nua was also confused. Why did my experience decrease? The group was even more confused. Lung Nua's level was relatively high, at level 20, and she needed 5 million experience to level up. Before, her experience bar was around 75%, but now it was less than 70%. These people fought level 22 elites, so their experience couldn't be reduced. However, the experience they received was different. It was even less. This was definitely impossible. Lu Chen turned around and saw a group of people with confused faces. What's wrong? Lu Chen walked over. Leader, there's a problem with our experience. We don't have the same amount of experience, and Sister Nua's experience has decreased. Lu Chen frowned. That can't be right. Lung Nua seriously walked to Lu Chen's side. Leader, it's true. Before, my experience was 110,000, and my experience bar was 7.5 bars, but now it's less than 7 bars. When Lu Chen heard this, he was a bit confused. Isn't that normal? Normal? The group looked at their leader with even more astonishment. Lu Chen shook his head. Were these guys stupid? Didn't you see the golden light just now? Golden light. Every time Lu Chen leveled up, it would appear. Normal players would definitely have it too. It was just that the place was full of nightmare elves, so the light was a bit difficult to distinguish. Moreover, everyone's attention was definitely on Lu Chen. Lu Chen also felt that it was funny. There were so many monsters. How could there only be tens of thousands of experience? However, this couldn't be blamed on them. Who asked this group of people to have never seen such monsters before? Moreover, he killed the nightmare elves too quickly. This group of people's experience increased rapidly. If they didn't pay attention, they wouldn't know that their experience bar was no longer the same as before. Let's see your levels. Lu Chen smiled and looked at them. Levels? Little Ming opened his personal interface. Then, his entire body was petrified. I F Asterisk King. I'm level 20. I'm level 22. Son of the Wind's eyes widened. My God. I leveled up twice. The difficulty of leveling up in Jiuqian was already so terrifying, but now he had leveled up twice, level 2 in 20 minutes. At this time, the newbies in Huarwei were still excited because of the tens of thousands of experience, but Zihao and Xian had already leveled up to level 20. Lung Nua looked at her own personal interface. It clearly said level 21. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, You don't even know how to level up. Are you stupid? Little Ming said in shock, Could this be the experience bar disappearing skill? In a certain mansion, the cigar in Chairman Xia's mouth fell powerlessly. He looked as if he had lost his soul. Level 2 in 20 minutes. No, impossible. This is impossible. Chapter 170. In Xiao Ming's live streaming room, the audience could no longer remain calm. 2 levels in 20 minutes, including the EXP gap between 19 and 20 levels. F*CK. I don't know how to describe it. Nameless leveled up like this. This is Jiutian, the hardest leveling game in history. I'm going crazy. Nameless leveled up by 2 levels? What 2 levels? It's only been 20 minutes. It's definitely more than 2 levels in an hour. Reality has proven that Shangfei is the one with the best foresight. It's true that good-looking people are lucky. No one knew why people said that good-looking people were lucky. But now, when people looked at Shangfei and Xian, they would no longer treat them as fools. Fans were often like this. Although Shangfei's choice was made by Lu Wen, people would only say that Zihao and Xian had high IQ in the future. Lu Wen let out a long sigh of relief. Great. The effect of this public appearance was 10 times better than what she had imagined. The two of them had already gained the favor of many people. The members already knew that they had leveled up, but Lu Qin felt that it was necessary to remind these silly members. Look at your spiritual energy again. Did it increase? Spiritual energy was an attribute that was becoming more and more important. However, there were no shortcuts to increasing one's spiritual energy. Many people were willing to spend hours every day to increase their spiritual energy level. Lu Qin could not get any rewards here, but Lang Nua and the rest should be able to get some pure spiritual energy. Leader, my spiritual energy has also leveled up. Son of the Wind widened his eyes in disbelief. How could it have leveled up? How much did it increase? Son of the Wind quickly calculated. Around 1,000 points. That's about it. The monsters here will definitely drop pure spiritual energy. I pulled 4,000 of them. The 4 of you will each get 1,000 points. Xian took a deep breath. 1,000 points of pure spiritual energy. Even if we were to cultivate in the guild's territory, it would still take 14 hours. This round of pulling monsters brought about a huge increase in profits. Xiao Ming asked excitedly, Leader, the fans are very interested in the monsters here. Xiao Ming was also doing a live stream for the guild, so Lu Qin answered this question. After thinking about it, Lu Qin said, it can only be considered as a mix of pros and cons. The monsters here give a lot of EXP and will definitely drop pure aura. However, due to their special species, they never drop equipment. Furthermore, you won't be able to defeat them in a short period of time. Can't fight. Why? Lu Qin also knew that there were many people on the internet, and he was now certain that there was a large number of ghostwriters in the live broadcast room. The best way was to let the facts speak for themselves. It just so happened that the 2 nightmare spirits in front of them had respawned. Lu Qin then said, Little Ming, go find one and fight it. Okay. As a streamer, Little Ming's skills were pretty good. He was a pugilist and was relatively tankier, so he shouldn't be killed instantly. Xiaoming first covered himself with the golden cauldron imperial bell and slowly approached the 2 nightmare spirits. He quickly rushed towards the nightmare spirits and stabbed out with his sword. Xiao Ming was able to launch an attack before the nightmare spirit discovered him. Immune, what? Little Ming was shocked. It would be understandable if he was dodging, but this was immunity. In other words, no matter how high his physical attack was, he wouldn't even be able to forcefully deduct his health. The 2 nightmare spirits turned around and attacked each other. Minus 973, minus 966. Little Ming's HP of 5 to 6,000 dropped by a third in an instant. CK, I can't take it. At that moment, 2 sword auras came from afar and easily killed the 2 nightmare spirits. Little Ming panted as he returned to Lu Chen's side. Leader, these monsters are too strong. Yes, they are immune to physical attacks, and their attacks are all spiritual attacks. That's why you guys are having a hard time fighting them. After seeing Little Ming's experiment. Even the ghostwriters in the live broadcast room couldn't find anything to talk about. What pure spiritual energy. We can't beat them at all, okay? Some classes should be able to fight them. It's not worth it. The nightmare spirits have more than 4,000 HP. If we're fighting here for EXP and pure spiritual energy, we might as well kill small monsters or directly cultivate. This means that only high-level players can carry this place. But now, the highest level player is only level 2 or 3. They can't carry this place at all. After witnessing the power of the nightmare spirits, the players realized that only Nameless could carry the Stone Gate world. F***CK. Now I understand. Shang Fei's 3 million was not a loss at all. It's not only not a loss, it's a huge profit. Look at Zhan Long. They only have 70 to 80,000 EXP, not to mention pure spiritual energy. They're just putting on a show. The leader and vice leader can't carry them every day. Compared to Wild Waves, they're on a completely different level. I'm just envious of Shang Fei's newbies. Level 18 was only okay, but in the blink of an eye, they're already considered high-level players. The key point was that Lu Chen's carry wasn't over yet. The second wave, 20 minutes, 1. 88 million EXP, 1,000 pure spiritual energy. The third wave, 20 minutes, 1. 88 million EXP, 1,000 pure spiritual energy. In this hour, the 4 members gained 5. 64 million EXP. Little Ming, Son of the Wind, and Xian went from level 18 to level 22. Cold Glutinous went from level 20 to level 2. She had already entered the top ranks of the country's top players. I'm really impressed. Brother Nameless only took an hour to push Vice Leader Wild Waves to the top. The other 3 went up by 4 levels. F***CK. I can't level up even if I train for a week, but he leveled up in an hour. Is Wild Waves still recruiting? I want to follow Brother Nameless. Nameless 1 hour of carry was over. At the same time, Zhan Long's side had also finished. Hua Rui's 2 newbies gained 220,000 EXP in an hour. As for Shang Fei, there was no need to compare. I suddenly remembered that Hua Rui spent 8 million EXP to sign them. Ha ha ha, they lost so much. Actually, it can't be considered a loss because most guilds pay this price. But compared to Wild Waves, sigh, I think Hua Rui's boss is going to vomit blood. I heard that Hua Rui looked for Wild Waves and offered 500,000 EXP. 500,000? Dream on. 3 million EXP is already too much. Looking at the messages on the bullet screen, Little Ming explained to Cold Glutinous, and Cold Glutinous walked to Nameless side. Guild leader, the troll army is really silent. Lu Chen smiled. The fans aren't idiots. For things that they didn't see, the troll army can lead the discussion. Now that everyone has seen it with their own eyes, if they continue to lead the discussion, they'll be digging their own graves. Guild leader, now I understand why you're not worried about the troll army at all. Lu Chen smiled, then looked at Cold Glutinous. If Hua Rui comes back, do you know what to do? Cold Glutinous nodded. I know. Hua Rui moved very quickly. The next morning, Chairman Xia and the others personally came to District 122, Wild Waves territory. Chairman Xia, are we really going to pay 5 million? That's the highest price so far. Did you watch yesterday's live broadcast? Now, we have to change the people's impression of Hua Rui. Also, if Nameless is willing to occasionally carry our people, 5 million is worth it. Just as he walked to the entrance of the territory, he suddenly received a system notification. You have been blacklisted by Wild Waves and cannot visit Wild Waves territory. Please leave within 3 minutes, or else a guild kill order will be activated. Chairman Xia's eyes widened in shock. This blacklisted guild kill order? Chairman Xia, leave quickly. Chapter 171. Today, Lu Chen planned to try his luck at the moon-worshipping blood pool. Evolution had always been Lu Chen's most important source of power. However, it seemed that it was very difficult for him to obtain ancient materials at his level. He could only place his hopes on the ancient battlefield. In front of the moon-worshipping blood pool, Lu Chen summoned Xiaomin and Golden Retriever. Golden Retriever will charge east in a while. Roar. Xiaomin, pay attention to the cooldown of invisibility. Okay, boss. With 320 HP recovery per second, invisibility, and the Monkey King's reverse blood, Lu Chen was still very confident. After Xiaomin completed the possession, Lu Chen stood on Golden Retriever's shoulder with a resolute gaze. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Golden Retriever, charge!" Boom, boom, boom. The huge Golden Retriever charged into the moon-worshipping blood pool. The instant Lu Chen entered the moon-worshipping blood pool, a debuff appeared on his body. He would lose 0.5% of his maximum HP every second. To make matters worse, Lu Chen's maximum HP was now more than 50,000, twice as much as before. Now, his HP loss was also higher than before. 250 HP would appear above his head every second. Fortunately, his battle recovery could now make up for the loss of HP. Enemies. A large number of moon-worshipping blood pool disciples began to appear in the surroundings. They immediately emerged from the blood pool. Lu Chen was also a little afraid of these disciples. Their blood poison curses were too terrifying when stacked together. Even if he had a trump card in his hand, Lu Chen could only rush forward. Golden Retriever kept stepping on new maps, but it was still unable to walk out of the blood pool's range. More and more disciples were chasing behind them. There were blood pool skeletons in melee and disciples in ranged. Red blood poison curses crisscrossed as they streaked past Lu Chen. Damn it, where's the entrance to Broken Head Mountain? Lu Chen was also somewhat anxious. He originally didn't want to use invisibility so quickly. He had one more trump card in his hand. If he encountered an unexpected situation, he would have an extra chance of survival. However, there were too many monsters around, and he couldn't find the exit. He had no choice but to use invisibility first. Xiaomin, turn invisible. After becoming invisible, Lu Chen and the Golden Retriever both disappeared. Many of the disciples lost their target, and some of them began to return to their own areas. Lu Chen heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure on him was greatly reduced. Once I enter the blood pool map, I automatically enter combat mode. This is really disgusting. Lu Chen calmed down and walked along the edge of the moon reverence blood pool, trying to find the exit. Half an hour later, Lu Chen finally found a small path covered by red plants in a very hidden forest. There was a stone tablet next to him that was blocked by weeds. Lu Chen pushed aside the weeds and saw the words on it. The path leads to a secluded place. Dismount and head forward. It should be this. Isn't it too secretive? Are they trying to make players lose HP and die in the blood pool? You're still not allowing me to use my mount. Lu Chen looked at the path. It was only 2 or 3 meters wide. The Golden Retriever would not be able to pass through it. All right, I'll come down. Lu Chen put away the Golden Retriever and stepped onto the path. Not long after entering the path, the blood poison effect on Lu Chen's body finally disappeared. After waiting for a while, Lu Chen finally left combat mode. Taking advantage of this time, Lu Chen quickly sat down to rest. His HP was still full, but his stamina was almost depleted. While resting by the side of the road, Lu Chen could not help but think of the Moon Reverence disciples. Should I get a copy of that technique of theirs? Or maybe fuse with their bloodline and recruit them as my subordinates? Lu Chen looked in the direction of the blood pool and hesitated for a moment. If that blood poison curse technique can be stacked infinitely, then I'll be invincible. Any boss will be dead as long as I have 20 subordinates, and each of them uses a blood poison curse. If Lu Chen really wanted to exchange all his fragments for reputation, he would be able to exchange them for tens of millions of reputation points. It would not be impossible for him to recruit 20 more subordinates. Thinking of this, Lu Chen felt a little tempted. Upgrading an army depends on the number of members. Since I'm going to recruit more, I might as well find a few to test it out. After resting for a while and recovering his stamina, Lu Chen stood up and walked toward the blood pool. Let's exchange 200,000 reputation points first. First Promotion Army Recruitment Order, Individual, upgraded to First Promotion Army Recruitment Order, Dual. Army members' maximum HP increased by 10%. Army Recruitment Order, Dual 32441/300,000, Monster Reputation. Oh, I can get an increase in attributes after upgrading the Army Recruitment Order? Lu Chen was a little surprised. Previously, the Army Recruitment Order had increased the attack of his subordinates by 25%, but that was a qualitative change, after all. This time, Lu Chen did not expect any change. However, it seemed that upgrading the Army Recruitment Order could also increase some of his subordinates' abilities. An increase of 10% HP. The attributes increase was quite impressive. What an unexpected gain, Lu Chen said in surprise. All right, let's see what the attributes of the Moon Reverence disciples are like. Enemy invasion. Prepare for battle. The disciples in the surroundings immediately shouted and gathered more than 10 of their comrades. Lu Chen took advantage of the time when they were summoning the blood skeletons and used Great Ravager to kill 6 or 7 of them. Killed Moon Reverence disciple, level 35. Obtained 1,080 spiritual energy. Obtained 1 stage 3 talent fragment. Obtained 1 3-star evolution point. Killed Moon Reverence disciple, level 35. Obtained 1,080 spiritual energy. Obtained 1 stage 3 talent fragment. Obtained 1 3-star evolution point. The Moon Reverence disciples were very strong, but they were still normal monsters after all. The experience they gave was pitiful, and their loot was also poor. He then used quick movement and rushed to the front of one of the disciples. Tiger descends the mountain. Lu Chen instantly killed 3 or 4 of them before using quick movement and killing his way to the side of the last wave of disciples. Doppelganger. Beside Lu Chen, an illusion that was exactly the same as him quickly appeared. It had the same Monkey King equipment, the same movement speed, attack speed, HP, and the same expression. Lu Chen was also stunned for a moment. He was not used to seeing someone who looked exactly like him in this kind of quantum game. Damn, a doppelganger can really pass off as the real thing. The doppelganger received 50% of Lu Chen's damage and 200% of it, including the percentage of blood poison. Relying on his control, Lu Chen let the illusion take all the damage. The doppelganger had already accumulated 4 blood poison effects, so it would receive 20% of its maximum HP every second. Every time it lost HP, it would receive 10,000 HP. Damn, this kind of damage is really unstoppable. Lu Chen did not dare to waste any more time. He took the opportunity to quickly kill the other 3 disciples, leaving only the last one. There were still 4 blood skeletons left, and Lu Chen quickly killed them. Killed blood skeleton, level 35 summon. obtained 400 spiritual energy, obtained 1 stage 2 talent fragment, obtained 1 2-star evolution point, obtained 1 blood demon creature soul essence, killed blood skeleton level 35 summon, obtained 400 spiritual energy, obtained 1 stage 2 talent fragment, obtained 1 2-star evolution point, obtained 1 blood demon creature soul essence. Unfortunately, Lu Chen did not dare to waste any more time. After silently noting down this point, he quickly killed the remaining 2. Damn, this thing drops soul essences. The doppelganger could not hold on any longer. It turned into smoke and dissipated, and Lu Chun killed the remaining 2 blood skeletons. Facing the last disciple, Lu Chen took out the army order and shouted at the moon-worshipping disciples, "Surrender by force!" The consciousness of the moon-worshipping disciples has been captured by the blood demon, unable to recruit. Ah, rumble! At this moment, Lu Chen felt the ground beneath his feet start to shake violently. At the same time, a notification popped up in Lu Chen's system. Activated hidden mission, purify the moon, worshipping disciples. He did not have time to think. Only after killing the last disciple did he have the time to look back. Ripples appeared on the calm blood pool as a deep and ancient voice sounded. "How dare you purify my disciples? You must be tired of living." Chapter 172. What the hell? Lu Chen's mind spun rapidly. This hidden mission was inexplicably activated by him. It seems like there's some prerequisite mission in other places to obtain some clues and tools to evolve these followers. In the end, when I used force to subdue them, the system thought that I was purifying them, so it activated this mission. It can't be subdued by force. Lu Chen's idea of 20 layers of blood poison was completely destroyed. The voice just now came from the center of the blood pool. At this moment, the ripples in the center of the blood pool became turbulent. In the middle of the blood pool, an island in the middle of the lake appeared. On the island, there was a chaotic teleportation door. The person who spoke is behind that door. Is that a dungeon or a mystic realm? Normally, even if a dungeon was hard to find, the entrance was fixed. Just like the ruins of Fiend City, even if you couldn't enter the dungeon after testing, the entrance to the dungeon was there. However, this entrance had just appeared. The island in the middle of the lake didn't exist before. This feeling was similar to the Yue Mystery Realm. After the server-wide mission, the entrance to the Yue Mystery Realm disappeared. The rewards of a mystic realm were much higher than a dungeon. Oh, right. When I went to the Yue Mystery Realm, there was a stone platform in the Mystery Realm. As long as I put some items on it, I could get more similar items. Lu Chen suddenly remembered. Damn, I shouldn't have used all the ancient materials back then. Lu Chen said regretfully. However, Lu Chen thought about it again. Who could guarantee that he would find another mystic realm so soon? He was in urgent need of ancient materials. He couldn't keep them in his backpack to wait for the next mystic realm. Moreover, he couldn't be sure that the island in the middle of the lake was a mystic realm. Server announcement. Player Solipsistic found the Blood Pool Mystery Realm. Congratulations to player Solipsistic for obtaining the title Blood Pool Pioneer. Buffed. Lu Chen almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The slap to his face came too quickly. Not only was there a system announcement, but he also got another title. He looked at the attributes of Blood Pool Pioneer. It was better than the Yue Pioneer. His basic strength increased by 15%. All right, now I know you're a secret realm. Another announcement. Speaking of which, Nameless had been in the limelight recently. Ever since Mad God created a solo dungeon, he had disappeared. This time, there would be all kinds of speculations. All the live stream rooms were in an uproar. Have you seen the game announcement? Mad God has found another secret realm. This Mad God is too mysterious. He just created a solo dungeon, and now he's discovered a secret dungeon. Mad God is actually more mysterious than Nameless, and I think Mad God is stronger than Nameless. He's just quietly growing. When Winchim saw this message, she was so excited that her eyes widened. Mad God! It's Mad God! In the beginning, Winchim and Mad God had crossed paths several times. Although Mad God gradually disappeared from the top attention with the rise of War God, Nameless, Winchim had always been thinking about Mad God. Previously, the solo dungeon incident gave Winchim a glimmer of hope that Mad God would return to the public's attention. Unfortunately, Mad God continued to disappear, leaving only the solo dungeon. Every day, people queued up to farm experience. Fans were also discussing this matter enthusiastically. I told you, Mad God must still be in the game. Oh, right. Where is the Blood Pool secret realm? What level is the dungeon? War God Nameless equipment is Great Sage equipment. It doesn't feel very compatible. Only Mad God is near the Blood Pool. Oh, right. The last time the secret realm appeared, there was a server-wide mission. Is there one this time? As soon as this person finished speaking, Winchim, who was still in the game, received another message. Server-wide mission activated. Blood Demon Invasion. The servers will merge at 3 p.m. This time, all level 10 main cities will be merged. Players will be forced to go offline. The servers will restart in 10 minutes. Countless players accepted the mission unconditionally. Mission: Blood Demon Invasion. Mission description: at 8 p.m. tomorrow, the Blood Demon will lead the moon-worshipping sect to attack level 10 main cities. Players, please be prepared to resist the Blood Demon Invasion. Mission content: survive the attack of the Blood Demon army for 12 hours. This mission has been added to the Prophet's deduction array. Mission difficulty can be calculated. Mission reward: successfully resist the Blood Demon Invasion. All players in the server will receive double rewards for 48 hours and double the drop rate for 48 hours. If the main city is destroyed, the entire Celestial Mountain main city will disappear forever. What? Winchim looked at the mission description with a shocked expression. That's right, there was another server-wide mission, but this time it was obviously more terrifying. In the previous missions, the monsters in the secret realm were all hiding in the secret realm. But this time, the blood demons were going to attack the city. This was going to be a head-on battle. The mission reward was so generous. Double EXP and drop rate for 48 hours didn't seem to make people excited. Usually, the more generous the reward, the more difficult the mission. How much was the reward for the U.S. Secret Realm mission? A mere 12 hours of double express and no double drop rate. After failing the mission, the Celestial Mountain main city will disappear forever. Winchim repeated this notification. Without the Celestial Mountain main city, what about the guild territory we built? There's no place to learn skills, no place to buy potions, no place to challenge towers. The importance of the Celestial Mountain main city was self-evident. Once it disappeared forever, it would be devastating for players who didn't have the ability to enter the level 30 map. Oh my God, this mission is too crazy. The main city will disappear forever. Tianqing isn't joking. That's not right. Tomorrow is the 50th day celebration. What the hell is this? What is Solipsistic doing? The local server finally closed the gap, and now this is happening? If the main city is gone, the local server players will be tortured when the Asia server merges. You can't say that. If you were Mad God, you would go and take a look at the secret realm. but Mad God is too aggro-attracting. He doesn't attract the aggro of monsters, but the aggro of Jotian. He was the one who caused the 2 server-wide missions. Winchim suddenly thought of a problem. She hurriedly gave up on leveling up and returned to the city. She sent a message to her friend, and the two agreed to meet at the Prophet Profession Center. Winchim's friend was a prophet. This profession was currently in an awkward position. It didn't have AoE attacks, and its single-target attacks could bully pharmacists. However, pharmacists could heal, and they could become poison masters in the future. Bullying them was only temporary. Prophets couldn't fight, and their abilities were hilarious. They could calculate probability and predict good or bad luck. Currently, there were very few players in Jotian who could accept missions, and there was nothing that required calculating probability. This made the prophets even more awkward. This made many of the players who had originally come for this mysterious class regret their decision. However, this time, the system announcement made everyone think of the prophets. Shanshan, can you predict the difficulty of this mission? Shanshan frowned. I've already predicted it. What's the result? Soaring blood, 3 stars in a row, extremely ominous. The difficulty of this mission is 5 stars of destruction. Chapter 173. Prophets were considered the smallest group of people out of the 9 major professions, but because of this, the other professions didn't have a profession alliance, but they had one in the forums. Now, a large number of players had flooded into the prophets' forums. There was a post at the top of the forums. It was the deduction diagram of the highest level prophet, Zhuge Tianwen, for this quest. This diagram showed the deduction results of 6 quests. 5 of them were hidden quests that some players had accidentally encountered, and the difficulty was different. The 5 quests were 1-star lucky, 2-star lucky, 1-star ominous, 2-star ominous, and 1-star blood fiend. Of the 2 missions that were predicted to be good people, the players had successfully completed them and received attractive rewards. 2 ominous signs, the players failed the quest. As for the blood fiend, not only did the players fail the quest, but they also lost a piece of equipment. Zhuge Tianwen explained the current celestial phenomena. There should be a lot of people coming to our prophets' forums. I will give a unified answer here. Everyone can take a look at this post. Celestial phenomena are the result of us prophets consuming a large amount of spiritual energy. None of you can imagine that I've used up 8 bottles of spirit gathering pills to predict the invasion of the blood demons. That's why I feel that some prophets are cold and aloof and refuse to help you with the prediction. The cost of the prediction is much higher than you think. Using the system's algorithm, we calculate the final probability of each side's strength. In our deduction diagram, there are a total of 9 celestial phenomena, but currently we can only deduce 3 types of celestial phenomena. The lucky ones are lucky, the ominous ones are ominous and blood fiend. Among them, the lucky ones are better for individuals, the ominous ones are for players to die, and the blood fiend will not only kill players, but also drop important items. Every celestial phenomenon is divided into 10 stars. The higher the level, the more significant the effect of the celestial phenomenon. For example, the benefits of a 2-star lucky person are much better than a 1-star lucky person, and the death of a 2-star ominous one is more than a 1-star ominous one. The friend of the 2-star ominous one lost a lot of experience and equipment in that quest. Previously, the strongest one was the blood form. Compared to the death form, the blood form is much scarier. It will definitely drop the best equipment on its body and in its bag. This time, the system has added this server-wide mission into our deduction array diagram. However, I've taken a look at it. It's only temporary. After the server-wide mission, we probably still won't be able to deduce the destruction celestial phenomenon. However, using this opportunity, I specially found an external server that had just discovered the Hidden Moon's secret realm. I went to the external server to deduce the mission of the Hidden Moon's secret realm, but the result was unable to obtain the corresponding result. Perhaps it was because the external server had only just opened the Hidden Moon Canyon, and everyone's level was very high, so the mission of the Hidden Moon's secret realm became a lucky sign that I was unable to deduce. Destruction, celestial phenomenon. The description given on the deduction diagram is mass destruction, celestial phenomenon. A 5-star destruction celestial phenomenon means an extremely severe and destructive attack. Someone asked if the celestial phenomenon that we prophets predict is necessarily accurate. I need to explain that it may be because of the profession level. Our predictions have a certain deviation. The system will give the deviation percentage. At present, the 5 missions that I have predicted myself, the deviation value is about 15%. Fortunately, my predictions were all correct, so I can consider myself lucky. However, perhaps with the help of the system, the results of our predictions this time are unusually accurate. After testing, the deviation value given by the system for this server-wide mission is less than 1%. This time, the group of people could no longer remain calm. There was a 99% chance that it was a 5-star destruction celestial phenomenon. This was almost the verdict for this server-wide mission. It's over. We can't hold on this time. The Hua Xia Guild Alliance was holding an emergency meeting in the game. All the guild leaders and managers were asked to be connected to this meeting. Everyone has seen the server-wide mission this time. The few prophets with the highest profession level gave similar results. At present, the most accurate prediction is that there is a 99% chance that we will lose the main city of the Celestial Mountain in the future. The guild leader's tone was somewhat heavy. Everyone fell into silence. If the Celestial Mountain was gone, the guild territory would no longer exist. Their previous efforts would be in vain. Zeus of the gods, is there really no other way? Isn't there still a 1% chance? Crown Prince, I don't believe it. Now that the players have all leveled up, even some normal players have entered the main city of the Celestial Mountain. If the main cities of the national server merge, there will be more than 200 million players. So many people can't resist the invasion of the Gorfiends. Thunderstorm. Actually, I don't really believe it either. No matter what, prophets are actually only one of the 9 professions. Isn't it just some data? How can we take it seriously? ESD Xiao Yao Feng. That may be the case, but if the data is calculated by Tianqing through algorithms, it means that there is some basis for it. TT Li Xuanhuan. I guess that the Blood Pool's secret realm is very likely to be a level 30 map. If that's the case, there is indeed some difficulty. Celestial Tu Xian Yuan. The Celestial Mountain is a main city after all. It should have its own defense. Moreover, with so many players, I think it's impossible that we can't resist it. The guild chairman's voice sounded. At least many people have not given up hope. This is a good thing. However, we can't let our guard down. Everyone should be familiar with Tianqing's style. Their data analysis ability is definitely top-notch. Therefore, we can't completely ignore the predictions given by the prophets. This server-wide mission coincides with the 50th day celebration. I just received news that Tianqing will not cancel the celebration because of this server-wide mission. They will announce the content of the event at midnight. If the event is attractive, some players might not be interested in the server-wide mission. Also, we must always pay attention to the movements of the foreign servers. We can't rule out the possibility of foreign server teams trying to take advantage of the chaos. In short, Tomorrow's Xia server will definitely be in chaos. Whether it's for the Xia server or for your own guilds, our guilds must take up this responsibility. Last time, we were stopped by teams from many countries. This time, we can't do nothing. I hope that everyone will deploy this mission seriously. Even if you have to give it your all, you must stop the Bloodseekers' invasion. After the chairman finished speaking, he suddenly called out a name. Is Wild Waves Red, High Heels guild leader here? Long Nua was stunned for a moment before answering. I'm here. The chairman said, I wonder if you can contact Nameless, the god of war, for this server-wide mission. If Nameless can help, perhaps our chances of winning will be higher. Lung Nua thought for a moment before saying, We are not a professional team. This meeting is also an invitation. I'm not sure if I can contact the leader, but I'll pass on the message. All right, thank you. Also, let's have a small meeting with the top 50 professional guilds in the country. Luchin looked at the door on the island in the lake and frowned. The Bloodseeker was going to attack the city? Wait, wasn't that what he wanted to do? When the city is attacked, will the Celestial Mountain's mythical beast come out? Luchin narrowed his eyes slightly. In other words, his opportunity had come early. Chapter 174. Regardless of whether the Gorfiend's attack was Lu Chen's chance, the appearance of the Blood Pool secret realm was definitely his chance. Looking at the entrance to the secret realm, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. It wasn't easy to find a secret realm, an ancient battlefield. The ancient materials must be dropped. After saying that, Lu Chen turned around and walked towards the tree-lined path. At 2:30 p.m. that day, the players from the Xia server had stopped trying the dungeons. Everyone was waiting for the server to merge. At 3:00 p.m, the game was disconnected on time. 10 minutes later, the Xia server merged again. Hundreds of millions of people in a main city. I doubt it can fit them all. Yeah, we won't even be able to see the monsters by then. I hope we can stop the Gorfiend's invasion. That way, we can get double the rewards for 2 days and level up quickly. Speaking of which, what are the Gorfiends like? Everyone was nervous and looking forward to this full-service mission. 10 minutes later, the game was rebooted. All the level 10 main cities in the Xia server merged, and players logged into the game, one after another. As soon as they logged into the game, the players were instantly stunned by the scene in front of them. The Celestial Mountain map had changed. It was completely different. The 100 Beast Mountains had been razed to the ground and turned into an open plain. All the dungeons and monsters had temporarily disappeared. The Celestial Mountain main city was more than 5 times larger than before. The huge city was backed by the Celestial Mountain and looked majestic. Is this still the Celestial Mountain main city? Damn, did you guys notice? The guards on the Celestial Mountain have increased by 5 times. I think there are more than 1,000 people. 1,000 level 50 elites. Among them are generals and castellans. They should be stronger. Damn, can the Gorfiends really break through with this lineup? In addition to the map expansion, the number of players here was terrifying. A large number of players were scattered all over the Celestial Mountain and the 100 Beast Mountains. It was a sea of people. Various professional teams were mobilizing the surrounding players to build a defensive net in front of the Celestial Mountain main city. The entire Xia server seemed to have entered a state of battle readiness. I suddenly feel a little excited. 10 Steps was following High Heels and the others to deploy the battle line. Seeing this scene, 10 Steps couldn't help but feel excited. In fact, many players had the same thoughts as 10 Steps. In a game, a 100-man battle was already enough to make the players' blood boil, let alone a full server battle. It was too exciting. But according to the Prophet's prediction, this quest is too difficult. If we lose the celestial mountain main city in the future, it will have a huge impact on our country's server, Hua Luo said worriedly. What's there to be afraid of? Can't you see how excited the players are? It really feels like a war is about to break out. Anyway, I'm looking forward to the Blood Devil's invasion. Ingjun also said, that's true. I've never encountered such a scene before. Lin Nuo frowned. I say, you guys, can you stop chatting? Hurry up and help give orders. There are too many people now. We have to set up our own defense line first. At this moment, the Hua Xia server, which had just finished merging servers, released a system announcement. Everyone, please take note. In order to allow players to experience a more realistic beast invasion, players who die in battle during this Bloodseeker invasion event will not be able to revive until the event ends. F***CK. No way. 10 Steps exclaimed. He smiled and shook his head. You only have one life. Is Tianqing afraid that we'll survive? Yi also shook her head and said, if you only have one life, then the game will be much more difficult. The Huaxia Guild Alliance's official website was constantly releasing messages to guide the players in dealing with this invasion. At the moment, a strategy post was pinned at the top. Strategy post. First of all, we have to make one thing clear. Please stop all internal conflicts. After we survive the Bloodseeker invasion, the guilds and players can play as they like. However, during the server-wide quest, please put down your conflicts and work together to resist the invasion. This server-wide quest was different from the previous one. Last time, the guilds wanted to fight for the celestial beast. In fact, there was a very serious conflict of interest. However, this time, everyone's goal was the same, which was to protect the Celestial Mountain Imperial City. The Guild Alliance will set up 60 layers of defense. We have purchased the blueprints for the defensive fortifications and are already building enough defensive fortifications. However, we also know that to resist this invasion, the most important force is not the guilds, but all the players. Please actively join the guilds at the various defense lines. Please also pass this message to each other and inform your friends and companions to join the organization as soon as possible. After the servers are merged, we will establish a new guild. Everyone can choose which defense line to assist according to your own server. We believe that our Huaxia players will definitely be able to resist this invasion. In 12 hours, we will definitely be able to achieve the final victory. The Huaxia server will be victorious. In front of the Celestial Mountain Imperial City, there was a wooden fence every 100 meters. This was the symbol of a defense line. 60 defense lines, each 100 meters long, spanning 6,000 meters. The furthest defense line could not be seen from the city walls of the Celestial Mountain Imperial City. At the same time, the Guild Alliance established a large number of new guilds. These guilds were all temporarily applied and would probably be disbanded in the future. The guilds' names were based on their server numbers, which were very easy to identify. 5 regions formed a defense line. 60 defense lines would resist the Bloodseeker invasion this time. There were still 17 hours from 3 p.m. to 8 a.m. the next day. All the guilds were busy building the defense lines that they were responsible for. There were also people who were responsible for arranging for the casual players and small teams who joined the guild temporarily. Under the guidance of the Guild Alliance, the defense work was being carried out in an orderly manner. Usually, many people would be asleep at this time. However, there were still many people who were awake at midnight today. Today was the 50th day celebration of the Jiutian server. The content of the event would also be announced on this day. In addition, for the Huaxia players, the Bloodseeker invasion would begin at 8 a.m. from the Celestial Mountain Imperial City. This was related to the survival of the Huaxia server. I wonder what kind of event is going to be held. Speaking of which, we have to deal with the Bloodseeker invasion. Do we still have time to participate in the event? Let's wait for the event notification first. When it was 24 a.m., the Jiuqian system made a server-wide announcement. Thank you to all the players for your support and love. It has been 50 days since the Nine Heavens domain came online. In order to give back to the players, we will be holding a Jiuqian 50th Day celebration. Event content. Today, a large number of bosses that only appear in dungeons will be spawned in the wild. At the same time, dungeon experience and drop rates will be preserved. Tianqing Game Company wishes everyone a pleasant gaming experience. Seeing this announcement, many players around the world cheered. The monsters in the dungeon were coming out. Originally, they had to fight a bunch of small monsters before they could fight the final boss. However, now they could directly go and find these monsters. The efficiency of getting equipment had increased by a lot. However, the Huaxia players were dumbfounded. F*CK, what kind of event is this? F*CK, isn't the Bloodseeker invasion not enough? Why are there so many dungeon bosses? It's over. They don't usually organize events like this, but now they're doing it. It's going to be a mess. ESD's Xiao Yaofeng frowned. He said to Glasses beside him, "No, Glasses, do we Huaxia players have to be so unlucky?" Glasses shook his head helplessly. "Sai, what can we do? Why don't you go and beat up Solipsistic? Solipsistic, that guy stirred up a hornet's nest. Why hasn't he appeared yet?" Chapter 175. The 50th Day celebration was very attractive as they could fight more instance dungeon bosses. In addition, the most important point was that the system announcement mentioned the concept of boss points. Players can obtain boss points corresponding to their level by killing any boss during the 50th Day celebration. After the event ends, the name of the event will be determined based on the boss points. The first place of each server will receive our company's self-developed Chameleon Supercar. The 50th Day celebration became more and more popular as Skywalker continued to send out system announcements. Chameleon Supercar, that's a man's dream. Have you seen the pictures on the official website? The Chameleon is like a car from the future. It's so cool. But there's only one in each server. It should be very difficult to get first place in the entire server. However, while the players around the world were going crazy, the atmosphere in the Huaxia Guild was different. In the Huaxia Guild Alliance, a few managers were discussing the event. I really have to hand it to them. They actually organized such an event at this time. Isn't this dividing our forces? There should be some players who have already gone to fight for equipment. Yes, to those normal players, they don't really care about the Gorefiend invasion. Moreover, the rewards for this event are very attractive. To some players, the guild doesn't have time to fight the boss. This is their opportunity. Sai, we can't order all the players to defend, but there's one good thing about this event. Players from other servers won't come to our side to cause trouble. Strong organizations will definitely fight for the Chameleon. We can only do our job well and protect the main city of the Celestial Mountain. Otherwise, the Huaxia server will be completely defeated in the future server unification. Lu Chun looked at the 50th Day celebration event. Killing bosses to drop equipment, earning boss points. This event is not bad, Lu Chun said happily. He had already made it to Decapitation Mountain. There were many monsters there, and their levels were around 38. However, without the blood poison debuff, he could easily make it through Decapitation Mountain. Lu Chen raised his head and looked at the open map in front of him. This was not a dense forest. There were broken bricks everywhere, ancient stone pillars lying crookedly, and weeds growing all over the ground. This was the ancient battlefield. Lucien had been walking around here for a while and found 7 or 8 similar stone pillar ruins. There seemed to be some kind of connection between these ruins. There was a broken altar in the middle of each ruin, but Lucien couldn't find any clues to solve the mystery of the stone pillars even after searching for a long time. However, it seemed that things had taken a turn for the better now. With the 50-day event, Lucien did not need to find the instance dungeon. As long as there was an instance dungeon here, the boss inside could respawn in the wild. I hope it's an ancient material. As long as I can get one, I can return to the mystic realm. Lucien rode on Golden Retriever and wandered around the ancient battlefield. Speaking of which, the ancient battlefield map was very large. However, even now, Lucien had yet to discover a single monster. Strange, why hasn't it spawned yet? The event hasn't started yet. Lucien wandered back and forth on the map. Time passed by slowly. Lucien had already been here for an hour, let alone a boss. He hadn't even seen a single monster. Forget it. The registration here is probably quite high. Even if it's going to respawn, it'll take some time. Lucien thought for a while. He kept Golden Retriever and jumped onto a tree. His vision was better on the tree. He could see 3 or 4 stone pillar ruins at the same time. Xiao Min, help me look out. I'm going to sleep for a while. Wake me up if you find a boss. Okay, boss. Lucien leaned against the tree trunk. He didn't expect that not only would he have to sleep in the game, but he would also have to sleep in a tree. This was a rare experience. Just as Lucien was preparing to sleep, he opened his mail out of boredom. There were so many messages from strangers that he couldn't even count them. However, there were a few messages from friends that were marked out. Winchim, Mad God, have you been playing recently? I haven't heard from you in a long time. Red High Heels, Guild Master. The Guild Alliance hopes that you can participate in the defense of the Celestial Mountain King City. Lucien frowned slightly. That brat Winchim was still thinking about Mad God. Lucien was naturally not interested in participating in this server-wide quest. To be precise, even if he wanted to participate, he wouldn't be on the defense side. Lucien shook his head. He replied to Winchim and told her that he was still playing. After that, he replied to Lung Nua's email. There were only 3 words in the email: not participating. After closing the email system, Lucien looked at the stone pillars and thought, could it be that a dungeon that I haven't been to won't spawn a boss? I should have let Rhubarb take a look. Forget it. I'm sleepy. I'll think about it after I sleep. When a small team of players was the first to kill a Shadow Tempest Tiger, the boss leaderboard appeared in the Hua Xia server. Regardless of whether it was for equipment, experience points, or the final event reward, many players were killing the boss like crazy. The rankings on the leaderboard were changing almost every minute. The competition between players was very intense. Until 7:50 in the morning, the first place on the leaderboard, Tai A Imperial Sky, had a total of 1,433 boss points. It was only 2 points higher than the second place, Wisdom Net Duanyu. At this time, there were only 10 minutes left before the Gorefiend invasion. The number of online players in the local server began to rise. A large number of players flooded the server, preparing to deal with this 5-star annihilation level invasion. At 7:58, most of the players had gathered outside the Celestial Mountain main city, within the 6,000-meter defense line. Of course, there were still some players who were trying to fight for the boss. At 8 o'clock, the Hua Xia server made a red-lettered announcement. The Gorefiend army is marching towards the Celestial Mountain main city. Even the players who were still fighting the boss reluctantly returned. After all, during the Gorefiend invasion, players only had one life. Once they died, they would have to wait for 12 hours. At this time, except for some players who were not very smart, no one dared to stay outside. On the other hand, because the Celestial Mountain defense line was too large, many players at the back chose to watch the situation at the front line through live streaming. A originally unknown live streaming channel, Lualua's live streaming channel, because she was at the 5th defense line and could see the situation at the front line, suddenly became the most popular channel on the official website. In less than 10 minutes, the sky in the distance suddenly changed color. It turned into a blood-red color. What's that? Is it an army of monsters? I don't think so. It's fog. F***CK. Don't tell me it's the same fog as the fog forest. Gradually, the sky above everyone's head turned red. The entire world was shrouded in a red bloody mist. Suddenly, a player in the front row exclaimed loudly, "Damn, what kind of debuff is this?" 0. 5% of my maximum HP every second. Chapter 176. More and more people realized that they had been hit by the blood poison debuff. Before the battle even started, everyone was already losing HP. F***CK. As long as we're in the blood mist, we'll have this debuff. F***CK. Who can take it if they keep losing HP? Everyone, drink your potions. A prophet looked at this red world in horror and muttered, "Blood fiend soaring to the heavens? Blood surge. Oh my god. This is a 5-star destruction difficulty. 0. 5% HP loss every second. And after deducting the player's HP recovery, if they did not drink their potions, they would die in 4 to 5 minutes. It must be noted that the so-called Blood Demon Army had yet to appear. The activation of the Xia server's server-wide quest attracted the attention of many players from other servers. Although the 50th day celebration was tempting, only one person could get the Chameleon Supercar in the end. The competition among the top players was the most intense. There were still many people who were paying attention to the world's first Bloodseeker invasion. Perhaps one day they would experience all of this as well. At this moment, seeing the Xia players losing HP collectively, these players from other servers were shocked. This is too much. 0. 5% HP loss every second may not seem like much, but if it lasts for 12 hours, no one can withstand it. This is a percentage HP loss. It doesn't matter if you're strong or weak. I can already foresee that the Xia server will no longer have a Celestial Mountain main city. Before the Bloodseeker army arrived, the blood mist had already caused the players to panic. Everyone, drink your HP. Send people back to the Celestial Mountain main city to buy potions immediately. No, we have too many people on the front line. Organize a 50-man supply team to buy healing potions. Let everyone use medium and small healing potions together. Damn it, how many potions do we need to hold on? When will the Bloodseeker army appear? Previously, everyone was hoping that the Bloodseeker army would not appear too early. Now, they could not wait for the Bloodseeker army to arrive while they still had the ability to use potions to maintain their HP. The Frenzy Wave Guild was in the middle of the defense formation. Lung Nuo had also asked Hua Luo to organize a supply team and was returning to the Celestial Mountain to buy healing potions. We haven't even started fighting, and I have a bad feeling about this. Ingjun complained. To hold on for 12 hours, my god, it's impossible. Unless we can defeat the Blood Demon Army, but we don't even know what the Blood Demon Army's commander looks like. At this moment, Little Ming suddenly shouted, "There are players outside who say that they saw the Blood Devil Army." What? That person said that an army of millions of monsters is rushing towards us. Moreover, all the bosses and monsters along the way have been assimilated. Their army is getting stronger and stronger. F***CK. No way. 10 Steps said in shock. Wouldn't the 50th day celebration increase the difficulty of our game? Lu Chen slowly woke up. After a nap, he felt much better. Xiao Min, you didn't kill any bosses last night. Boss, not a single one. Lu Chen shook his head. It seemed that only discovered instance dungeons would have activities. Sigh, it seems that trickery won't work. We still need to find the dungeon. Lu Chen grumbled. Why did the weather change? Lu Chen noticed the changes in his surroundings. Boss, the blood demon invasion has begun, Xiao Min explained. Oh, so it's the blood demon's skill. It's quite strong. Has the entire map turned into a blood pool? Lu Chen looked at his status. At this moment, he was also poisoned by the blood poison. Thanks to his battle recovery, he did not lose any health points. Although Lu Chen was not sure if he would stand on the player's side, he was also very concerned about the development of the situation. He opened the official website and found a live stream room. At this moment, the Blood Demon army had already clashed with the human players. Most of the Blood Demon's subordinates were from the Worshipping Moon sect. They could directly recruit blood skeletons from the fog. They were all around level 35. On the other hand, most of the human players were at the upper limit of level 20. They were trying their best to resist the Blood Demon army. Strange. Isn't that the golden-striped Black Tiger King? Why did it join the Blood Demon's side? Lu Chen noticed this strange phenomenon. There were many other instance dungeon bosses in the Blood Demon army. F***CK. Did they get assimilated? They're so strong. Lu Chen said with a frown. Although the human players' levels were low, there were many of them. The defensive line had not been broken through for the time being. However, Lu Chen discovered that they had all been poisoned by the blood poison. On the other hand, green numbers kept floating above the monsters' heads. The green numbers represented the recovery of health points. They can heal. Lu Chen thought carefully. He had fought the Worshipping Moon sect members before. They did not have any healing skills. Moreover, the situation now was that all the monsters that had lost health points were being healed. Could it be? Lu Chen suddenly thought of a possibility. At this moment, the streamer Luo Luo was shouting, "Oh my God, there are so many monsters. We can't stop them. This damned blood misreduces our health points, but it heals the monsters." Luo Luo's words confirmed Lu Chen's guess. F***CK. It actually has such an effect. Lu Chen's mind raced. In the worshipping blood pool, his health points were reduced because he was not on the same side as the Worshipping Moon sect members. However, it was different now. The blood demon had walked out. The other monsters would be assimilated by the blood mist. This way, they would be on the same side. To confirm his guess, Lu Chen immediately took off his human skin. His terrifying body was released from the human skin. The blood poison effect on his body instantly turned from red to green. Blood healing? Recover 0. 5% of my health points every second. F***CK. It's really like this. Lu Chen opened his eyes wide, although his head was floating to the side. Ha 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 ha, monster invasion. This daddy is also a monster. This feels good. After jumping down from the tree, Lu Chen released Rhubarb. Rhubarb, do you know how to break this stone pillar array? I need to quickly get some ancient materials. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. The system translated Rhubarb's meaning. I heard the master mention the ancient battlefield's stone pillar array. These are the ruins left behind by the ancient battle. In order to activate the stone pillar array, You need enough reputation. Reputation? What reputation? Rhubarb, the player's main city reputation, or the monster reputation that corresponds to the main city reputation. Luchin only had monster reputation. Using monster reputation constantly allowed him to go further and further on the path of evolution as a wild monster. In this way, monster reputation was equivalent to main city reputation. How many reputation points do I need to activate the stone pillar array? Rhubarb, I don't know either. But the master said that to activate the ancient battlefield, a large number of players would need to work together. So, I'm sure that to activate the ancient battlefield, you need tens of millions of reputation points or even more. Luchin frowned. If he exchanged all the materials he had for monster reputation points, it would be around 10 million. Not to mention whether he could activate it after exchanging all his reputation points. Even if he could, he wouldn't activate it. These materials were all needed for evolution. He had saved them for a long time. If he had ancient materials and didn't have any evolution materials, wouldn't it be more painful? Tisk, if you want reputation points, there's also the celestial killing mountain's mythical beast. Luchin frowned. If that's the case, then let me think. Looks like this time I'm destined to stand against the celestial mountain imperial city. Luchin sneered. Interesting. Chapter 177. At the Celestial Mountain Royal City, the battle had just begun, and it had already reached its climax. Medicine Master, heal them. Quick! Focus fire, focus fire. It's meaningless to lose half of their HP. Kill as many as you can and create an advantageous situation for the front line. Front line, hold off the blood skeletons. Back line, kill their spiritualists. If the spiritualists don't die, they can still be summoned. Oh my God, what's that thing behind their army? It's so huge. Someone noticed a huge creature at the back of the Blood Devil army. It was at least 20 meters tall. Although they couldn't see its appearance clearly, they could see that it was moving slowly. Fortunately, the humans were holding the front line tightly. Both sides were in the same place, so that thing couldn't pass through for the time being. Is that a blood devil? I don't know. Forget it. Defend first. At the Guild Alliance, someone was assisting in the command. The front line can't hold on much longer. Medicine masters from the second and third lines, go and help. Tell them to act according to the situation. If the front line can't hold on, retreat. The pugilist at the front line, Monk's HP was dropping too quickly. After a few stacks of blood poison, his HP was dropping rapidly. Even with a few medicine masters healing him, his HP bar was still going up and down. F***CK, this poison can stack. We can't hold on much longer. Backline, activate it. Kill as many as you can. The person in charge of the first line of defense roared. Not long after, his HP dropped by half. The medicine masters didn't have enough spiritual energy to heal him at all. In less than 3 minutes, the first line of defense collapsed. Chairman, we have to change our strategy. That poison is too vicious. The Guild Alliance was urgently discussing a countermeasure. Yes, I got it. Once the blood poison stacks up, even the gods can't save you. Inform everyone. Once the front line stacks up to 3 stacks of blood poison, retreat immediately. The tanks at the back line will take over immediately. The tanks at the 60 lines of defense will move quickly. Okay, understood. I'll pass the message immediately. It had to be said that Hua Xia's Guild Alliance reacted very quickly. They immediately changed their strategy and replaced the tanks with more than 3 stacks of blood poison. Once the blood poison effect disappeared, they could form a new combat force. Only the tanks moved, and the attackers didn't move. This saved a lot of time and didn't disrupt the entire defensive formation at the same time. Yes, Huaxia's command is very smart, isn't it? As expected of an ancient war powerhouse, they reacted very quickly. I think this method will be quite useful, as long as the problem of the blood poison is solved and the front line is not in chaos. They will have a chance to stop this attack. This tactic can be applied to our blood fiend invasion in the future. Of course, the players were able to stop the invasion of the Blood Devil army because Huaxia's players had made sufficient preparations in advance. If they had not set up these 60 lines of defense, the players' army might have collapsed at once. The execution ability of Huaxia's players was terrifying. Even if they were solo players, most of them could complete their own quests under the command of various professional players. Tanks at the back. Get ready. Go. Hold on. Nanny, heal me. DPS. Focus fire. Don't scatter your firepower. They regenerate HP very quickly, so we must kill them. All the guild leaders yelled at the top of their lungs. All the players did their best to resist the invasion of the Blood Demon army. Lu Chun was rushing to the battlefield. 10 minutes later, Lu Chun saw the army of monsters in front of him. Golden Retriever, go back. Xiao Min, possess me. Lu Chun was currently in his monster form. He used all 8 legs and rushed toward the army of monsters. He also had a buff, blood healing, which recovered 5% of his maximum HP every second. When he reached the back of the army of monsters, Lu Chun realized that the other monsters did not attack him. Hee, it feels like I'm back to the time when I killed the gnolls. Lu Chun smiled. Don't panic, everyone. We're on the same side. Not far away, a terrifying monster that seemed to have come from hell stood out. It was at least 20 meters tall and had a ferocious face like a devil. It even had a pair of wings on its back. That's the Blood Fiend. Lu Chun looked at it again. Yes, it looks very strong. It's best to protect it. Who knows, we might have to rely on it to kill the divine beast. Looking at the front line of the battlefield, the human players were actually blocking the army of monsters. Damn, not bad. Facing the attacks of the moon-worshipping sect members and the loss of HP from the blood mist, they can still hold on. Lu Chun could not help but sigh. The players were really too hardworking. Lu Chun squeezed through the monsters around him and kept getting closer to the front line. Not long after, he heard the command of the human team leader. Tanks in the front line, hold on for 30 seconds. Tanks in the next line, get ready. Everyone, you must hold on. For the main city of the Celestial Mountain, we must hold on. Pharmacists, don't be afraid of running out of mana. Heal up. DPS in the back line, get ready to change. The front line is out of mana. We can do it. We're the strongest. Lu Chun frowned slightly. It turned out that they were using this method to block the army of monsters. Now, the army of monsters had only broken through one line of defense. If this continued, they might really be blocked. He quietly retreated to the back line. He felt a little guilty. Sigh, I'm sorry. For the sake of the mythical beast, for the sake of reputation, Nameless can't come this time. Only Mad God can come. Lu Chun shook his head. At most, I'll promise you that I'll kill the gore fiends in the end. Friends, goodbye. Tiger roar. Great Ravager sweep. A series of sword auras broke through the air. The skill did not harm the friendly units and directly pounced on the human players. The 10-meter-long sword auras crazily smashed into the crowd. Minus 3,213, minus 3,114, minus 3,208. The originally stable line of defense was instantly blasted into several gaps. Damn, what's going on? Not good. It's an AoE skill. Damn, there's a limit to the damage. There's a few thousand of them. Not good. There's a gap. The army of Gorfiends is coming in through the gap. Backline, fill in immediately, quick. A gap appeared in the line of defense. Blood skeletons and various dungeon bosses madly rushed through the gap and into the crowd. When the Guild Alliance saw this, everyone's faces turned pale. Not good. The line of defense is about to collapse. Why does that skill look a bit like a nameless skill? Nameless skills were also obtained from the wild monsters. There are too many wild monsters now, so it's hard to differentiate. Don't worry about this. Quickly think of a way. Mobile troops, fill in immediately. At this moment, a few more sword auras attacked, and more gaps appeared in the line of defense. The army of monsters was advancing. Oh my God, how are we going to block this? The Guild Alliance quickly came up with a new strategy. Players, there are monsters with strong AoE skills among the wild monsters. Our line of defense may not be able to block them. I know that everyone may drop equipment after death. Our Guild Alliance does not have the funds to bear the loss of equipment for all players in the server. We are not qualified to ask all players to sacrifice themselves. I only hope that everyone can put aside their selfish thoughts. At this moment, Xia players must be united as one, and their will is as strong as an impregnable fortress. Medicine Master, ranged players, quickly retreat to the main city of the Celestial Mountain. We will rely on the terrain of the Celestial Mountain. Elite guards will be the last line of defense. Melee players, I implore you, buy us some time. Chapter 178. Melee players, please buy time for us. Although this was a simple sentence, as long as one was not too stupid, they would understand the hidden meaning behind this sentence. Even the pharmacist had returned to the city. This meant that they would have to sacrifice almost all the melee players to defend the city. It was no wonder that the guild chairman's tone was so weak when he made this request. Would the normal players respond to this kind of request to die suggestion? The foreign server players were unusually enthusiastic. Xia's server can't hold on anymore. This is asking the melee players to go and die. Only idiots will rush to the front. However, after a while, the behavior of the Xia players exceeded the foreigners' expectations. Someone in the crowd yelled, F***CK, brothers, I don't believe that we, the mighty Xia's server, can't hold on against these bastards. Charge with me if you have the guts. This is not the time to only think about ourselves. Brothers, we can't let the foreign server people see us as a joke. Kill this bunch of trash. Pharmacist, don't heal anymore. Go back to the city. Ranged players, run. Melee players, we must buy time for them. What are you afraid of? As long as we don't die, the immortal mountain city won't fall. Charge. An endless number of melee players rushed out from the crowd and pounced on the Blood Devil army like a tide. Ranged players, we must protect the immortal mountain. Charge. Charge. Blood Devils. Killing one is not a loss. Killing two is a gain. The melee players pounced on the Blood Devil army crazily. The players who were below level 20 were fearless against the level 35 monsters. They roared and pounced. Seeing this scene, the foreign server players were completely stunned. Oh my God, during the invasion of the Blood Devils, once you die, you won't be able to go online for 12 hours. Are they really not afraid? Aren't the Xia players a plate of loose sand? Why are they so united all of a sudden? These are the Xia players. Not only did the Xia players respond to this unreasonable suggestion, but they also charged more fiercely than anyone else. In an instant, The players were like blood that seeped into the soil, instantly covering the battlefield. The effect of Lu Chen's Great Ravager's sweep was already very limited. As a member of Huaxia, Lu Chen wasn't surprised by the actions of the Huaxia players. Although the internal strife among Huaxia players was fierce, when they were united against an external force, they could still explode with astonishing power. This was the specialty of Huaxia. However, Lu Chen's current identity was not that of a player. He was now standing on the opposite side of a player. Unless there was an invasion, Lu Chen would not stop. The human army tried to infiltrate the monster army, but the monster army's firepower was too strong. Furthermore, the humans had the blood poison effect, while the monsters had the blood healing effect. The human players who were charging at the front line were constantly being attacked. The stacking of the blood poison effects meant that their HP could not last more than a few rounds. Moreover, a level 35 moon-worshipping cult member's attack power was already very high. Batches of players had already fallen one after another. However, the players were still charging madly. Although the levels of the human players were low, they had a lot of people. Although they were temporarily unable to break through the monster army's front line, they could still hold on for a while, especially when the group attack skills that appeared just now did not appear again. The pressure on the players was greatly reduced. On the wall of the Celestial Mountain main city, a group of players was observing the situation on the battlefield. From the looks of it, they should be able to hold on for a few hours. Then we can rely on the Celestial Mountain's defense to hold on for 12 hours. If they can hold on for 6 hours, leave the rest to us. We must defend the Celestial Mountain. We can't betray their trust. Everyone, recover your spirit chi first. In a while, the medicine masters will be frantically healing the elite soldiers. Attack quickly and kill the monsters. However, at this moment, the giant demon finally moved. You ants, stop your meaningless resistance. A deep voice that seemed to come from ancient times resounded throughout the Celestial Mountain. Immediately after, the blood demon spread its wings and flew into the air. Then, it fiercely fell from the sky. Its huge body smashed heavily into the human players. With a loud bang, the entire Celestial Mountain could feel a tremor. With the blood demon's feet as the center, red rings burst out and kept expanding outwards. There were a total of 5 rings that spread outwards at an extremely fast speed. When the blood rings expanded to their largest size, they had a diameter of 200 meters. Minus 3,000. Minus 3,000. Minus 3,000. Minus 3,000, minus 3,000. The players around it instantly received damage from the 5 blood rings. This damage directly killed a large group of players around the blood demon. Oh my God, what kind of technique is this? On the city wall, the players looked at this scene in horror. If one did not have 15,000 HP, they would be instantly killed. Now, even if it was a melee class, very few people had more than 6,000 HP. It could be instantly killed 2.5 times. With this stomp of the blood demon, at least 10,000 players were killed. There were no longer any players around it alive. More importantly, with this stomp, the players who had just held on to a glimmer of hope instantly fell into despair. Is that the blood demon? It's too scary. This kind of guy, it's impossible for anyone to deal with it. However, the blood demon's massacre was not over. The 5 blood rings were just the beginning. At this time, the blood demon had already moved from the crowd of wild monsters to the center of the battlefield. Everyone could see its appearance clearly. It looked like a demon from hell with a pair of black flesh wings and a red long sword in its hand. The blood demon raised its red long sword and roared, "Blood rain!" Immediately after, red rain fell from the sky in an area where there were very many players. A large number of damaged figures quickly appeared above the heads of the large number of players who stayed in this area. Minus 1,200, minus 1,200, minus 1,200. Although the damage this time was not as high as the blood rings, the blood rain's damage was very concentrated. Also, because the area was too big, there was no time for people to escape. Without a doubt, within the blood rain area, corpses were strewn everywhere. This is also an AoE technique. This is even scarier than the previous one. It lasts for a long time. A few human players took the risk and rushed toward the blood demon. While it was activating its technique, a few long swords viciously slashed at the blood demon's calf. Go to hell. However, the blood demon only lost 1 HP. They could not even see its maximum HP, which meant that the players could not break its defense at all. F***CK, it didn't break its defense. No way. Even the dark iron gold sword can't break its defense. Could it be that only Tiger Sob can hurt it? The blood demon killed 5 people with 1 claw. Minus 7,344. Minus 7,612, minus 7,319. F***CK. The blood demon's attack has an AoE attack. Is it splitting? It doesn't seem like it. The damage didn't decrease. More than 7,000 damage. The attack is too high. The blood demon's entrance completely broke the balance between the two armies. It was like a tank madly crushing the players. One attack could kill about 10 people in an instant. Moreover, its terrifying skill had a very short cooldown. After a few attacks, it had already killed hundreds of thousands of players. It relied on the fact that the players could not break its defense and rampaged. Oh no, the blood demon is here. Everyone get ready. It's over. We can't stop this guy. At this moment, there was a loud bang. The blood demon had crashed into something. Monster attack detected. Celestial Mountain defense array activated. With a boom, a semi-spherical, transparent light shield suddenly appeared around the Celestial Mountain. Inside the light shield, there were 5 sage-like men standing in the north, south, east, and west. There were 6 directions directly above the Celestial Mountain. They held various weapons in their hands and propped up this transparent shield. 5 Celestial Sects, Universal Spirit Protection Array. Chapter 179. The Celestial Mountain still has a protective formation. The crowd exclaimed, "That's great. The Celestial Mountain still has a protective formation. We have hope." In the distance, Lu Chen saw this scene and was suddenly awakened. Luckily, he did not attack the city rashly. His territory had a Stage 3 protective formation. How could a place like the Celestial Mountain not have one? The despairing human players saw hope again. Ha! The Celestial Mountain is really something. It even has such a strong protective formation. That's great. We can stop the Gore Fiend's invasion with this. The human players' morale was greatly boosted, especially the melee players. After seeing hope, they became more united and organized, charging even more ferociously. The battle between the monster army and the human players became even more intense. Lu Chun hid behind the monster army and observed the situation. Currently, the Gore Fiend was charging at the front alone. This guy had wings and could easily fly over the human player's defense line. Unfortunately, it was blocked by the protective formation. Now, the players could not do anything to it. They could only watch as it wildly destroyed the protective formation. That guy should have the ability to destroy the formation, Lu Chen speculated. If it can't even destroy the protective formation, then this server-wide mission is meaningless. If the protective formation alone could protect the celestial mountain, then wouldn't it be giving away 2 days' worth of resources for free? Tianxing would definitely not be so easy to deal with. Other than this boss, the monster army and the human army fought fiercely. However, the human players were very tenacious. They continuously blocked the monster army's advance. Luchin also knew something that others did not. The Celestial Mountain main city still had a trump card. The Divine Guardian Beast. That's not right. It's been too long. What if it's too late? Luchin frowned. The best way to kill the Divine Guardian Beast is to let the Gore Fiend do it. I'll take the kill. But if the protective formation takes too long, if the event ends, I might not be able to kill the Divine Guardian Beast. Thinking of this, Lu Chun decided that he could no longer stand by and watch. Oh, right. I should buy a skin. Lu Chen's current appearance was a little too much. What skin should he choose? Lu Chen hesitated for a moment and finally chose the Blood Fiend macaque skin. Tear open a few holes and let the wild monsters through. The appearance of the Great Mountain Protection Array boosted the morale of the players. Charge! We can definitely hold them off. Kill! At this moment, the crowd suddenly saw a monkey leap into the air, reaching a height of over 10 meters. Then, the long staff in his hand instantly grew larger. Earth-splitting chasm. 100-meter-long staff, Shadow, descended from the sky and smashed into the players. With this strike, tens of thousands of players were hit. Minus 6,134, minus 6,413, minus 6,328. Countless damage values floated up above the earth-splitting chasm. Who knew how many players had been hit? Lu Chen was also very cunning. Originally, the earth-splitting chasm's damage should have been 10,000 plus. However, when he used this skill, he adjusted the ratio of his strength to about 6,000 plus damage. Not only could it kill players instantly, but it would also not make people think of Nameless. After all, Nameless had shown this skill in the live broadcast. At that time, it was used against the Nightmare Elves and did not deal any damage. However, there was no lack of data experts among the players. They might be able to calculate his attack. The appearance of this staff was like a blow to the players' heads. F*CK. It's Nameless skill. F*CK. Another powerful boss has appeared. It's that monkey. That's right. That monkey was Lu Chen. At this moment, Lu Chen quickly moved away. Clone. In the process of quick movement, Lu Chen used another skill and left a clone in the crowd. Behind him, a group of players stared at the clone. However, even though the clone only had 50% of Lu Chen's attack power and took 200% of the damage, it was still a nightmare for the players. F*CK. What kind of boss is this? I can't hit it. It's attacking in the thousands. Block it. While the players were distracted by his clone, Lu Chen's main body had already used a second quick movement. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen was already within the range of the Blood Demon's blood ring. At this distance, no one dared to come close, and no one dared to chase after him. Luckily, this guy did not use any skills on him. It seemed like he was now treating him as a teammate by default. To ensure his safety, Lu Chen walked to the side of the Blood Demon. F*CK. I'm so close to the Blood Demon. It looks a little scary. Lu Chen looked at the model of the Blood Demon. Not only did Tianxing make the model so big, but the details were also so realistic. Even the pores could be seen. I think you're uglier than me. Lu Chen shook his head. But your wings are not bad. It would be great if I could get a pair in the future. That flaming sword looks cool too. I wonder if it's a purple weapon. After taking a short break, Lu Chen looked at the protective formation in front of him, then observed the blood demon's attacks. Every time this guy attacked, the flaming sword's flames would burn brighter than usual. It should only be effective if I use spiritual power. My protective formation will only lose durability if I use spiritual power. Lu Chen casually attacked the protective formation. As expected, it was immune to physical attacks. Okay, Blood Demon, I'm here to help you. It's a good thing to save some spiritual energy. I'll be relying on you to fight the divine beast later. With that, Lu Chen activated Tiger Roar and started swinging his sword wildly. In the celestial mountain main city, many players saw this strange scene. A blood fiend macaque broke out of the encirclement and ran over to help the blood demon. However, when the protective formation was attacked, it would not show HP loss. Only by asking the NPC city lord could they know the durability of the protective formation. Therefore, the players could not see how much damage the monkey was doing. In addition, Lu Chen was attacking close to the protective formation, so the players could not see the sword energy. They could only see the monkey crazily attacking the protective formation. Damn, where did this wild monkey come from? It's just a small monster, but it's fighting harder than a boss. Oh, right. Did the nameless Monkey King equipment set drop from this kind of monster? This guy is not a small monster. It's a boss. I saw it just now. That earth-splitting chasm was created by it. It also has doppelgangers and displacement skills. It might not be weaker than the blood demon. Not good. Quickly look at the durability of the protective formation. It's dropping much faster than before. It's that monkey. The Guild Alliance quickly gave out orders. Immediately send people over and see if they can pull that monkey away. The players were not stupid. Although Lu Chen looked like a small monster now, anyone who had noticed his previous skills knew that this guy was very difficult to deal with. However, compared to the blood demon, this monkey did not have such unsolvable AoE skills. Earth-splitting chasm was also a straight-line AoE attack. It might not be impossible to avoid it. Therefore, the monkey became the player's breakthrough point. The three teams quickly gathered inside the protective formation. Everyone, pay attention. This monkey looks very weak, but don't let your guard down. Our goal is to pull it away. The blood demon can't get close. This monkey is not that strong. If we pull it away, the protective formation can hold on for a while longer. Whether or not we can hold on for 12 hours depends on us. Everyone here is a professional elite. I won't talk nonsense. I only have one request. Go all out. Lu Chen frowned. There was only a transparent wall between him and the monsters. Lu Chen could hear their tactics clearly. Damn, is it appropriate to discuss tactics in front of me? Chapter 180. First, find a few people to enter the blood demon's control area. Force it to use the blood ring. These people would definitely die, but it didn't matter. The others would quickly enter the area. Some people would attract the blood demon's attention, and the others would lure Monkey out. The players explained their strategy in detail in front of Lu Chen. These guys were indeed experienced. They thought of how to lure Lu Chen so quickly. Now, the problem was, if the players attacked him, what would he do? Cooperate with their performance? Run after a hit? That would be too stupid. Not cooperate. It didn't seem like a wild monster. Without waiting for Lu Chen to come to a conclusion, three players quietly came out of the mountain guarding formation. The others were also ready. Seeing that everyone was ready, the three members of the suicide squad quickly rushed into the blood demon's control area. The blood demon noticed them immediately and killed them with a blood ring. The first step was very smooth. The blood ring disappeared, and the following players rushed into the blood demon's control area. Everyone was very scattered and rushed toward the two bosses from multiple directions. This could prevent the blood demon from using blood rain. More than a dozen players were killed by the blood demon with a slap before they could get close. Fortunately, the players had already thought of this situation, and the second wave of people quickly filled in. These people couldn't last for more than a few seconds. The key was that at the same time, two groups of people rushed toward Luchin. Luchin was a little panicked. Were these people trying to attract his aggro? But the problem was that he only had eyes for the mountain guarding formation. "Monkey, I'm your grandfather." A player shouted and rushed toward Luchin. "Come and hit me." Luchin was also speechless. Now, players didn't have taunting skills, but many players had learned to taunt manually. Shouting at a monster like this was ridiculous. At this moment, without waiting for the players to rush over, Luchin ran to the other side of the blood demon. "Stop, stop, stop. F***CK. Is there something wrong with this monkey's brain? Why did he run to the other side? The boss's position has changed. Not good. There's no one to attract the blood demon's aggro. Retreat first, regroup and come again." A slight change forced the players to retreat from the blood demon's control area. Not long after, the players organized the second wave of action. This time, there were 6 squads and 240 players. The initial steps were the same. First, 3 players would be used to force the blood demon's blood ring out. Then, they would form a suicide squad to lure the blood demon. The Gore Fiend's attacks naturally had an AoE effect. They didn't know if it was a splash attack or a split attack. In addition, it had an AoE skill. In short, the price to pay to pull the Gore Fiend was too high. The player's focus was still on pulling the monkey. Looking at its size, it would be easier to deal with a monkey. Luchin furrowed his brows. This group of players was going against him. Now that Luchin was standing on the left side of Blood Devil, the players immediately arranged their forces in this direction. Seeing that there were ranged players in the enemy's formation, Luchin did not wait for them to attack and jumped to Blood Devil's right side. F***CK. That monkey ran away again. Don't worry, we have people over there too. The players on the right quickly organized themselves. "Damn monkey, go to hell. Come and hit me." A flying sword shot over. Luchin moved slightly and continued to attack the immortal mountain array. "Hey, you didn't even hit him? Why does that guy always like to move around?" "It's a monkey. Of course, it likes to move around." "One more time, hurry up. We're almost out of people to pull the Gore Fiend." Immortal sword guides the way. Luchin moved slightly again. F***CK. This monkey is real. 3 people together. Quickly pull it away. Immortal sword guides the way. The players only dared to use Immortal sword guides the way. If they used AoE skills, they would pull the Gore Fiend, and all their previous efforts would be wasted. This time, Luchin simply went to hug the Gore Fiend's leg. He hid beside the Gore Fiend's leg and relied on it to block the player's line of sight. F***CK. Is this crazy? What kind of boss is this? It has its own evasion ability. The players almost broke down. Although Immortal Sword guides the way needed to be predicted, it was a wild monster. Moreover, it was the first move. To be able to miss repeatedly, it was really strange. Every time the skill was activated, the monkey would become restless. It would run around and jump around. F***CK. Don't let me meet this kind of wild monster next time. I'm going to break down. This is great. It ran to the Gore Fiend's leg. Not good. The Gore Fiend's blood ring is going to cool down. Let's retreat first. The players retreated very quickly, but they also suffered heavy losses. Out of 240 people, they lost 160 people. What's wrong with you guys? Why can't we pull it? The person in charge of this mission seemed a little anxious. That guy is crazy. A few members complained. We're fighting the immortal mountain array, but it won't attack. As we fight, it will jump around. Yeah, and every time we're about to attack, it will start to run around. If it runs in a regular pattern, I think we can definitely hit it. But this time, we can't figure out its pattern at all. How can we fight it? The person in charge just received news that the immortal mountain main city's durability was dropping much faster than before. In addition, the players outside were constantly being attacked by the blood poison. Now, their losses were getting heavier and heavier. Once the wild monster army charged over, the immortal mountain array would not be able to withstand it. Speaking of which, when Lu Chen smashed the giant pit with his staff, it directly tore a big hole in the formation of the players. With his clone holding on for a while, a few wild monsters actually entered the Gorfiend's range of control. This range was a nightmare for the players, but for the wild monsters, it was definitely the perfect safe haven. Lu Chen turned around and saw a golden-striped black tiger king, 7 or 8 moon-worshipping sect members, and 2 or 3 headless flying corpses rushing in. He was overjoyed. This time, he had help. Looking back, Lu Chen saw that they had come over from the earth-splitting chasm. Suddenly, a plan came to his mind. Lu Chen ran to the edge of the Gorfiend's range of control and smashed his staff again. A huge chasm appeared, and the players in the attack range of the chasm were instantly killed. The chasm immediately became a shortcut to the immortal mountain main city. The surrounding wild monsters saw the opportunity and rushed over. Block them! Quick! After the nearby players saw it, they tried to quickly fill in the gaps. However, first of all, it was too hasty. Second of all, after such a long battle, not to mention their health points, there were still a dozen wild monsters that rushed into the Gorfiend's range of control. The number of wild monsters attacking the immortal mountain great formation was increasing. Lu Chen smiled. This was great. If he smashed his staff when his skill was on cooldown, more wild monsters would rush in. On the city gate, the chairman of the Guild Alliance, Time Dreamless, widened his eyes. Oh, my God, is that monkey a demon? It actually knows how to help its companions. I told you, that's not an ordinary monkey. Is it because monkeys have higher intelligence? Didn't Tianqing say that wild monsters have their own ecology? No matter how high its intelligence is, it can't grow eyes on its, but I think it's crazy. Time, what should we do now? That monkey is too annoying. Time Dreamless frowned and quickly thought of a solution. Right, that monkey should have gone to help its companions when his skill was on cooldown. Right now, he's at the edge of the Gorfiend's range of protection. We should use this time to lure him out. To be able to become the chairman of the Guild Alliance, Time Dreamless was definitely smart. Right, this time, we'll pretend to be the surrounding players. We can't let him know our intentions. Isn't he smart? Let's be more serious. Chapter 181. Lu Chen waited for his skill to cool down and happily ran to the edge of the Gorfiend's protection range. Damn monkey, watch my sword. Dozens of flying swords shot at him from all directions, as well as the explosive specialist fragmentation attack. Lu Chen really didn't expect this group of players to be so sneaky. In a moment of carelessness, Lu Chen was hit by several swords. Ha ha ha, I finally hit you. Damn monkey, come and hit me. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. First, he smashed a gully with his staff, then turned back to continue attacking the defensive formation. The group of players who had dodged the earth-splitting gully were in disbelief. F***CK. Is this monkey sick in the head? He's not fighting back after being hit? F***CK. This guy doesn't play by the rules. This boss doesn't have an aggro system. That's too shameless. Is it set to prioritize attacking the Celestial Mountain? Luchan didn't care so much anymore. He had already laid his cards on the table. In any case, he wouldn't be pulled away by the players. However, he didn't expect that the players would come up with so many reasons. The operation team failed again. They returned to the city and reported the results of the operation to Flowing Time. I saw it. That monkey is too despicable. But since it's set like this, we can't pull him away. There's no need to die in vain. Now we can only try to delay and see if we can hold on for more than 12 hours. Luchan was also relieved. After laying his cards on the table, no players came to find trouble with him. This was good too. Then he would wait for the Celestial Mountain's defensive formation to break. After fighting for 2 hours, Luchan didn't know how many spirit-gathering pills he had swallowed. With a loud bang, the valley shook and the earth shook. The 5 Immortals' Sect's universal spirit shield suddenly became solid like the surface of a glass ball. In front of Luchan, a crack suddenly burst open, and he looked at the various areas of the protective formation. It's broken. It's only been 3 hours. It's over. We can't hold on anymore. Sigh. Countless Huaxia players saw this scene and felt despair in their hearts. In the formation, the 5 illusory figures began to fade. The 5 of them looked at each other, raised the weapons in their hands, and pointed at the center of the Celestial Mountain. The 5 weapons emitted a dazzling light that converged at a single point in the city. All the players, including Luchan, stared at this scene in shock. The light rays converged at the center of the Immortal Mountain, the Stormy Pond. Suddenly, ripples began to appear on the calm Stormy Pond. From slight ripples to floating waves, then to violent waves. Finally, the entire Stormy Pond was agitated. What's going on? Whether it was the Huaxia players or the foreign server players who were watching the video, they were all shocked by this scene. 72 heavenly flame pillars. 72 heavenly flame pillars suddenly soared into the sky. The immortal at the top of the formation looked down at the entire city. His voice was as loud as a bell, reverberating throughout the city. The remnant souls of the 5 of us have already dispersed, and we are no longer able to fight side by side with all of you. However, the Celestial Mountain still has one last trump card. I hope that all of you can grasp this last opportunity. The man with the immortal aura looked up at the sky and heaved a long sigh. Heaven and earth are heartless, and all races are vying for supremacy. Jutian is in turmoil, and the strong are respected. We humans are weak, and it is difficult for us to progress on the path of cultivation. However, the path of the heavenly Tao is not something that can be accomplished overnight. All of you must remember that only by not forgetting your original intentions can you reach the end. Only by not fearing danger and obstacles can you reach the great Tao. After the man finished speaking, his gaze finally landed on Luchan, the monkey who had been hacking away at the formation the most. Luchan was slightly stunned. That guy was clearly looking at him. Becoming a demon or a god is within a single thought. After the immortal finished speaking, he and his companions turned into countless specks of light and dissipated into the air. Luchan frowned. Was that guy's last sentence for everyone to hear, or was it for him to hear? There was no time to think. The situation in the main city of the Immortal Mountain had already changed. 72 heavenly flame pillars soared into the sky. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and strong winds blew. The entire world became dark. What's going on? That immortal said that we have a trump card. What is it? I don't know, but it looks like it's really awesome. When the immortal said that just now, I almost forgot that this is a game. I feel pain too. Could it be that the Jiuqian game is so difficult because of the Jiuqian turmoil that he mentioned? Let's not care about that. Let's protect the immortal mountain first. I wonder what our trump card is. Lu Chen knew very well what the immortal mountain's trump card was. However, what the immortal said just now made it difficult for him to calm down. After thinking for a while, Lu Chen shook his head. I'm being too sensitive. This is just a game. Tianqing must have made the game as realistic as possible. It had been 50 days since he entered Jiuqian. Lu Chen realized that he was too immersed in the game. When the initial 3 idiots died, he was so angry that his eyes turned red. He knew that the new 3 idiots were not the best choice, but he did not change them. When he was bored, he messed around with the 10 beasts, chatted with Xiao Min, and talked to Rhubarb. All of these made him more and more immersed in the game. Huff! Lu Chen let out a long breath. I'm thinking too much. Let's see what kind of divine beast it is. In the Windrain Lake, the water suddenly gushed into the sky like a fountain. From afar, it looked like a waterfall. Thunder roared in the sky, and the world was dark. Occasionally, lightning flashed, illuminating a blurry figure in the waterfall. Roar! A roar came from the water curtain, shaking everyone's hearts. Damn! Everyone looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky excitedly and nervously. The next moment, a white figure broke through the water curtain from dozens of meters in the sky and pounced on Bloodseeker. Bloodseeker was not to be outdone. He spread his wings and laughed. Ha 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 ha, you're finally out. Unfortunately, you can't stop me from bathing the immortal mountain in blood. The 2 figures, one white and one black, collided at low altitude. Just the airflow caused by the collision was enough to make some people lose their balance. Oh my God, it's an Aurora White Tiger? Is that the divine beast's true form? It's not its true form. Look at its name. It's Aurora White Tiger Remnant. How is that possible? The divine beast remnant we encountered in the fog forest was not this powerful. Maybe there are different levels of remnant souls. But if a remnant soul is already so powerful, it's hard to imagine how powerful the divine beast's true form is. At this moment, Lu Chen finally saw the divine beast's lineup. It was a huge white tiger with a strong body. Its eyes were wide open, and it pounced on Bloodseeker with its mouth wide open. It's an Aurora White Tiger. Lu Chen's breathing quickened. But this guy's strength is stronger than the green dragon and black dragon in the fog forest. Lu Chen did not think that the Aurora White Tiger was stronger than the green dragon and the black dragon. Perhaps the strength of the remnant soul also depended on the strength of the remnant soul. That was why they were both remnant souls. One could only stay in the fog forest, while the other could become the guardian of the immortal mountain. All right, no matter what, I must get the white tiger cub. Lu Chen stared at the white tiger. At this moment, the 2 super bosses collided in midair and separated immediately upon contact. After both sides landed on the ground, there was another violent earthquake. Neither side seemed to have gained the upper hand in the collision just now. Both sides were furious and roared at the same time. 3 hours and 17 minutes after the Bloodseeker invasion event started, the battle between the 2 super bosses had begun. Chapter 182, Gorfiend vs. Aurora White Tiger. The combat power of these 2 super bosses had shocked everyone. Both bosses had more than 1 million HP. Aurora White Tiger had 5 million HP, while Gorfiend had 14 million HP. Aurora White Tiger had a high attack combo. However, Gorfiend was not a pushover either. Previously, when he was killing players, it was not obvious. But now, he finally found an opponent that could not be killed instantly. Everyone also realized that Gorfiend's attacks not only had an AoE effect, but also a lifesteal effect. If the battle continued, Aurora White Tiger might not be able to defeat Gorfiend. Painless hurriedly gathered the top apothecaries from all the major guilds and formed 3 pure apothecary teams and 10 mobility teams. Everyone be careful. Gorfiend is too strong. His attacks have a lifesteal effect. Our guardian beasts might not be able to withstand it. We can't rely on the strength of the Celestial Mountain alone to defend the city. We have to join the battle. Considering that Gorfiend's AoE attack is too overpowered, someone will lure Gorfiend's AoE attack. Then quickly enter the healing range and heal Aurora White Tiger. Heal as much as you can. The team that was assisting Aurora White Tiger had already set off. Other than that, the players still had to defend against the army of monsters. Everyone, look! The guards of the Celestial Mountain are finally moving. Thousands of elite guards had already gathered at the city gate. Quick, apothecary team. DPS team, follow up. We must make sure the NPCs don't die. The battle had been going on for more than 3 hours. Finally, it was time for everyone to join the battle. The attributes of the level 50 elite guards were quite overpowered. In the battle, they were like spears that pierced the enemy's front line. However, the number of guards was too small. There were only 1,000 of them. Moreover, their HP was dropping rapidly in the poisonous fog. Heal the elite. Quick! DPS team, activate the elite target. Kill him quickly, so that he can take less damage. There are more than 5 stacks of blood poison on the elite. Surround him immediately. Don't let him continue to charge forward. Let him out when the debuff is gone. The players were also brainstorming as they tried their best to hold onto the elite. However, it was not as if there were no powerhouses among the monsters. The worshipping moon sex members were already very high-leveled. They even had level 35 melee blood skeletons with them. Moreover, the 50th day celebration event had spawned dungeon bosses. These bosses were also very powerful. As the elite guards entered the battlefield, the battle became more and more intense. The front lines of both sides were completely torn apart. There were small skirmishes everywhere. In front of the main city of the Immortal Mountain, it was already a mess. Oh my God, the Gorfiend invasion in Xia server is too scary. No, on the contrary, I'm a little excited. Look at this kind of chaotic battle. Wow, it makes my blood boil. Now that the Immortal Mountain is gone, let's see if your blood is still boiling. The Gorfiend is too strong. The pharmacists who were healing the White Tiger have been smashed to death by the blood rain. The situation is getting worse for Xia. Blood rain is too disgusting. It has such a large area of effect and has a very long casting distance. It's even easier to dodge than Blood Ring. The Mountain Guardian Divine Beast of the Immortal Mountain is actually no match for the Blood Devil. The main city of the Immortal Mountain is a level 10 main city. The Blood Devil is a super boss in a level 30 map. It's normal that they can't defeat him. Moreover, the White Tiger is still a remnant soul. The Guild Alliance had already organized waves of pharmacists to heal the White Tiger. Currently, the White Snow's HP was still considered healthy. It was around 4,500,000. On the other hand, the Blood Devil had the blood healing effect and lifesteal. Its HP had already decreased by 900,000, leaving it with 1 million HP. The White Tiger lost 500,000 HP, and the Blood Devil only lost 900,000 HP. After calculating the ratio, Time without pains shook his head and said with a serious expression, "The white tiger still can't defeat the blood devil. Add 2 more groups of pharmacists. No matter the cost, heal the white tiger's HP back up." "Boss, the number of pharmacists is starting to get tight. We also need a lot of pharmacists on the front lines." "Yeah, the pharmacists are using too much mana. Everyone's levels are too low. No one can keep healing like this." "I know, but..." Time without withering looked at the white tiger anxiously. "But the white tiger is down. We can't hold off the blood devil. What about Mad God and Nameless? Why can't I see them at a time like this?" Someone suddenly mentioned these two. Yeah, if they were here, they would be able to defeat the blood devil. Then, the white tiger would be under less pressure. Time without withering shook his head. "I asked Foamling and Red to contact them. There's no news from Foamling. As for Mad God, Nameless said he won't be coming. What does Nameless mean? Why won't he come at a time like this? All of us are risking our lives. Doesn't he have any sense of patriotism?" Hongyun's guild leader said angrily. Time without withering shook his head slightly. "Sky, the current situation doesn't have to be about patriotism. The worst-case scenario is that the Celestial Mountain disappears. Only players below level 30 will be affected. Nameless won't be affected at all. Last time, when our server was attacked by other servers, he already made his move. This time, there are no foreign players coming to cause trouble. It's only natural that he won't come." Time said helplessly. "Then what about Solipsistic? He's the one who started this." Time shook his head helplessly again. "Mad God, I think we should give up on this idea. He might be higher level than Mad God. Plus, he never appears." Solipsistic was hiding in a big tree, watching the development of the situation. The battle between the human players and the monster army seemed to be in a stalemate. Of course, they weren't the key. The key was the situation of the 2 big guys. Lu Chen had been analyzing the skills of the 2 bosses. The white tiger's skill has a 4-hit combo. This should be a talent. It actually has a 4-hit combo, 1 more attack than me. Its skills are Fierce Pounce, Tiger Tail Whip, Aurora Flame Cannon. This guy seems to be very agile. Its movement and attack speed are also very fast. The Gore Fiend is obviously stronger. The Gore Fiend can be seen as its aura. Its attacks have an AoE effect and a lifesteal effect. Damn, it seems like it has AoE and lifesteal, and it can fly. This guy has 2 AoE skills that have killed who knows how many players. His skill has Demonic Entanglement, Flaming Sword Z/Nightmare, and the lifesteal skill Blood Sacrifice. Damn, this guy really deserves to be called Bloodseeker. Not only does he have a lot of health, he also has so many lifesteal skills. It's going to be tough. The players were helping the white tiger to recover its health. However, the players' healing was too low. Now, there were 5 groups of healers, but they still couldn't heal the white tiger's health. Hell summoning. The Gore Fiend roared. A blood-red circle appeared on the ground, full of spells. Damn, what other tricks does the Gore Fiend have? The white tiger's health dropped rapidly in this blood circle. It had no choice but to retreat quickly. Not long after, a huge blood-red skeleton slowly floated from the blood circle. Seeing this scene, Lu Chun was stunned. Damn, I almost forgot. The Gore Fiend is the leader of the Moon worshipping sect. He can definitely summon the blood skeleton. But this blood skeleton is as big as the Gore Fiend. Oh no, the white tiger can't hold it off. Chapter 183. After the appearance of the blood skeleton, the players had no choice but to invest more manpower to support the white tiger. This was definitely going to be a long and drawn-out war. Countless players were advancing dauntlessly, fighting on one side, while supporting the white tiger on the other. According to the official data, the Gorfiend had invaded for 6 hours, and there were 79 million Xia players dead. The assimilated wild monsters were still continuously joining the battlefield. As for the players, there were also a large number of players who had just come online joining the battle. With the help of 1,000 level 50 elites, Xia players were still able to hold on for the time being on the battlefield. The key to victory was the battle between the Gorfiend and the Aurora White Tiger. On the tree, Lu Chen had been observing the battle between the two super bosses. The Gorfiend had invaded for 9 hours. The White Tiger's HP had dropped to 200,000, almost black. The blood skeleton had been killed, and the Gorfiend's HP was 2,600,000. The White Tiger obviously had the upper hand in terms of HP. Pharmacists, are there any more pharmacists? Quick, heal. The commanders all around shouted at the top of their lungs. Their voices were already hoarse. Even if there were pharmacists now, they would not have pure spiritual energy to support such an intense battle. The White Tiger's HP was getting lower and lower. 180,000, 150,000, 100,000. Lu Chen had already stood up. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a low voice, "The White Tiger can't defeat the Gorfiend at all. This is a bit troublesome. Forget it. Prioritize getting the White Tiger cub. It's not time yet. Let's wait a little longer." The last hit, he had to get it. The Gorfiend's single attack could deal about 10,000 plus damage to the White Tiger, and he had to take into account the pharmacist's HP regeneration. Although it could not heal much now, it could still heal 6,000 plus HP, 90,000, 80,000. The White Tiger's HP could not be seen anymore. Lu Chen quickly jumped down from the tree and rushed toward the two super bosses. The players who saw quickly discovered Lu Chen's tracks. "Not good, it's that monkey. Block that monkey. Quick, heal. Are there any more pharmacists?" Lu Chen easily avoided the players who tried to stop him. Now, he only had eyes for the Aurora White Tiger. 84,000 HP. Everyone was staring at the White Tiger's HP. Everyone's nerves were on the verge of collapse. Lu Chen focused all his attention on Bloodseeker. He had to calculate every attack Bloodseeker would make and control the White Tiger's health properly. Only then would he be able to snatch the kill from Bloodseeker. Unfortunately, the Blood Demon swung its flaming sword at this critical moment. See, chop? Lu Chen was shocked. This skill could deal over 100,000 damage. F***CK, I can't compete with it in terms of damage. Lu Chen's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. After waiting for 9 hours, he was going to fail just like that? Absolutely not. He absolutely could not let Blood Demon use this move. Lu Chen gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait any longer. Earth-splitting chasm. For this attack, Lu Chen had changed his attack mode. He had chosen to attack with all his might. Under this mode, Lu Chen's attacks would not differentiate between friend and foe. Boom! The gigantic staff image slammed into the ground. At the same time, the Blood Demon, White Tiger, and countless players gathered around it. The Blood Demon and White Tiger's health dropped at the same time. The damage was around 3,000. What's going on? Why did Monkey's skill hit Bloodseeker as well? What's going on? Monsters can also deal damage to each other. Lu Chen had no time to care about what the players thought. He quickly rushed toward the White Tiger. As he moved, he was calculating the damage. This earth-splitting chasm was an attack with 100% of his strength. Normally, it could deal over 10,000 damage. However, the physical resistance of the two bosses was too high. This caused the damage to be reduced to 3,000. F***CK. Their physical defense is so high. Lu Chun stared at the white tiger. This guy had 81,000 health. With so much health, how was Lu Chun going to kill the white tiger before the blood demon? Earth-splitting chasm, in addition to dealing damage and destroying the ground, could also stun. Normal players would not be able to enjoy this effect because they would be killed in one hit. However, the two bosses were stunned at the same time. However, the bosses had stun resistance. The stun duration was obviously shorter than normal players. When Lu Chun arrived in front of the white tiger, the two bosses had already started moving again. The blood demon raised his flaming sword again. F***CK. They woke up so quickly. Their stun resistance is so high. Lu Chun quickly rushed in front of the white tiger. Doppelganger. The two monkeys attacked several times in a row. -788, -1,580 poisoned, -1,580 poisoned, -2,253 double critical hit, -1,580 poisoned, -1,580 poisoned, 384, -790 poisoned, -790 poisoned. The white tiger's physical defense was around 2,000. Lu Chun's normal attacks could only deal around 700 damage. The doppelganger could only deal half the damage. No wonder the earth-splitting chasm could reduce so much damage. Fortunately, the poison effect was still there. This attack dealt a total of 21,000 damage. The white tiger's health was left with 60,000. At the same time, the white tiger clawed at him. The white tiger attacked Lu Chun's real body. After all, the real body dealt high damage and had high aggro. -8540862184138220. The Aurora white tiger attacked 4 times in a row, taking away more than half of Lu Chun's health. However, in the current situation, Lu Chun had no time to dodge. He could only take the damage. Monkey King's reverse blood. Lu Chun stepped on the ground. Suddenly, with him as the center, the ground trembled. This skill was the special effect of the purple Monkey King's coat. It could cause a 3-second stun and recover 80% of the user's health. Because of this overpowered effect, Lu Chun had always kept it as a hidden trump card. However, he had to control Bloodseeker now. 3-second stun, interrupting Bloodseeker's casting. At the same time, Lu Chun canceled his own healing effect. The two bosses would probably wake up in a second. During this time, they could only attack once. There was no time to heal himself. The white tiger's health was left with 60,000. Even if Lu Chun activated Fierce Tiger, Descends the Mountain, he could only deal 25,000 plus damage. Including the doppelganger, it was less than 40,000. Now, Lu Chun had two choices: activate Tiger Roar and change the physical attack to a spiritual attack. Lu Chun had already calculated his own damage. Including the poison, the 6-hit combo could deal nearly 34,000 damage. Including the doppelganger, it was about 50,000 damage. He was only missing 10,000 damage. Unfortunately, he couldn't insta-kill it, or he could directly use physical attacks and pray for more critical hits. However, a 50% critical hit rate wouldn't be able to insta-kill the white tiger. If he couldn't insta-kill it, then it didn't matter how much damage he dealt. Seeing that Bloodseeker's flame sword was about to be completed, Lu Chun angrily activated Fierce Tiger, Descends the Mountain. At the same time as his doppelganger, he attacked Bloodseeker. After a round of attacks, Bloodseeker lost 40,000 health. For Bloodseeker, who still had more than 2 million health, it didn't affect him much. However, Bloodseeker suddenly put down his flame sword. Above Bloodseeker's head, for words appeared. Blocked meridians. Bloodseeker was silenced. Bloodseeker's red eyes stared at the little monkey at his feet. Lu Chun had successfully attracted Bloodseeker's aggro. Lu Chun was depressed. Originally, he was here to pick up the heads, but now both of the bosses were eyeing him. Chapter 184. The Aurora White Tiger and Gorefiend had both shifted their aggro to Lu Chun. Lu Chun wanted to apologize to Gorefiend. Bro, I was forced to do this. The players were completely dumbfounded. What's going on? The three bosses are fighting each other? Why is that monkey fighting Gorefiend? Can monsters of different species attack each other? But other monsters don't do this. I already said that the monkey is a psychopath. If it wasn't for the fact that no one would expect a player to play the game as a monster in Jochian, they would have guessed something. You couldn't blame the players for being stupid. In any game, if you suddenly realized that a wild monster was behaving strangely, normal players would never think that the wild monster was a player. They would only think that it might be a bug, or even a small surprise designed by the game producers. But for Lu Chun, being targeted by two bosses wasn't a good thing. The situation wasn't good. Looking at the two behemoths, at the same time showing an expression of wanting to swallow him alive, Lu Chun swallowed his saliva. Lu Chun couldn't go invisible yet. Otherwise, once his aggro disappeared, Gorefiend would kill the Aurora White Tiger. Lu Chun thought to himself, I'll run with them and restore the Aurora White Tiger's health to more than 100,000. I can also shake off those pharmacists. Quick movement. The two bosses chased after him relentlessly. The bosses started moving on the battlefield. The originally calm battlefield suddenly became chaotic. Brothers, let's kill this moon worshipping disciple. Humans, your time of death has come. A group of players surrounded the two moon worshipping disciples. Suddenly, a blood ring spread out, and all the players died. The monsters weren't having a good time either. Pillars of heavenly flame kept erupting around the Aurora White Tiger. The monsters that didn't know what was going on were killed by the pillars of heavenly flame. The two bosses moved extremely fast. Lu Chun had no choice but to use quick movement frequently to shuttle around the battlefield. As a result, the human players and the monster army were in trouble. Damn, why are the bosses running around? It's raining blood again. We're doomed. What's going on? Why are so many players dying? The boss went out of control, and in an instant, the front of the main city of the Immortal Mountain was littered with corpses. 9 hours and 45 minutes after the Gorefiend invasion, there were only 27 million players left online. After running for more than 10 minutes, the White Tiger relied on its own health points to recover. Under the effect of blood poison, it was still able to recover its health points. Its health points were back to 120,000. On Bloodseeker's side, with the blood healing effect, his HP recovered quite quickly. He had already slowly recovered back to 3,500,000 HP. When Lu Chun saw that it was about time, he asked Xiao Min to activate invisibility. Sure enough, the moment Lu Chun turned invisible, Bloodseeker's primary target returned to the White Tiger. It raised its flame sword, and after 2 seconds of preparation, it slashed at the White Tiger. 100,000 damage. The White Tiger's health bar instantly turned black. Now is the time. Lu Chen's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Earth-splitting ravine. Blood Demon and White Tiger were knocked unconscious at the same time. Clone. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. -622, -1,580, poisoned, -1,580, poisoned. 18 hits. The doppelgangers also contributed to the damage. 18 hits. The white tiger, which only had a little over 20,000 health points left, could no longer block this attack. Its huge snow-white body crashed to the ground, killed Aurora, white tiger remnant soul, celestial mountain guardian beast, captured 3 million heaven and earth spiritual energy, obtained 5 rank 8 talent fragments, obtained 5 8-star quality points. Ding. Obtained item Aurora White Tiger Summoning Stone, optional. Obtained rank 3 Soul Source Core X1. Obtained Soul Source Fragments X40. Obtained grade 1 Spirit Gathering Pills X5. Obtained treasure Sky Flame Pillar, purple. Lu Chun was completely stunned. He succeeded. He snatched the white tiger's head from Bloodseeker's hands. He dropped the summoning stone. This item could summon the Aurora White Tiger's remnant soul. It could also be exchanged for Aurora White Tiger cubs. His ultimate mythical beast quest had finally completed another section. The items dropped by the white tiger also shocked Lu Chen. An 8-star material could be exchanged for 10 million reputation points. He dropped 10 of them in one go. If he exchanged all of them for reputation points, that would be 100 million. Originally, this kind of soul-type wild monster almost never dropped equipment. Whether it was Nightmare Spirits or Serapis, it was the same. However, the white tiger's remnant soul actually dropped a purple treasure. Until now, Lu Chen had never seen a magic treasure before. There was also that Soul Source Core. He didn't know what it was. After 9 hours of waiting, the accurate judgment at the final stage, and several risky decisions, he finally got the reward he deserved. It's really too hard for me. Lu Chen excitedly received the white tiger's items. However, now wasn't the time to be happy. There was still a big guy waiting for him behind. The Bloodseeker with 3 million plus HP. The Bloodseeker was really too strong. However, Lu Chen really wanted to kill this guy. Lu Chen wanted the white tiger cubs not to break through the Celestial Mountain main city. It would be best if the Celestial Mountain could not be broken through. Although in the long run, a level 10 main city would soon be out of the stage. After all, the players in Huaxia were still counting on a level 10 main city to replenish their supplies and learn skills. The white tiger's drops were already so abnormal. The Bloodseeker was even stronger than the white tiger. Moreover, it was not in a soul-type state. It might even drop some godly equipment. Moreover, they were still in the middle of the Jiutian 50th day celebration. After killing the white tiger, Lu Chen did not receive any boss points. Perhaps the white tiger was not included in this celebration. However, this Bloodseeker was definitely a boss. Its boss points would definitely be very high. That guy only had 1/5 of its HP left. If he didn't kill it now, when would he? Previously, Lu Chen had already observed the Bloodseeker's battle. He already knew its moves like the back of his hand. Every move was followed by a normal attack or a skill activation. He was very clear about it. With 2 quick movements, 2 control skills, 1 invisibility, 1 80% HP recovery, 1 doppelganger, and 1 blood healing effect, Lu Chen felt that he could give it a try. 3 million HP. My poison is much stronger than its blood healing, and my attacks have life steal. Then I won't let you hit me. Tiger Roar raised its hand. Lu Chen's attack succeeded, and he quickly moved away to increase the distance between them. Roar. The Bloodseeker was unable to restrain its anger. However, it was hit by Lu Chen's Spirit Gathering and Vein Sealing effect. It could not catch up and could not hit him with its skill. Poison damage continuously appeared above the Bloodseeker's head. The two poisons worked together, dealing 3,000 plus damage each time. Earth-splitting chasm. Luchin activated his skill, dealing damage and stunning the Bloodseeker. Luchin quickly closed in. Another wave of Tiger descends the mountain, dealing 30,000 plus damage. At the same time, the two poisons' poison duration and spirit gathering and vein sealing duration were refreshed. Spirit gathering and vein sealing was really too useful, although there was only a 10% chance. Under Lu Chen's multiple attacks, the chance of triggering was greatly increased. It would often trigger consecutively. Of course, other than the boss, there was almost no one who could withstand Lu Chen's continuous attacks. Therefore, the advantage of spirit gathering and vein sealing was the most obvious when fighting the boss. After a few rounds, Lu Chen was not hit even once. He even depleted 200,000 of the Bloodseeker's HP. Lu Chen was also not in a hurry. He always made sure that he had at least one skill in his hand. Earth-splitting chasm, Monkey King's reverse health, quick movements, invisibility, doppelganger, alternating. This was definitely going to be a long battle. Chapter 185. The Gore Fiend had been invading for 11 hours. There were still 23 million Hua Xia players fighting. Some of the players who had just come online had replenished Hua Xia's army. The monster army was also replenished. Both sides were still fighting to the death. However, what people were most concerned about was the battle between the monkey and the Gore Fiend. Time Unwithered had been watching from the city wall for an hour, but his brows were still furrowed. That monkey is definitely not a monster. The guild leaders beside him had the same feeling. I think so too. If monsters can do that, then what are we doing? He's been draining the Gore Fiend's HP. He's been attacked less than 10 times. And the Gore Fiend's skills didn't even hit him once. It was already unbelievable that he had only been attacked 10 times in an hour. The Gore Fiend's normal attack had an area of effect, but it didn't have a combo. Hence, the 10 attacks didn't pose a threat to the monkey. Using the monkey's battle recovery and blood healing effect, the 10 attacks could slowly recover. Is it Nameless or Mad God? Someone suddenly asked. It's too hard to understand if this monster is Nameless or Mad God. But I don't know about Mad God, but Nameless attacks are poisonous. He also has Earth Chasm. Time Unwithered narrowed his eyes. That's hard to say. Nameless skills should be from the boss and equipment. The equipment is also dropped by the boss. Hence, it's not surprising that his skills are similar to a boss. I can understand the monkey's Earth Chasm, since he's moving quickly, but why does the monkey have poison in his attacks? Time Unwithered shook his head. I know that too. After level 30, the 9 major classes will undergo a second class refinement. Medicine Masters can change classes to Poison Masters. The monsters' levels are also high. It's normal for their attacks to have poison. I've played games for more than 20 years and led countless teams. At least, I've never met a situation where a player would play as a monster. If there's such a bug, why didn't Tianqing ban the account? Maybe it's a hidden class in Jiuqian? Hidden class? Time Unwithered frowned. Maybe, but we can't be sure. Fortunately, regardless of whether that monkey is Nameless or Mad God, at least he's fighting Bloodseeker now. There was still an hour before the Gore Fiend invasion would end. As long as they could withstand the attacks, not only would Hua Xia's players be able to protect the Celestial Mountain main city, but they would also receive the double EXP and drop bonus for 48 hours. As for the divine beast of the Celestial Mountain, no one could be sure whether it would be reborn or not. However, As long as it didn't create another blood demon invasion, it wouldn't be a big problem. 40 minutes later, Lu Chen had whittled down Bloodseeker's HP to less than 100,000. 5 minutes later, Lu Chen's doppelganger and fierce tiger descends the mountain, launched the final attack on Bloodseeker. With 50,000 plus damage, the Bloodseeker was finally defeated. No, this is impossible. The Blood Demon howled before he died, killed Moon Worship Blood Demon, Mystic Realm Map Boss, obtained 4 million Heaven and Earth Spirit Energy, obtained Primordial Heart X3, obtained Primordial Fragment X3. Lu Chen's eyes widened in excitement. Ancient materials. Motherf asterisk her. An ancient material has finally dropped. As a boss that wasn't in a soul state, Bloodseeker had also dropped a large amount of equipment. Ding! Obtained item, Blazing Sword, level 35 orange, unique. Obtained item, Demonic Wings, purple wings. Obtained item, Demonic Heart, level 40 purple material. Obtained item, Blood Demon Talisman, level 40 purple material. Obtained item, Blood Skeleton Summoning Technique, tier 5 Spiritualist Technique. Obtained item, Primordial Heart X2. Obtained item, Primordial Fragment X3. How many ancient materials did it drop? Lu Chen thought for a moment and roughly figured out the reason. The first set of ancient materials was something that only he would drop. Just like those evolution materials, other players wouldn't drop them when they fought monsters. However, the second set of ancient materials dropped along with the equipment. This item might be useful to other professions, so it was considered a normal drop. Apart from these equipment, Bloodseeker had also dropped some level 40 materials. A large pile of items entered Lu Chen's backpack. Congratulations, you have killed the boss Moon Worship Blood Demon. Obtained 20,000 boss points. Oh, as expected, there are boss points. Lu Chen immediately opened the event leaderboard. Before this, he didn't have any points at all. Now, Solipsistic had taken first place on the leaderboard. With this number of points, other players wouldn't be able to surpass him within a day. Lu Chen blinked and suddenly thought of a problem. His ID had appeared on the leaderboard. Damn, I forgot to hide my ID. Lu Chen thought for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it. I've been playing this account for so long. If Tianqing wanted to ban it, he would have done so long ago. If the players know, so be it. Anyway, they didn't see my original appearance. Once the Bloodseeker died, the blood healing effect on the monsters disappeared, and the blood poison effect on the players disappeared. The event bosses that spawned in the distance would also not be assimilated. Lu Chen turned back to look at the celestial mountain main city. The players were all exhausted, but they were still gritting their teeth and doing their best to resist the monster army. However, it seemed like they would have no problem holding on for another 10 minutes. Okay, I've achieved my goal. It's time for me to go. After saying that, Lu Chen jumped onto a big tree nearby. After a few ups and downs between several trees, he was already far away. However, all the live streaming channels were in an uproar. The focus of the discussion was not on the Bloodseeker invasion, but on the ID. So, that monkey is... Mad God! How is that possible? Also, he killed 2 super bosses, all by himself. What the hell? Whose side is he on? Is that strange? To be honest, if I had that ability, I would have killed both bosses. I could have increased the event leaderboard and dropped equipment. As long as the Celestial Mountain was not destroyed in the end, it would have been fine. Is the monkey a Jiuqian hidden profession? Does the Jiuqian have any hidden professions? Can you tell me more about it? I've never heard of any hidden professions. I don't think there are any on the other servers. Did Mad God get the skill to transform? Since the Jiuqian has the skill to create clones, they should have the skill to transform as well. We can't be so sure that there aren't any hidden professions. After all, you wouldn't tell everyone that you got a hidden profession. Maybe there are a few hidden professions in the Chinese server, but they just don't show them. Brother, Nameless might have a hidden profession too. His skills are similar to Mad God's. Their levels are about the same. If their levels are similar, it's normal for them to have similar skills. Many people have skills like Gale Blast and Night Demon after getting the 3 pieces of the Tiger King. Could Nameless be Mad God? I don't think so. Both of their personalities are different. Brother Nameless challenged the Korean server alone for the sake of the Chinese server. Mad God, on the other hand, seems to be both good and evil. He killed White Tiger and Bloodseeker for the sake of equipment. Yeah, I think so too. Nameless is very low-key, but Mad God never hides his ID. In the past, he used his own account to sell things. Later on, when he was building dungeons, he didn't hide his identity. Have you forgotten? When Nameless challenged the Twin Towers, Mad God saw him challenge them. How could he be alone? But Nameless hasn't appeared in such a big event. Don't you think it's strange? Maybe he has something to do in real life. Isn't anyone surprised that Mad God's strength is already so overpowered that he managed to kill 2 world bosses? The players were extremely curious about Mad God, and there were all kinds of discussions on the forums. For a moment, people forgot that the Xia server survived the Bloodseekers' invasion. The players were in a heated discussion, and all kinds of ideas were emerging. However, Lu Chen didn't care at all. He had a bunch of good stuff in his backpack, waiting for him to check it out. Chapter 186. The top floor of the Twin Star Building in Sea City was the headquarters of Tianxin Game Company. The top floor was huge, but there was only one room. At this time, the curtains of the room were all drawn, and the light in the room was dim. There was a spacious desk in the room. A man was sitting on the chair, and a person was standing in front of him. The man behind the desk said in a low voice, "Has Solipsistic's identity been exposed?" The person opposite him said, "The players have different theories, and it's hard to come to a conclusion. Unless Solipsistic, or we officially announce it, I'm afraid it's still a mystery." The man snorted, "Such a thing actually appeared." "Boss, that's his opportunity. In Jiuqian, opportunities are preordained by the heavens. We have no right to take it away. Preordained by the heavens? That's only 3 ***. In front of me, he's just a clown." The man seemed to be very dissatisfied with Solipsistic's growth. Damn it! If he had been exposed earlier, we wouldn't have had to do anything. The players would have killed him off. Right, how are our people leveling up now? Many of them have reached level 42. At level 42, we can start mentoring. There are a lot of rich people waiting to be mentored. Let's get them moving. The man said, "Yes, I'll inform them now." The Crown Prince had been very depressed recently. When fighting the Gore Fiends, he was muddle-headed and was killed early on. Nameless fame was increasing, and his strength was shocking. Facing this guy who had stolen his mythical beast, the Crown Prince hated him, but there was nothing he could do. If he could destroy their friendship, then he could destroy the royal family. However, Nameless' popularity had risen to the top of the official website's celebrity rankings. He had even surpassed Mad God. There were also a few princess-like goddesses in the circle who would dance with joy when they talked about Nameless. The Crown Prince could not swallow this anger. The mythical beast should be mine. All those glory, the title of Xia's victory, and all those beauties should be mine. The Crown Prince downed the law fight in his cup. At this moment, the office door was pushed open. The Crown Prince looked at the door impatiently. There stood a flirtatious woman, smiling seductively at him. "You're the Crown Prince? Who are you?" The woman walked into the office and closed the door behind her. "You can call me Master from now on." "Master? What master?" The Crown Prince asked angrily. If it wasn't for her beauty, he would have driven her away long ago. The woman smiled and sat in front of the Crown Prince. She picked up the bottle of 1982 Lafite and poured herself a cup. "Didn't you know that the master-disciple system can be activated at level 42 in Jochen?" "Ah, what?" The woman took a sip of red wine and smiled. "I'm already level 42 because I'm bored. I want to take in a disciple." "Why? Can't you understand?" The Crown Prince stood up. "Who the F***CK are you trying to fool? Level 42. Dream on. I can only say that your team knows nothing about this game. Won't you know if you go online?" The two of them entered the game at the same time and met at the agreed location. The woman in the game was no different from the real world. However, she was riding a kuan that was 1,000 meters long and was floating in the air. The Crown Prince opened his mouth wide in shock. This is a kuan. Is this your mount? A purple mount. Is that strange?" The Crown Prince suddenly received a system message on the control page. "Exquisite purple heart, level 42 5-star sword manipulation. Wishes to take you in as a disciple. The other party wants you to pay 20 million renminbi. Do you accept?" The Crown Prince looked at the other party in shock. Ever since the Immortal Destiny quest, Lu Chen realized that Tianxing might have known about his identity. However, they didn't do anything. Lu Chen was sure that they wouldn't ban him because of his identity as a monster. Now that he was strong enough, he didn't have to be afraid of being surrounded by other players. If he couldn't beat them, he could run. Therefore, Lu Chen didn't care if his identity as Mad God was exposed. Back at Ren AI Peak, Lu Chen opened his backpack. First of all, he had obtained quite a few primordial materials, 5 primordial hearts and 6 primordial fragments. "Ha ha ha, awesome." Lu Chen laughed. "There's no rush. I'll go to the arcane dungeon later and see if there's anything left to fight." Also, the thing that Lu Chen cared about the most was the Aurora White Tiger summoning stone. He tapped on the stone and 2 options appeared. One was to obtain the ability to summon the Aurora White Tiger's remnant soul. The other was to obtain the Aurora White Tiger's cub. Choose cub. Lu Chen chose the cub without hesitation. A white, fluffy little tiger appeared beside Lu Chen. It cried out twice in a childish voice, walked crookedly to Lu Chen's feet, and rubbed against Lu Chen. "Haha, this little thing is so cute." Lu Chen picked up the cub with one hand. "Don't be afraid of being lonely. I have a lot of friends here." Considering that the cub had just reached level 1 and would be bullied by the 10 aggressive guys, Lu Chen took out 200,000 EXP to raise the cub to level 10. 200,000 for the current Lu Chen is no longer experience. He checked Little White's attributes. It was about the same as the green dragon and the black dragon. It was slightly higher than the other 8, as expected of an ultimate mythical beast. Lu Chen opened the mission tab and checked the Divine Blood Demonic Seed mission. Collect the 4 ultimate mythical beasts: Azure Dragon, Foodie Vermilion Bird, Aurora White Tiger, Gilded Black Tortoise. Mission progress, 2/4. Hee, I got another one. Beautiful. Lu Chen patted the cub. "Little guy, I'll let your friends out. You guys can familiarize yourselves with each other first." Lu Chen expected everyone to be happy and harmonious. The cubs saw a group of mythical beast cubs and immediately charged into the enemy formation, fighting with the other mythical beasts. Damn, none of these mythical beasts are easy to deal with. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. Forget it, let them fight. Right, let's see what a Stage 3 spiritual source core is. After checking the items, Lu Chen understood. Simply put, a force could have more than one spiritual source. Spiritual source fragments were materials to upgrade the spiritual source, and the spiritual source core could be considered a new spiritual source. However, in order to store more spiritual source, he would need to upgrade his territory. I don't need the 8-star materials now. I'll sell a few and upgrade the army token. This time, Lu Chen spent a huge sum of money, 4 million reputation points, and upgraded the army token to second promotion army token, individual soldier. The color of the army token also turned blue. Third promotion army token, individual soldier 284431/3000000. Army subordinates' physical attack increased by 70%. Health increased by 100%. Activating the legacy system and the army member star reward system. Star reward system. After killing a sufficient number of players, the army member can be upgraded and receive attribute rewards. The requirement to upgrade was to kill players. This was indeed the style of the monster army. After the upgrade of the army order, Lu Chen only needed to recruit enough wild monsters for his territory to level up. There are so many things that can be upgraded. I can upgrade my star rank to 6 stars first. While I'm still farming bosses, I can try to recruit a few small bosses. Lu Chen used 3 primordial hearts to upgrade his star rank to 6 stars. Then he went out to find bosses. Chapter 187. There were still a few minutes left before the event ended, but the monster army was still trying to break through the celestial mountain. After losing the blood fog effect, the wild bosses would not be assimilated. Lu Chen could easily find bosses. I can recruit 10. Among the bosses in the celestial mountain area, Lu Chen wanted to recruit the roaring frost tiger and the abyss zombie the most. The roaring frost tiger had an area of effect and was very useful. I'm now a 6-star. I wonder if my star level is enough to recruit that guy. Lu Chen jumped onto a tree to search. Not far away, he saw a blazing frost tiger. Considering that time was limited, and if the players came out and snatched the boss from him, Lu Chen was not picky and decided to recruit one first. However, after taking out the army token, Lu Chen received a system notification. The other party's star level is higher than yours. You cannot use force to subdue it. Lu Chen was too lazy to hit it and directly slipped away. The blazing frost tiger is also a 6-star unit. Then wouldn't the roaring frost tiger be the same as me? Damn, I still can't recruit it. I can only find the shadow tempest tiger. Forget it, I'll just let my subordinates pass on the skills when I level up. The number of shadow tempest tigers was the highest among the 3 hidden bosses. Lu Chen rode on the golden retriever and quickly recruited 10 shadow tempest tigers. Now, Lu Chen's army already had 10 tigers, 8 heads, and 3 idiots. In addition, 11 mythological beast cubs were running around and playing around in the territory. The huge golden retriever was hugging a tree and shaking it violently. Little Min was floating around. Run AI Peak, which was originally cold and cheerless, actually seemed a little lively now. Ha! Finally, there's some popularity. After the number of army members reached the standard, Lu Chen upgraded the army hall. The expansion of the hall required a lot of materials, so he left it to his subordinates to collect them. However, The level of the army had increased. A level 2 army could have a second spiritual source. Lu Chen tried to use the stage 3 spiritual source core. An irregular crystal that was emitting silver light flew into the air and circled around the Mount of Benevolence. Then it chose a location and plunged into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Lu Chen was not afraid that the spirit source would run away, as long as it could provide an endless supply of pure spiritual energy for the territory. It could stay wherever it wanted. Spirit source number 2 is in place. That's right, upgrade the original spirit source. Soul source number 1, tier 1, level 266 20ths, soul source fragment, requires Army Main Hall. Effect of extracting pure spirit energy increased by 60%. Stackable. Soul source number 2, stage 3, level 10/10, stage 3 soul source fragment. Effect of extracting pure spirit energy increased by 230%. Stackable. Current spirit source effect. Gain 3 points of pure spirit energy per minute. The advantage of having a stage 3 spiritual source was that the effect was already 3 times at level 1, so it could ignore the level restriction of the Army Hall to a certain extent. Damn, this speed is quite good. Lu Chen said in surprise. In 10 hours, he could obtain more than 3,000 points of pure spiritual energy. With 21 subordinates, he could obtain 60,000 points of pure spiritual energy in 10 hours. The problem of the divine beast's pure spiritual energy was greatly alleviated. Opening the army option, Lu Chen also discovered that the Army Main Hall had an additional building that could be constructed. Army Camp. The Army Camp was a place for his subordinates to rest. Here, his subordinates could obtain faster recovery speed, including health and stamina. Army units could also teleport between Lu Chen's location and the camp. This is equivalent to the Army Camp being used for rest. This is actually quite useful. Be it cultivation or gathering materials, they all require stamina. There's also a teleportation function, which is very convenient. The Army Camp must be constructed. After the Army Main Hall was upgraded, Lu Chen's personal dungeon could also be expanded. The personal dungeon could be expanded into a team dungeon, and the number of monsters would increase by 5 times. After the expansion, the dungeon fees would also increase by 5 times. The first time was free, the second time 500 copper, and the third time 15 yuan. Before this, the personal dungeon could earn Lu Chen 500 gold per day, which was 30,000 to 40,000 yuan per day. After the expansion, this number would definitely double. Multiplied by 5, it would be 2,500 gold per day, which was 150,000 to 200,000 yuan per day. Based on this calculation, the income from the personal dungeon was truly terrifying. The levels will not change for now. Level 20 is still the mainstream. Let's see how many soul essences are stored in the dungeon. Dungeon soul essence storage 12343/1500000. In the past, the storage limit of the dungeon was 300,000. Now it was 5 million. However, he had only collected 12,000 soul essences. These soul essences did not have any attributes, and they still needed to be synthesized before they could be used. It was definitely not enough for the little guys to level up. Let's leave it for now. After the expansion, the collection speed will be much faster in the future. Lu Chen was looking forward to the possible benefits of leveling up the dungeon this time. If the rewards from a 5-man dungeon were already so high, then the rewards from 20-man dungeons, 40-man dungeons, or even higher-level dungeons would be unimaginable. 150,000 a day, that's 5 million a month. This is earning money while lying down. The more Lu Chen thought about it, the happier he felt. Right, Let's see what level of army I need for the next expansion. The next expansion would be a 10-man team dungeon, which would require a level 4 army hall. A level 4 army requires the army command to be upgraded to level 4. Damn, it seems like I don't have enough reputation now. Now, upgrading the army command by 1 level required 4 million. If it kept doubling, 100 million reputation would not be enough. All right, haste makes waste. 4 to 5 million a month will do. Let's take it slow. The attributes of the new army and the new dungeon had been released, but the construction still needed to be completed. Lu Chen was busy instructing his subordinates to start collecting materials. Poor Shi, who had just been recruited by Lu Chen, became a porter, chopping trees and moving stones together with the 8-headed 3 idiots. Lu Chen finally had time to look at the new equipment he had obtained. Heavenly Flame Pillar, Purple Magic Weapon. Level 1, Upgrade. 0/10, Purple Magic Weapon Fragment. Magic Weapon Effect. With the user as the center within a range of 30 meters, a maximum of 72 Heavenly Flame Pillars will be formed under the feet of the enemy. The Heavenly Flame Pillar will take 1 second to prepare and last for 2 seconds. Deals 4 asterisk spiritual attack, 432 points, spiritual damage per second. Magic Weapon requires 1,000 points of pure aura to activate. After that, it will consume 500 points of pure aura per second until the effect is automatically turned off or the pure aura is exhausted. Oh, this is a spiritual attack magic weapon. The attack did not seem high, but Lu Chen immediately thought of Tiger's Roar. He immediately activated Tiger's Roar and kept himself in the Tiger's Roar state. In the equipment description, the damage had indeed become 12,000 plus spiritual attack damage. 12,000 in 1 second, 24,000 in 2 seconds. It was still a spiritual attack. Even super bosses like the Aurora White Tiger and the Bloodseeker did not have high spiritual defense. Ordinary monsters were almost completely wiped out. This Tiger's Roar is the real divine skill, Lu Chen exclaimed. In Jiuqian, characters had many magic weapon equipment slots. It seemed that one person could equip more than one magic weapon. The first magic weapon, and it's purple. Not bad. I'll equip it first. Chapter 188. The Bloodseeker dropped a bunch of high-level and quality loot. Level 35 Orange Flame Sword. Level 40 Purple Devil Talisman. Purple Materials Blood Skeleton Summoning Skill Book. Among them, Lu Chen was most interested in the Devil Wings. Devil Wings Purple Wings. After equipping, gain the ability to fly. Maximum flying speed is 18 meters per second. Every second consumes flying speed x 20 pure aura, flying speed x 20 stamina. No one could resist the temptation of wings. Lu Chen equipped the wings. After equipping them, a pile of folded black wings appeared behind Lu Chen. Compared to the Bloodseeker's pair, it was exactly the same except that it was a few sizes smaller. Opening the wings, a downward thrust directly sent Lu Chen into the sky. Is this the feeling of flying? Haha, I can fly. Lu Chen flew higher and higher. With his super high vision and flying ability, he could see the entire Celestial Mountain area. His territory, 100 Beast Mountain Range, Celestial Mountain Main City. Lu Chen continued to fly in the direction of Firmament City. But just as he arrived near Firmament City, Lu Chen saw figures in the distant sky. This discovery surprised Lu Chen. He hurriedly descended and found a forest to hide. What's going on? There are still people flying? Lu Chen frowned. What are those flying in the sky? Why are they so big? On the Firmament City map, Lu Chen had only explored Fiend City, Blood Pool, Decapitation Mountain, and the ancient battlefield to the south of Firmament City. But judging from the other party's approximate location, they were in the north of Firmament City. He was already crossing maps. The monsters in Decapitation Mountain were level 37 or 38, and the ancient battlefield should be level 40. Then the north of Firmament City should be level 40 plus. Could it be an NPC? Although Luchin was not particularly desperate to level up, his advantage was there. It was hard to believe that someone could level faster than him. Although he was not desperate, many people were. A normal player, if used well, would only be level 20. How could someone reach level 40? I don't think it's an NPC. I saw someone with a guild emblem on their ID just now. But if it's a player, has Zhou organized closed beta without deleting files? Luchin frowned as he pondered. This question would not be answered in a short period of time. Since he couldn't figure it out, Luchin didn't want to think about it anymore. There was no need for him to dwell on it. Luchen's advantage had never been his level. Instead, it was his insane stats and his numerous evolvable talents. If level 40-plus players did not provoke him, he would mind his own business. However, if they did provoke him, he would kill them all the same. Let's go to the blood pool and see if the mystic realm is still effective. Since he was already here, Luchin flew to the island in the middle of the moon Reverence blood pool and prepared to enter the mystic realm. Luchin placed the primordial materials on the stone platform, a primordial heart, and a primordial fragment. Then, he eagerly awaited the results. Acquired primordial heart X5. Acquired primordial fragment X5. What's going on? How did I get it so quickly? Luchin was dumbfounded. The boss of the mystic realm has been killed. The blood pool mystic realm will disappear in 10 minutes. It turned out that the blood pool mystic realm was different from the mystic realm. The monsters in the blood pool mystic realm had all exited the mystic realm. Since the boss was killed, there were no more monsters in the mystic realm. The reason why the mystic realm had not disappeared yet was because it had been waiting for players to come and claim the rewards. When Luchin placed the primordial materials on the platform and claimed the rewards, the mystic realm had also completed its mission and left. F***CK. So that's how it is. All right, I've earned 4 more. That's a pretty good harvest. I'm satisfied. Orange equipment requires level 35. Let's go take a look at the primordial battlefield. As soon as he finished speaking, Luchin spread his wings and flew into the primordial battlefield. After exchanging all the 8-star materials on him for reputation points, Luchin now had 120 million reputation points. This time, when he appeared in front of a pile of stone pillars, the stone pillars finally reacted. Your reputation is enough to activate the primordial altar. Activating the first altar requires 10 million reputation points. Do you wish to activate it? Activate it. You cannot equip your skin during the altar competition. Please remove your skin. Luchin frowned. I can't even wear my skin? Since the system had said so, Luchin could only remove his bloody macaque skin and return to his original appearance. Speaking of which, when he was in the form of a monkey, he did not think much of the pair of wings. However, after changing into the form of a wild monster, his wings grew on the back of a poisonous spider's lower body. Instantly, it became even more disgusting. Luchin shook his head. If he continued fusing like this, he really did not know what kind of monster he would become. I've removed my skin and spent my reputation points. Let's hurry up and start. Luchin stood on the ruined altar and said in a bored manner, as you are using wild monster reputation, the altar will summon a human from the opposite camp as your opponent. Heaven wormhole opened. Matching opponent. Lu Chen blinked his eyes. What the hell? What heaven wormhole? Opponent has been matched. The opponent has accepted the challenge. Just as the system notification ended, a white light descended from the sky and landed on the ruined altar. Within the white light, a figure gradually appeared. As the white light dimmed, the figure went from blurry to clear. The person who was summoned was a woman. She was tall, about 7 meters. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, and her facial features were very delicate. Her pair of big eyes looked slightly fierce. At this moment, she was sizing up Lu Chen in front of her. It had to be said that this woman was really beautiful. Moreover, the stubbornness in her eyes made people want to conquer her. The woman's equipment was quite luxurious. She held 2 swords in her hands, but it was not tiger weep. She had at least 6 pieces of purple equipment. It was unknown where she got them from. However, as soon as the other party saw Lu Chen, the expression on his face suddenly changed. Oh my God, what kind of monster is this? It's so scary. The woman was so scared that the sword in her hand fell to the ground. She shrank to the edge of the altar. She did not dare to look at Lu Chen, but she could not help but take a few more glances. What kind of monster could have such a terrifying appearance? Lu Chen was indeed very scary. He had a spider's butt, 8 legs, a gnoll's hairy chest, a pair of fleshy wings, and a long snake's tail. It was fine if his head was not on his body, but why was it a tiger's head? It was fine if it was a tiger's head, but why was there a pair of wooden horns on the tiger's head? It was also very large, 3 to 4 meters tall. The ID on top of its head was so long that it could not be seen completely. Most people who saw such a thing would be considered brave if they did not piss their pants. This woman was not bad. She was only trembling in fear and did not turn around and run. Lu Chen also looked at the woman strangely. What kind of reaction was this? She was definitely not an NPC. Even if they felt disgusted when they saw him, they would definitely not say it out loud. This woman was actually so scared. She was obviously a player. Lu Chen's head flew in front of the woman. He wanted to observe why this player was summoned. However, this action caused the woman to completely collapse. She raised her head and saw a head in front of her, staring at her. Oh, my God, you scared me to death. I don't want to compete anymore. I admit defeat. I want to go home. The woman shouted. She pushed Lu Chen's head away and picked up the sword on the ground. A white light flashed, and the woman was sent away. Congratulations. You have defeated your opponent. 10 million monster reputation points are returned. You have obtained the right to enter the ancient battlefield once. Lu Chen was stunned. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.